The Project Gutenberg ebook of Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley. Author: E. H. Davis E. G. Squire. Release date: August 10, 2015. Ebook number 49668. Language: English. Credits: produced by Charlene Taylor, Robert Shimon, Richard W., and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley to TOC. To preface to transcriber note: Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge. Vol. I. Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley. Ancient Works, Marietta, Ohio. Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge. Vol. I. Every man is a valuable member of society, who, by his observations, researches, and experiments, procures knowledge for men. Smithson. City of Washington, published by the Smithsonian Institution. Mduxley 8th. Printed by Edward O. Jenkins, 114 Nassau Street, New York. From the Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge. Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley. By E. G. Squire, A.M., and E. H. Davis, M.D. Every man is a valuable member of society, who, by his observations, researches, and experiments, procures knowledge for men. Smithson. Published for the authors. New York, Bartlett and Welford, 7 Astor House. Cincinnati, J. A. and U. P. James, Walnut Street. Mduxley 8th. Printed by Edward O. Jenkins, 114 Nassau Street, New York. Advertisement. This volume is intended to form the first of a series of volumes, consisting of original memoirs on different branches of knowledge published at the expense, and under the direction of the Smithsonian Institution. The publication of the series forms part of a general plan adopted for carrying into effect the benevolent intentions of James Smithson, Esq., of England. This gentleman left his property in trust to the United States of America, to found at Washington an institution which should bear his own name, and have for its objects the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. This trust was accepted by the government of the United States, and an act of Congress was passed August 10, 1846, constituting the President and the other principal executive officers of the general government, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the Mayor of Washington, and such other persons as they might elect honorary members, an establishment under the name of the Smithsonian Institution, for the increase and diffusion of knowledge among men. The members and honorary members of this establishment are to hold stated and special meetings for the supervision of the affairs of the institution, and for the advice and instruction of a board of regents, to whom the financial and other affairs are entrusted. The board of regents consists of 3 members ex officio of the establishment, namely, the Vice President of the United States, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and the Mayor of Washington, together with 12 other members, 3 of whom are appointed by the Senate from its own body, 3 by the House of Representatives from its members, and 6 citizens appointed by a joint resolution of both houses. To this board is given the power of electing a secretary and other officers, for conducting the active operations of the institution. To carry into effect the purposes of the testator, the plan of organization should evidently embrace 2 objects: 1, the increase of knowledge by the addition of new truths to the existing stock; the other, the diffusion of knowledge thus increased, among men. No restriction is made in favor of any kind of knowledge, and hence each branch is entitled to and should receive a share of attention. The Act of Congress, establishing the institution, directs, as a part of the plan of organization, the formation of a library, a museum, and a gallery of art, together with provisions for physical research and popular lectures, while it leaves to the regents the power of adopting such other parts of an organization as they may deem best suited to promote the objects of the bequest. After much deliberation, the regents resolved to divide the annual income, $30,950, into 2 equal parts, one part to be devoted to the increase and diffusion of knowledge by means of original research and publications, the other half of the income to be applied in accordance with the requirements of the Act of Congress, to the gradual formation of a library, a museum, and a gallery of art. The following are the details of the 2 parts of the General Plan of Organization provisionally adopted at the meeting of the Regents, December 8, 1847. Details of the first part of the plan. To increase knowledge, it is proposed to stimulate research, by offering rewards, consisting of money, medals, etc., for original memoirs on all subjects of investigation. 1. The memoirs thus obtained to be published in a series of volumes, in a quarto form, and entitled Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge. 2. No memoir, on subjects of physical science, to be accepted for publication, which does not furnish a positive addition to human knowledge, resting on original research, and all unverified speculations to be rejected. 3. Each memoir presented to the institution to be submitted for examination to a commission of persons of reputation for learning in the branch to which the memoir pertains, and to be accepted for publication only in case the report of this commission is favorable. 4. The commission to be chosen by the officers of the institution, and the name of the author, as far as practicable, concealed, unless a favorable decision be made. 5. The volumes of the memoirs to be exchanged for the transactions of literary and scientific societies, and copies to be given to all the colleges, and principal libraries, in this country. 1 part of the remaining copies may be offered for sale, and the other carefully preserved, to form complete sets of the work, to supply the demand from new institutions. 6. An abstract, or popular account, of the contents of these memoirs to be given to the public through the annual report of the Regents to Congress. 2. To increase knowledge, it is also proposed to appropriate a portion of the income, annually, to special objects of research, under the direction of suitable persons. 1. The objects, and the amount appropriated, to be recommended by counselors of the institution. 2. Appropriations in different years to different objects, so that in course of time, each branch of knowledge may receive a share. 3. The results obtained from these appropriations to be published, with the memoirs before mentioned, in the volumes of the Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge. 4. Examples of objects for which appropriations may be made. 1. System of extended meteorological observations for solving the problem of American storms. 2. Explorations in descriptive natural history, and geological, magnetical, and topographical surveys, to collect materials for the formation of a physical atlas of the United States. 3. Solution of experimental problems, such as a new determination of the weight of the Earth, of the velocity of electricity, and of light, chemical analyses of soils and plants, collection and publication of articles of science, accumulated in the offices of government. 4. Institution of statistical inquiries with reference to physical, moral, and political subjects. 5. Historical researches, and accurate surveys of places celebrated in American history. 6. Ethnological researches, particularly with reference to the different races of men in North America, also explorations, and accurate surveys, of the mounds and other remains of the ancient people of our country. To diffuse knowledge, it is proposed to publish a series of reports, giving an account of the new discoveries in science, and of the changes made from year to year in all branches of knowledge not strictly professional. Some of these reports may be published annually, others at longer intervals, as the income of the institution or the changes in the branches of knowledge may indicate. 2. The reports are to be prepared by collaborators, eminent in the different branches of knowledge. 3. Each collaborator to be furnished with the journals and publications, domestic and foreign, necessary to the compilation of his report, to be paid a certain sum for his labors, and to be named on the title page of the report. 4. The reports to be published in separate parts, so that persons interested in a particular branch, can procure the parts relating to it without purchasing the whole. 5. These reports may be presented to Congress, for partial distribution, the remaining copies to be given to literary and scientific institutions, and sold to individuals for a moderate price. The following are some of the subjects which may be embraced in the reports. Physical class. 1. Physics, including astronomy, natural philosophy, chemistry, and meteorology. 2. Natural history, including botany, zoology, geology, and C3. Agriculture. 4. Application of science to arts. 2. Moral and political class. 5. Ethnology, including particular history, comparative philology, antiquities, and C6. Statistics and political economy. 7. Mental and moral philosophy. 8. A survey of the political events of the world, penal reform, and C3. Literature and the fine arts. 9. Modern literature. 10. The fine arts, and their application to the useful arts. 11. Bibliography. 12. Obituary notices of distinguished individuals. 2. To diffuse knowledge, it is proposed to publish occasionally separate treatises on subjects of general interest. 1. These treatises may occasionally consist of valuable memoirs translated from foreign languages, or of articles prepared under the direction of the institution, or procured by offering premiums for the best exposition of a given subject. 2. The treatises to be submitted to a commission of competent judges, previous to their publication. Details of the second part of the plan of organization. This part contemplates the formation of a library, a museum, and a gallery of art. 1. To carry out the plan before described, a library will be required, consisting, first, of a complete collection of the transactions and proceedings of all the learned societies in the world, 2d, of the more important current periodical publications, and other works necessary in preparing the periodical reports. 2. The institution should make special collections, particularly of objects to verify its own publications. Also a collection of instruments of research in all branches of experimental science. 3. With reference to the collection of books, other than those mentioned above, catalogs of all the different libraries in the United States should be procured, in order that the valuable books first purchased may be such as are not to be found elsewhere in the United States. 4. Also catalogs of memoirs, and of books in foreign libraries, and other materials, should be collected for rendering the institution a center of bibliographical knowledge, whence the student may be directed to any work which he may require. 5. It is believed that the collections in natural history will increase by donation as rapidly as the income of the institution can make provisions for their reception, and, therefore, it will seldom be necessary to purchase any articles of this kind. 6. Attempts should be made to procure for the gallery of art casts of the most celebrated articles of ancient and modern sculpture. 7. The arts may be encouraged by providing a room, free of expense, for the exhibition of the objects of the art union and other similar societies. 8. A small appropriation should annually be made for models of antiquities, such as those of the remains of ancient temples, and c9. For the present, or until the building is fully completed, Only one permanent assistant to the secretary will be required, to act as librarian. 10. The secretary and his assistants, during the session of Congress, will be required to illustrate new discoveries in science, and to exhibit new objects of art. Distinguished individuals should also be invited to give lectures on subjects of general interest. 11. When the building is completed, and when, in accordance with the Act of Congress, the charge of the National Museum is given to the Smithsonian Institution, other assistants will be required. The first memoir of the proper character presented after the adoption of the foregoing plan of organization, was the one which occupies the present volume. It was submitted in accordance with the rule adopted, to a commission of examination, consisting of a committee of the members of the American Ethnological Society, and on the favorable report of this committee and the responsibility of the Society, the memoir was accepted for publication. The following is the correspondence which took place on the occasion. Correspondence, etc. Chillicothe, Ohio, May 15, 1847. Dear Sir, it is proposed in the recognized plan of organization of the Smithsonian Institution, of which you are the executive officer, to publish, under the title of Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge, such original papers and memoirs as shall constitute valuable additions to the sum of human knowledge. Under the belief that it falls legitimately within the scope of the above plan, the undersigned herewith submit for acceptance and publication, subject to the prescribed rules of the institution, a Ms. memoir entitled Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley, comprising the results of extensive original surveys and explorations, by E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis. The extent of these investigations, and their general character, are sufficiently indicated in the prefatory remarks to the volume. With high consideration, we are truly yours, E. G. Squire, Joseph Henry, Esq., Secretary Smithsonian Institution. E. H. Davis. Princeton, June 2, 1847. Dear Sir, I am authorized by the Regents of the Smithsonian Institution, to publish, in the numbers of the Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge, any memoir which may be presented for this purpose, provided, that, on a careful examination by a commission of competent judges, the memoir shall be found to be a new and interesting addition to knowledge, resting on original research. The accompanying memoir, entitled Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley, etc., having been presented for publication, I beg leave to refer the same, through you, to the American Ethnological Society, with the request that a committee of the members may be appointed to examine and report on the character of the work, with reference to the particulars above mentioned. If the report of the committee be favorable, the memoir, without further consideration, will be accepted for publication, full confidence being placed in the ability of the committee to judge of the article, and in their caution in making up their opinion. I have the honor to be, very respectfully, your OBT servant, Joseph Henry, Secretary Smithsonian INST. Honorable Albert Gallatin, President American Ethnological Society. New York, June 12, 1847. Dear Sir, I have the honor to enclose a copy of the proceedings and resolutions of the New York Ethnological Society, upon the Ms. work on American Antiquities, by Messrs. E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis, submitted with your letter of the 2d instant. I approve entirely of the resolutions and recommendations of the Society. The publication of Mr. C. Atwater, in the first volume of the Transactions of the American Antiquarian Society of Worcester, which appeared 20 years ago, is as yet, so far as I know, the only general account of the antiquarian remains of the West, which is entitled to any credit. Yet, many mistakes have been discovered in it, and it is very incomplete, and in no degree to be compared to the extensive researches of the gentlemen above mentioned. What has particularly recommended their labors to me is their love of truth. Such are the combined effects of the fondness for the marvelous, of the illusions of the imagination, of credulity, thirst of notoriety and lack of discrimination, that, in many specific statements, and in almost all the general accounts of our Western antiquities, which I have seen, the most vague and fabulous reports, independent of most groundless theories, and even flagrant impositions, are so mixed with true accounts, as to render it almost impossible, even for the American reader, to make the proper discrimination, or arrive at a correct estimate of their extent or character. Whatever may be the intrinsic value of the remains of former times which are found in the United States, it is necessary that they should at least be correctly described, and that existing gross errors should be corrected, and I repeat my conviction that, though ardent, Messrs. Squire and Davis are animated by that thorough love of truth, which renders their researches worthy of entire confidence. Late ethnological researches have thrown such light on the history of man, that it is unnecessary to dwell on their general utility. With respect to those which relate to the Indians of the United States, I am ready to acknowledge, the field is comparatively barren, and the results hitherto attained neither satisfactory nor refreshing. Still, with proper caution, important information may be acquired, on what man, insulated, and without intercourse with other nations, can, by his solitary efforts, accomplish. In order, however, to attain these results, considerations, foreign to the immediate object of this letter, are required, which may hereafter be made the subject of another communication. I have the honor to be, N.C. Albert Gallatin. Professor J. Henry, Secretary Smithsonian Institution. At a regular meeting of the American Ethnological Society, held at the house of Honorable Albert Gallatin, on the evening of the 4th of June, the President laid before the members a communication from Professor J. Henry, Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, transmitting for the examination and opinion of the Society, a Ms. work on the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley. On motion, the letter and accompanying Ms. were referred to a committee, consisting of Edward Robinson, D.D., John R. Bartlett, Professor W. W. Turner, Samuel G. Morton, M.D., and Honorable George P. Marsh, to report upon the same. At a subsequent meeting of this society, the committee submitted the following report and resolutions, which were unanimously accepted and adopted. Report. The Committee of the American Ethnological Society, to which was referred the communication of the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, transmitting a manuscript work entitled Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley, comprising the results of extensive original surveys and explorations, by E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis, beg leave to report that they have examined the work in question, and regard it not only as a new and interesting, but an eminently valuable addition to our stock of knowledge on a subject little understood, but in which is felt a deep and constantly increasing interest, both in our country and abroad. In their judgment the work is worthy of the subject, and highly creditable to the authors. Its chief features are, a scientific arrangement, simplicity and directness of statement, and legitimate deduction of facts, while there is no attempt at mere speculation or theory. If published, it will be an enduring monument to connect the names of the investigators in honorable and lasting remembrance with the great subject of American archaeology. The existence and progress of these investigations were made known to the Society by correspondence, early in the year 1846, and in June of that year, specimens of the relics recovered, accompanied by numerous maps and plans of ancient earthworks and sectional views of the mounds from which the remains were taken, were laid before the Society by Mr. Squire in person. These excited deep interest and surprise in all who saw them, and the Society immediately took measures to encourage further investigation, and secure the publication, under its own auspices, of the important results already obtained. A few months later, the chairman of the present committee, being in Ohio, was enabled, through the kindness of Messrs. Squire and Davis, to visit several of the more important monuments in the immediate vicinity of Chillicothe, and among these Mound City, so called, from which very many of the minor relics and specimens were procured. He was struck with the accuracy of the plans and drawings as well as of the accounts which had been laid before the Society, and bears full testimony to the fidelity and integrity with which the process of investigation and delineation has been conducted. During the last and present season the researches of these gentlemen have been actively prosecuted and widely extended, and the above work, largely illustrated, comprising the results, has been prepared. These results are so numerous and important, and consequently such is the extent and magnitude of the work itself, as to put its publication beyond any means which the Society can command. Under these circumstances, your committee learn with pleasure that preliminary arrangements have been made for its publication by the Smithsonian Institution, among its contributions to knowledge. It can only be a matter of sincere gratification to this Society, to see that which it cannot itself accomplish for the history and antiquities of our country, taken up and carried out under such favorable auspices, and they cannot but rejoice that an opportunity is thus afforded to that noble institution of opening its high career, by fostering scientific research into the interesting problems connected with the ante-Columbian history and ancient monuments of our own country. In view of these facts, your committee would recommend the adoption of the following resolutions by the Society. Resolved, that this Society regard the researches of Messrs. Squire and Davis, as of very great importance in American archaeology, and as casting much light upon our aboriginal antiquities, especially upon the character and habits of the earliest races which had their seat in the Mississippi Valley. Resolved, that we regard the work prepared upon this subject, as one of great general interest, and as worthy to be adopted for publication by the Smithsonian Institution, both as resting on original researches, and as affording remarkable illustrations of the history of the American continent. Your committee would also append to this report, the accompanying letters from Samuel G. Morton, M.D., of Philadelphia, and Honorable George P. Marsh, of Vermont, both members of this Society, and joint members of this committee. All of which is respectfully submitted. Committee: Edward Robinson, John R. Bartlett, W. W. Turner, New York, June, 1847. New York, June 9, 1847. I have examined, with much interest and attention, the manuscripts, drawings, and ancient remains in the possession of Mr. E. G. Squire, and am happy to say that my previous impressions concerning the value of the researches of that gentleman and his associate, are fully confirmed. It is fortunate for the cause of American archaeology, that the systematic attempt at its elucidation should have been conceived and executed in so truly philosophical a spirit, and, rich as this age already is in antiquarian lore, it has, I think, received few more important contributions than that which the enlightened and generous zeal of these two private gentlemen is about to confer upon it. The Smithsonian collection could not begin with a more appropriate or creditable essay, and I hope that every facility may be afforded to the investigators, in bringing before the public the results of their honorable labors, in as suitable a form and with as little delay as possible. Signed, G.O.P. Marsh. Philadelphia, June 8, 1847. As a member of the Committee of the American Ethnological Society, appointed to report on the Memoir on American Archaeology, by Messrs. E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis, I have great pleasure in saying, that after a careful and repeated inspection of the materials in the hands of those gentlemen, I am convinced they constitute by far the most important contribution to the archaeology of the United States, that has ever been offered to the public. The number and accuracy of their plans, sketches, and have both interested and surprised me, and it is gratifying to learn that the preliminary arrangements have been made for their publication under the honorable auspices of the Smithsonian Institution. Signed, Samuel George Morton. To ensure accuracy in the present volume, the plates and engravings have been prepared under the supervision of Mr. E. G. Squire, who has also had the general direction of the press. The sheets as they were printed, were also examined by Professor W. W. Turner, of New York, and Mr. F. A. Teal. The wood engravings were executed by Messrs. Orr and Richardson, and Mr. J. W. Orr, from drawings on the blocks, chiefly by W. M. Wade and Mr. Hamilton Brown. The lithographic engraving was executed by Messrs. Sereny and Major, and the printing by Mr. E. O. Jenkins. Officers of the Smithsonian Institution. Ex officio Presiding Officer of the Institution. The President of the United States, ex officio Second Presiding Officer. The Vice President of the United States, Chancellor of the Institution. George M. Dallas, Secretary of the Institution. Joseph Henry, Assistant Secretary, acting as Librarian. Charles C. Jewett, Executive Committee. William W. Seaton, Alexander D. Back, James A. Pearce. Regents. Vice President of the United States. George M. Dallas, Chief Justice of the United States. Roger B. Taney, Mayor of the City of Washington. William W. Seaton, Members of the Senate of the United States. James A. Pearce, Sidney Breese, Jefferson Davis, Members of the House of Representatives. Henry W. Hilliard, George P. Marsh, Robert McClelland, citizen of Massachusetts. Rufus Choate, citizen of New York. Gideon Hawley, citizen of South Carolina. William C. Preston, citizen of Pennsylvania. Richard Rush, MEM. Of NATINST, Washington. Alexander D. Back, Joseph G. Totten, members ex officio of the institution. President of the United States. James K. Polk, Vice President of the United States. George M. Dallas, Secretary of State of the United States. James Buchanan, Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. Robert J. Walker, Secretary of War of the United States. William L. Marcy, Secretary of the Navy of the United States. John Y. Mason, Postmaster General of the United States. Cave Johnson, Attorney General of the United States. Isaac Toucey, Chief Justice of the United States. Roger B. Taney, Commissioner of Patents of the United States. Edmund Burke, Mayor of the City of Washington. William W. Seaton, Honorary Members of the Institution. No honorary members have yet been elected. Ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley, comprising the results of extensive original surveys and explorations. By E. G. Squire, A.M., and E. H. Davis, M.D. accepted for publication by the Smithsonian Institution. June 1847. To Hon. Albert Gallatin, statesman and philosopher, in acknowledgement of his patriotic services and scientific achievements, this work is respectfully dedicated. Contents. Contents: 18 List of plates, XX List of wood engravings, 15 Chapter I General Observations on the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley, 1-8 Earthworks, NCLO Shores, Works of Defense, 8-47 3 Sacred Enclosures, 47-104 4 Monuments of the Southern States, 104-124 V Monuments of the Northwest, 124-139 6 Earthworks, the Mounds, Mounds of Sacrifice, 139-161 7 Mounds of Sepulture, 161-173 8 Temple Mounds, 173 to 178. 9 anomalous mounds, mounds of observation, stone heaps, 178 to 186. X remains of art found in the mounds, pottery and articles of clay, 186 to 196. 11 implements of metal, 196 to 204. 12 ornaments of metal, 204 to 210. 13 implements of stone, etc., 210 to 231. 14 ornaments of stone, bone, etc., 231 to 242. 15 sculptures from the mounds, 242 to 278. 16 metals, fossils, minerals, etc., of the mounds, 279 to 288. 17 crania from the mounds, 288 to 293. 18 sculptured or inscribed rocks, 293 to 301. 19 concluding observations, 301 to 306. List of plates. I view of ancient works at Marietta, 2. Map of a section of 12 miles of Scioto Valley 3. Map of a section of 6 miles of Miami Valley 4. Number 2. Map of 6 miles of Paint Creek Valley, 4. Stonework near Bourneville, Roscoe, Ohio, 11v. Fort Hill, Highland County, Ohio, 14-6. Fortified Hill, Butler County, Ohio, 16-7. Fort Ancient, Warren County, Ohio, 18-8. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 21. Number 2. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 22. Number 3. Ancient Work near Piquet, Miami-Co, Ohio, 23. Number 4. Ancient Work near Dayton, Montgomery County, Ohio, 23-9. Fortified Hill near Granville, Licking-Co, Ohio, 24. Number 2. Fortified Hill at the mouth of Great Miami River, 25. Number 3. Ancient Work near Lexington, Kentucky, 26x. Ancient Work, Ross County, Ohio, 26-11. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 29. Number 2. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 29. Number 3. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 3012. Stonework on Duck River, Tennessee, 31. Number 2. Ancient Work, Preble County, Ohio, 33. Number 3. Ancient Work, Greene County, Ohio, 33. Number 4. Ancient Work, Ross County, Ohio, 34-13. Ancient Work, Bourbon County, Kentucky, 35. Number 2. Coleraine Works, Butler County, Ohio, 35-14. Ancient Work, Pickaway County, Ohio, 36. Number 2. Ancient Work, Franklin County, Ohio, 36. Number 3. Ancient Work, Fayette County, Kentucky, 36. Number 4. Ancient Work, Fayette County, Kentucky, 36-15. Ancient Work, Huron County, Ohio, 37. Number 2. Ancient Work, Ashtabula County, Ohio, 38. Number 3. Ancient Work, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, 38. Number 4. Ancient Work, Lorain County, Ohio, 39. Number 5. Ancient Work, Lorain County, Ohio, 39. Number 6. Ancient Work, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, 40. Number 7. Ancient Work, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, 40. Number 8. Ancient Work, Wood County, Ohio, 40-16. High Bank Works, Ross County, Ohio, 50-17. Hopeton Works, Ross County, Ohio, 51-18. Cedar Bank Works Ross County, Ohio 5219. Mound City Ross County, Ohio 54XX. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 56XXI. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 57 number 2. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 57 number 3. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 58 number 4. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 59XXII. Junction Group Ross County, Ohio 60 number 2. Blackwater Group Ross County, Ohio 61XXIII. Dunlap's Works Ross County, Ohio 63 number 2. Ancient Work Athens County, Ohio 64XXIV. Ancient Work Pike County, Ohio 66XXV. Newark Works Licking County, Ohio, 67XXVI. Marietta Works Washington County, Ohio 73XXVII. Portsmouth Works, Scioto County, Ohio 77XXVII. Portsmouth Works Group A 78 number 2. Portsmouth Works Group B 80 number 3. Portsmouth Works Group C 81XXIX. Ancient Works Montgomery County, Ohio 82 number 2. Ancient Works, Scioto County, Ohio, 83 number 3. Ancient Works Franklin County, Ohio, 84XXX. Ancient Works, Butler County, Ohio 85 number 2. Ancient Works Butler County, Ohio 85 number 3. Ancient Works Ross County, Ohio 86 number 4. Stonework Ross County, Ohio 87XXXI. Graded Way, Pike County, Ohio, 88 number 2. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio, 90 number 3. Ancient Work Butler County, Ohio 90 number 4. Ancient Work Butler County, Ohio, 90XXXII. Ancient Work, Butler County, Ohio 91 number 2. Ancient Work Washington County, Ohio 92 number 3. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 92 number 4. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 92 number 5. Ancient Work Ross County, Ohio 92 number 6. Ancient Work Montgomery Co. Kentucky, 93XXXIII. Ancient Work Montgomery Co. Kentucky, 93 number 2. Ancient Work Randolph County, Indiana 94 Thursiv. Ancient Work, Clermont County, Ohio, 94 number 2. Ancient Work Clermont County, Ohio 95 number 3. Ancient Work, Greene County, Ohio 95 number 4. Ancient Work Greene County, Ohio 95XXXV. Great Serpent, Adams County, Ohio 9630. The Cross Pickaway County, Ohio 97 number 2. The Alligator, Licking County, Ohio 98 number 3. Ancient Work, Fairfield County, Ohio 100 number 4. Map of section of Newark Valley, 101XXXVII. Ancient Work Watery District SC 105 38th. Ancient Works on Etowah River, Alabama 108. Ancient Works on Tennessee River, Alabama 109 number 2. Ancient Works, Chickasaw Surveys, Miss 110 number 3. Ancient Works, Lafayette County, Miss 111 number 4. Ancient Works, Prairie Jefferson, Louisiana, 113 36. Ancient Work, Madison Parish, Louisiana, 115. Ancient Work, Bolivar County, Mississippi, 116 XL. Ancient Works, Dade County, Wisconsin, 126 XLI. Ancient Works, Dade County, Wisconsin, 127 number 2. Ancient Works, Dade County, Wisconsin, 127 XLII. Ancient Works, Dade County, Wisconsin. 128 Number 2. Ancient Works, Richland County, Wisconsin. 128 Slien. Ancient Works, Grant County, Wisconsin. 129 NOS 2-13, various localities. 130 XLIV. Ancient Work on Rock River, Wisconsin. 131 NOS 2-8, various localities. 132 XLV. View of Great Mound at Marietta. 138 XLVI. Pottery from the Mounds. 139 Slayii. Crania from the Mounds. 288 Slayeath. Crania from the Mounds. 288 Lithographers Sarani and Major, 117 Fulton Street, New York. Wood Engravers Orr and Richardson, 90 Fulton Street, New York. Printer Edward O. Jenkins, 114 Nassau Street, New York. Plate Supplemental Data. Plate Date of Survey. Surveyors Delineators. I. Charles Sullivan, 2. 1847 E. G. Squire, 3. 1840 James McBride, number 2. 1847 E. G. Squire, 4. 1847 E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis. E. G. Squire, v. 1846 E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis. E. G. Squire, 6. 1836 James McBride. James McBride. 7. 1842 John Locke, M.D. John Locke. 8. 1840 James McBride and J. W. Irwin, James McBride, number 2. 1840 James McBride J. W. Irwin, James McBride, number 3. 1846 James McBride, James McBride, number 4. 1846 James McBride and Sam Fowler, James McBride, 9. 1847 E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis, E. G. Squire. Number 2. Number 3. 1818 C. S. Rafinesque, C. S. Rafinesque. X 1845 E. G. Squire and E. H. Davis, E. G. Squire, 11. 1836 James McBride and J. W. Irwin, J. W. Irwin, number 2. 1832 James McBride, James McBride. Number 3. 1840 James McBride and J. W. Irwin, James McBride, 12. C. S. Rafinesque, C. S. Rafinesque, number 2. 1846 James McBride. James McBride, number 3. 1846 St. Oeans and L. K. Dill, St. Oeans, number 4. 1846 P. N. White, P. N. White, 13. 1820 C. S. Rafinesque, C. S. Rafinesque, number 2. 1836 James McBride and J. W. Irwin, James McBride, 14. Charles Whittlesey, Charles Whittlesey, number 2. Charles Whittlesey, Charles Whittlesey, number 3. 1820 C. S. Rafinesque. C. S. Rafinesque, number 4. 1820 C. S. Rafinesque. C. S. Rafinesque. 15 Charles Whittlesey, Charles Whittlesey, number 2. Charles Whittlesey, Charles Whittlesey, number 3. Charles Whittlesey, Charles Whittlesey, number 4. Charles Whittlesey, number 5. Charles Whittlesey, number 6. Charles Whittlesey, number 7. Charles Whittlesey, number 8. Charles Whittlesey 16. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire 17. 1845 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire 18. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire 19. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire XX. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire XXI. 1847 E.G. Squire number 2. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 3. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 4. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire XXII. 1845 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 2. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire XXIII. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 2. 1836 S.P. Hildreth XXIV. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, XXV. 1836 C. Whittlesey E.G.S. and E.H.D. XXVI. 1837 C. Whittlesey and E.G. Squire Charles Whittlesey, XXVII. 1847 E.G. Squire, XXVIII. 1846 E.G. Squire and D. Morton E.G. Squire, number 2. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis, E.G. Squire, number 3. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis, E.G. Squire, XXIX. James McBride, number 2. Charles Whittlesey, number 3. 1823 Charles Whittlesey, XXX. 1840 James McBride, number 2. 1847 James McBride and J.W. Irwin, James McBride, number 3. 1845 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, number 4. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, XXXI. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, number 2. James McBride and J.W. Irwin number 3. James McBride and J.W. Irwin number 4. 1842 James McBride and J.W. Irwin James McBride XXXII. James McBride and J.W. Irwin James McBride number 2. 1846 number 3. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, number 4. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, number 5. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire, number 6. 1818 C.S. Rafinesque, XXXIII. 1818 C.S. Rafinesque, number 2. 1847 James McBride, Thursive. 1847 E.H. Davis, number 2. Jen Lytle, Gen Lytle, number 3. 1846 Esquile and El Cadillo number 4. 1846 Esquile and El Cadillo XXXV. 1846 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire 30. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 2. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 3. 1847 E.G. Squire and E.H. Davis E.G. Squire number 4. 1847 E.G. Squire XXXVII. William Blanding 38th. C.S. Rafinesque. C.S. Rafinesque. Number 2. 1846 R. Morris. R. Morris. Number 3. 1846 R. Morris. R. Morris. Number 4. C.G. Forshee. C.G. Forshee. 36 James Hoff. James Hoff. James Hoff. James Hoff. XLRC Taylor. R.C. Taylor. XLIRC Taylor and John Locke. Number 2. John Locke. John Locke. XLII John Locke. John Locke. Number 2. S. Taylor. S. Taylor. Slyene S. Taylor. S. Taylor. S. Taylor. S. Taylor. XLIV S. Taylor. S. Taylor. XLV 1847 C. Sullivan. XLVIEG Squire. Slay I. J. French. Slay 8th J. French. List of wood engravings. One view of Great Mound at Miamisburg, Ohio, 3-2. Section, exhibiting Sept Area, 13-3. Group of mounds within an enclosure, 27-4. Plan of ancient work, Lorain County, Ohio, 39-5. Plan of ancient work, Lorain County, Ohio, 39-6. Plan of ancient work, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, 47. Plan of ancient work, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, 48. Plan of ancient work, Wood County, Ohio, 49. Circle and truncated pyramid, 5310. Plan of ancient work, at Circleville, Ohio, 6011. Plan of sacred enclosure, Pike County, Ohio, 6612. Bird-shaped mound, Newark, Ohio, 6813. View of gateway of octagon, Newark, Ohio, 6914. Truncated mound covering gateway, 6915. Crownwork of circle, 6916. View of observatory at Newark, 7017. Elevated squares at Marietta, Ohio, 7418. Plan of ancient work, Parkersburg, Virginia, 7719. Circle and mound, Greenup County, Kentucky, 8220. Graded way, Piketon, Ohio, 8821. Plan of ancient work in Alabama, 10922. Plan of ancient work in Bolivar County, Mississippi, 11623. Public square of the Muskogulges, 12124. Mound at Mount Royal, Florida, 12225. Plan of mound and parallels, 12226. Plan of works in Wisconsin, 13327. Group illustrating the forms of the mounds, 13928. Hill mounds, 14129. Section of sacrificial mound, 14430. Structure of mounds, 144-31. Section of sacrificial mound, 147-32. Plan of altar, 147-33. Section of sacrificial mound, 148-34. Section of sacrificial mound, 149-35. Section of altar, 150-36. Section of altar, 150-37. Section of sacrificial mound, 152-38. Plan of altar, 152-39. Section of sacrificial mound, 153-40. Position of recent deposits, 153-41. Section of sacrificial mound, 154-42. Plan of excavation, etc. 154-43. Section of sacrificial mound, 155-44. Section of sacrificial mound, 156-45. Section of sacrificial mound, 156-46. Section of a stratified mound, 158-47. Section of a mound, 159-48. View of elliptical mound, 160-49. Group of sepulchral mounds, 161-50. Section of sepulchral mound, 162-51. Plan of sepulchral chamber, 162-52. Section of sepulchral mound, 164-53. Position of skeleton, 164-54. Section of sepulchral mound, 165-55. Section of Grave Creek mound, 169-56. View of Grave Creek mound, 169-57. Plans of groups of mounds, 170-58. Mounds of Oregon, 171-59. Terraced mound, 173-60. Plan of Cahokia mound, 174-61. Lozenge-shaped mound, 175-62. Section of a truncated mound, 176-63. Plan of an ancient octagonal terrace, 176-64. Plan of an ancient rectangular terrace, 176-65. Plan of temple mound with graded ascent, 177-66. Group of sepulchral mounds, 177-67. Plan and section of anomalous mound, 178-68. Ancient pipe from the mounds, 179-69. Section of anomalous mound, 180-70. Conical mound, 185-71. Ancient pottery, 3 figures, 191-72. Ancient pottery, 3 figures, 192-73. Ancient earthen vessel, 192-74. Ancient earthen vessel, 192-75. Ancient terracotta, 193-76. Terracotta from the mounds, 194-77. Terracotta from the mounds, 194-78. Terracotta from the mounds, 194-79. Terracotta from the mounds, 194-80. Terracotta from the mounds, 194-81. Copper axe from the mounds, 197-82. Earthen pipes, 2 figures, 197-83. Adjustment of ancient axes, 198-84. Copper axe from the mounds, 199.85. Copper gravers from the mounds, 5 figures, 286. Copper spearhead and knife, 201.87. Ancient copper implements, 5 figures, 201.88. Copper bracelets from the mounds, 204.89. Copper gorgets from the mounds, 205.90. Copper ornament from the mounds, 206.91. Copper ornament from the mounds, 206.92. Ancient work block of stone, 206.93. Copper beads from the mounds, 207.94. Copper fibulae from the mounds, 207.95. Copper bands, etc., 207.96. Silver beads from the mounds, 207.97. Silver cross, 208.98. An article of lead, 209.99. Flint spearheads, 3 figures, 211.100. Quartz spearhead, 211.101. Ancient Mexican macuahuitl, 211.102. Sword of Pacific Islanders, 211.103. Arrowheads, 9 figures, 212.104. Hornstone discs, 3 figures, 214.105. Flint knives, 3 figures, 215.106. Hematite cutting implements, 215.107. Slate cutting implements, 216.108. Ancient stone axe, 216.109. Ancient stone axe, 4 figures, 217.110. Stone axe from mounds, 217.111. Stone hand axe, 218.112. Ancient stone axe, 4 figures, 218.113. Ancient Scandinavian axes, 2 figures, 218.114. Ancient ornamented axes, 6 figures, 218.115. Ancient ornamented axe, 219.116. Ancient club head of stone, 219.117. Ancient club head of stone, 219.118. Pestles of stone, 2 figures, 220.119. Implements of bone, 3 figures. 220.120. Ancient bone awls, 220.121. Discoidal stones, 6 figures, 221.122. Tubes of stone, 2 figures, 224.123. Ornamented stone tube, 225.124. Stone tube, 226.125. Stone tubes, 227.126. Ancient mound pipe, 227.127. Granite pipe, 228.128. Modern Indian pipes, 230.129. Beads of shell, 232.130. Beads of shell, 3 figures, 233.131. Pendants, 8 figures, 234.132. Pendants of stone, 235.133. Stone gorgets, 2 figures, 236.134. Stone gorget, 237 135. Stone gorget, 237 136. Stone gorgets, 17 figures, 237 137. Section of gorget, 238 138. Stone ornaments, 239 139. Prismatic tube, 240 140. Articles of stone, 240 141. Mica ornaments, 240 142. Sculptured head from the mounds, 2 views, 244 143. Sculptured head from the mounds, 2 views, 244 144. Sculptured head from the mounds, 2 views, 245 145. Sculptured head from the mounds, 2 views, 245 146. Ancient sculpture, 247 147. Sculptured pipe, 247 148. Sculptured pipe, 248 149. Sculptured pipe, 249 150. Mask of stone, 250 151. Mask of stone, 251 152. Mask of stone, 251 153. Sculpture of the Manitus, 251 154. Sculpture of the Manitus, 252 155. Sculpture of the Beaver, 256 156. Sculpture of the Otter, 256 157. Sculpture of the Otter, 256 158. Sculpture of the Panther, 256 159. Sculpture of the Panther, 256 160. Sculpture of the Panther, 256 161. Sculptured head of elk, 257 162. Sculptured head, 258 163. Sculptured head, 258 164. Sculpture of tufted heron, 259 165. Sculpture of eagle, 259 166. Sculpture of hawk, 261 167. Sculpture of swallow, 261 168. Sculpture of summer duck, 261 169. Sculpture of toucan, 261 170. Sculpture of grouse, 261 171. Sculpture of turkey buzzard, 261 172. Sculpture of parakeet, 263 173. Sculpture of bird, 263 174. Sculpture of bird, 263 175. Sculpture of bird, 263 176. Sculpture of bird, 263 177. Sculpture of bird, 264 178. Sculpture of toucan, 266 179. Sculpture of unknown bird, 267 180. Heads of eagles, 267 181. Head of raven, 267 182. Sculpture of unknown bird, 267 183. Sculpture of Toad, 269 184. Sculpture of Toad, 269 185. Sculpture of Frog, 269 186. Sculpture of Rattlesnake, 269 187. Sculptured Head of Goose, 269 188. Sculptured Death's Head, 269 189. Sculptured Head of Bear, 271 190. Sculptured Head of Wolf, 271 191. Sculptured Head of Unknown Animal, 271 192. Sculptured Head of Unknown Animal, 271 193. Sculptured Head of Unknown Animal, 271 194. Front view of tablet found at Cincinnati, 275 195. Reverse of same, 275 196. Carving of rattlesnake, coiled, 276 197. Shark's teeth, fossil, 282 198. Marine shell, Pyrula perversa, 283 199. Section of hill mound, 289 200. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 294 201. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 295 202. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 295 203. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 296 204. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 296 205. Inscribed rock on Guyandotte River, Virginia, 297 206. Inscribed rock on Ohio River, 298 207. Site of sculptured rocks of the Guyandotte 299. Preface. The fact of the existence, within the valley of the Mississippi River and its tributaries, of many ancient monuments of human labor and skill, seems to have escaped the notice of the adventurers who first made known to the world the extent and fertility of that vast region. Except some incidental allusions by La Vega, and the Portuguese chronicler of De Soto's unfortunate expedition, to structures bearing some analogy to those of the West, and which seem to have been occupied, if they were not built, by the Indians of Florida, we find no mention made of these monuments by any of the earlier explorers. No sooner, however, had trade been opened with the Indians beyond the Alleghenies, and the valley of the Mississippi begun to attract the attention of the rival nations that laid claim to this division of the continent, then the less prominent features of the country became subjects of observation and remark. Then, for the first time, we find these ancient monuments distinctly alluded to. It was not, however, until some time afterwards, when settlements had been established at various prominent points within the valley, and the tide of emigration began to flow thitherward, that any special attention was directed to them. Carver in 1776, and Hart and others in 1791, were among the earliest of these observers at the North. Their accounts, however, served scarcely to make known the existence of these remains, and failed to convey any clear idea of their extent or character. But as the country became better known and more densely populated, notices of their existence became more numerous, and some detailed accounts of particular groups were presented to the world, in the form of incidental notices in books of travel and local gazetters, or in contributions to the pages of periodicals, and to the transactions of learned societies. Harris, in his Tour into the Territory northwest of the Ohio, published in 1805, noticed at considerable length the ancient remains at Marietta on the Ohio River, and H. Brackenridge, one of the most accurate of the early explorers of the West, in his Views of Louisiana, published in 1814, and in a paper in the first volume of the new series of the Transactions of the American Philosophical Society, presented accounts of ancient remains at various points, together with some general remarks upon our antiquities, distinguished for their comprehensiveness and sound philosophical spirit. Bishop Madison of Virginia, in 1803, addressed to Dr. Barton, then Vice President of the American Philosophical Society, a communication of considerable length upon the supposed fortifications of the Western country, which was published in the 6th volume of the old series of the Transactions of that institution. It contains some interesting facts relative to the ancient remains found within the valley of the Great Kenhawa River in Virginia, and is principally devoted to combating the popular notion that all the ancient earthworks were of defensive origin. Bartram, in his animated Journal of Travels in Florida, published in 1779, makes frequent mention of the ancient remains which fell under his notice. His accounts have been amply confirmed by later observations, and they may be regarded as presenting a very accurate view of their general character. Previous to Bartram's expedition, Adair, in his account of the American Indians, published in 1775, mentioned the existence of these remains, but gave no details respecting them. In 1817, DeWitt Clinton, whose active mind neglected no department of inquiry, read a paper before the Literary and Philosophical Society of New York, an institution no longer existing, upon the antiquities of the western part of New York, which was subsequently published in a pamphlet form. It gave a connected view of these antiquities so far as then known, and indicated their character with such clearness, as to identify them at once as belonging to that imposing class of remains found in the valley of the Mississippi. Macaulay, in his History of New York, published at a later period, 1829, added considerably to the number of facts presented by Mr. Clinton. Among the earliest and more important contributions to the general stock of information respecting the Western monuments, is the chapter entitled Antiquities, contained in the Natural and Statistical View of Cincinnati and the Miami Country, by Daniel Drake, M.D., published in 1815. It not only embraces many facts, but is free from the tendency towards exaggeration which has been the prevailing fault of most that has been written upon the subject of American antiquities. In connection with what was published by Mr. Brackenridge, and at a subsequent date by the late President Harrison, Address before the Historical Society of Ohio, 1832, it presents a better view of the ancient remains of the region north of the Ohio, than can be obtained from any other source. Mr. Atwater's memoir, in the Transactions of the American Antiquarian Society, alone accepted. It would be impossible, as it is unnecessary, particularly to point out all that has been published upon this subject, chiefly consisting, as it does, of detached and incidental observations. In addition to the several authorities above named, we may mention Lewis and Clark, Major Long, Dr. Edwin James, Henry R. Schoolcraft, Timothy Flint, Hugh Williamson, Dr. Barton, Reverend Joseph Doddridge, President Jefferson, Dr. Louis C. Beck, Drive S. P. Hildreth, Keating, Haywood, Howe, Nuttall, Latrobe, Roche Foucault, Short, Collins, Dickinson, Brown, Featherston Haw, Professors Gerard Troost, John Locke and C. G. Forshee, R. C. and S. Taylor, Prince Maximilian, Professor Rafinesque, Charles Whittlesey, etc., etc., as among those who have contributed to the general stock of information upon this subject. The first attempt towards a general account of the ancient monuments of the West, was made by Mr. Caleb Atwater, who deserves the credit of being the pioneer in this department. His memoir, constituting 150 octavo pages, was published in the first volume of the Archaeologia Americana, in 1819. It contains plans and descriptions of a considerable number of ancient works embracing the imposing structures at Marietta, Newark, Portsmouth, Circleville, etc., etc., with accounts of a variety of ancient remains found in the mounds. It gives a better conception of the number, magnitude, and more obvious characteristics of the monuments treated of, than was before possessed, and for a time appeared to have satisfied public inquiry. It contains many errors, for which however we can find a ready apology in the unsettled state of the country, and the attendant difficulties of investigation at the time it was written, errors which, under present advantages of research, would be inexcusable. The facts presented by the earlier of the authorities above named, have been collected by various authors, either in support of a favorite hypothesis, or with a view of conveying to the world some conception of the antiquities of our country. These compilations, however, have proved eminently unsatisfactory, not less from the vague nature of the original accounts, than from the circumstance that they were in most instances mixed up with the crudest speculations and the wildest conjectures. Even when this was not the case, the fact that the original observations were made in a disconnected and casual manner, served still further to confuse the mind of the student and render generalization impossible. It was under an impression of existing deficiencies in these respects, the paucity of facts, and the loose manner in which most of them had been presented, that the investigations recorded in this memoir were commenced and prosecuted. At the outset, as indispensable to independent judgment, all preconceived notions were abandoned, and the work of research commenced de novo, as if nothing had been known or said concerning the remains to which attention was directed. It was concluded that if these monuments were capable of reflecting any certain light upon the grand archaeological questions connected with the primitive history of the American continent, the origin, migrations, and early state of the American race, that then they should be more carefully and minutely, and above all, more systematically investigated. The locality chosen for the commencement of operations is a section of the Scioto River and Paint Creek valleys, of which the city of Chillicothe is the center, and which possesses a deserved celebrity for its beauty, unexampled fertility, and the great number, size, and variety of its ancient remains. Situated in the middle of southern Ohio, and possessing a mild and salubrious climate, this seems to have been one of the centers of ancient population, and, probably, no other equal portion of the Mississippi basin furnishes so rich and interesting a field for the antiquarian. A glance at the map of a section of 12 miles of the Scioto Valley, with its ancient monuments, Plate 2, will fully illustrate this remark. The plan of operations was agreed upon, and the field work commenced, early in the spring of 1845. Subsequently, the plan was greatly extended, and the investigations were carried on, over Ohio and the adjacent states, with slight interruption, up to the summer of 1847. The body of this memoir will indicate with sufficient clearness, the mode in which these investigations were conducted, and the extent to which they were prosecuted. It is perhaps enough here to say, that the surveys of ancient works were, for the most part, made by the authors in person, and that the excavations of mounds, etc., were all of them conducted under their personal direction and supervision. Care was exercised to note down, on the spot, every fact which it was thought might be of value, in the solution of the problems of the origin and purposes of the remains under notice, and particular attention was bestowed in observing the dependencies of the position, structure, and contents of the various works in respect to each other and the general features of the country. Indeed, no exertion was spared to ensure entire accuracy, and the compass, line, and rule were alone relied upon, in all matters where an approximate estimate might lead to erroneous conclusions. The ancient enclosures and groups of works personally examined or surveyed, are upwards of 100 in number. Some of these had before been noticed, but most are now for the first time presented to the world. About 200 mounds, of all forms and sizes, and occupying every variety of position, have also been excavated. Several thousand remains of ancient art were collected in the course of these investigations, chiefly from the mounds themselves. These constitute a cabinet, as valuable in its extent, as it is interesting in the great variety and singular character of the illustrations which it furnishes of the condition of the minor arts, and the connections and communications of the people by whom these monuments were erected. The prosecution of these researches naturally led to an acquaintance and correspondence with a large number of gentlemen in various parts of the Union, who felt interested in them, or who had devoted attention to the same subject. All of these have kindly rendered their services in cases where they could prove of value, or have freely contributed the results of their own labors to complete the design of the authors, in presenting as full and comprehensive a view of the ancient monuments of our country, as private means and limited facilities would allow. First among these, it will not be invidious to name James McBride, Esq., of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, whose valuable contributions constitute an important feature in the memoir herewith presented. This gentleman, residing for a long time in the center of the fertile valley of the great Miami River, amidst the numerous evidences of ancient population with which that valley abounds, has devoted a large proportion of his time to their attentive examination. Personally, and with the assistance of J.W. Irwin, Esq., resident engineer on the Miami Canal, he has made numerous surveys of ancient enclosures and groups of works in that valley, distinguished for their minute fidelity. He also, without however resorting very extensively to direct excavations, has collected an interesting cabinet of aboriginal relics. Anxious to contribute his share to whatever might elucidate the subject of American archaeology, Mr. McBride, with a generous liberality, placed in the hands of the authors his notes, plans, and drawings, without restriction, to be used as they deemed proper. This tender was accepted in the same spirit it was made, and the materials thus furnished have been freely used in the succeeding pages, where they rank second to none in interest and value. Among the most zealous investigators in the field of American antiquarian research, is Charles Whittlesey, Esq., of Cleveland, formerly topographic engineer of Ohio. His surveys and observations, carried on for many years and over a wide field, have been both numerous and accurate, and are among the most valuable, in all respects, of any hitherto made. Although Mr. Whittlesey, in conjunction with Joseph Sullivan, Esq., of Columbus, Ohio, originally contemplated a joint work, in which the results of his investigations should be embodied, he has nevertheless, with a liberality which will be not less appreciated by the public than by the authors, contributed to this memoir about 20 plans of ancient works, which, with the accompanying explanations and general observations, will be found embodied in the following pages. Relating principally to the aboriginal monuments of northern Ohio, as do those of Mr. McBride to the remains of western Ohio, they contribute much to the interest and completeness of this memoir. It is to be hoped the public may yet be put in possession of the entire results of Mr. Whittlesey's labor, which could not fail of adding greatly to our stock of knowledge on this interesting subject. Acknowledgement is also due to Reverend R. Morris, of Mount Sylvan, Lafayette County, Mississippi, for valuable facts relating to the monuments of the South. Although but recently commenced, Mr. Morris's investigations have been prosecuted in a manner which gives promise of important results. It will be observed that several plans and notices of ancient works are presented in the succeeding chapters, upon the authority of the late Professor C.S. Rafinesque. This gentleman, while living, devoted considerable attention to the antiquities of the Mississippi Valley, and published several brief papers relating to them. His notes and plans, for the most part brief, crude, and imperfect, at his death found their way into the possession of Brantz Meyer, Esq., of Baltimore, late Secretary of the American Legation to Mexico. This gentleman placed them in the hands of the authors, with liberty to make use of the information which they contained. They, however, have chosen to avail themselves of this permission, only so far as to adopt Professor Rafinesque's plans, etc., in cases where they have either been able to verify them in person, or to assure themselves by collateral evidence of their accuracy in all essential particulars. His notes are principally important, as indicating the localities of many interesting monuments, rather than as conveying any satisfactory information concerning them. To Samuel George Morton, M.D., of Philadelphia, the eminent author of Crania Americana, is acknowledgment especially due, not only for the warm interest manifested in these investigations from their commencement, but for the use of valuable manuscripts relating to our antiquities, the collections of many years of laborious research in collateral departments. Among these is the brief account of the ancient remains on the Wateree River in South Carolina, by Dr. William Blanding, and also the highly important account of the monuments of the states bordering the Gulf of Mexico, by William Bartram, the first naturalist who penetrated the dense tropical forests of Florida. The history of the manuscripts from which the latter account was taken, is unknown. It found its way by accident into the hands of its present possessor. It consists of answers to a series of questions, by a second person, probably Dr. Barton, relating to the history, religion, manners, institutions, etc., of the tribes which composed the Creek Confederacy, and is undoubtedly the most complete and accurate account of those Indians in existence. Drive S. P. Hildreth, of Marietta, and Professor John Locke, of Cincinnati, both of whom have devoted much attention to our antiquities, and whose observations upon the subject are distinguished for their accuracy, are also entitled to honorable mention for facts contributed, and assistance rendered. So also, for surveys of ancient works, drawings, and descriptions of ancient relics, and facts of various kinds, is acknowledgment due to J. Dill, Esq., of Newark, Ohio, St. Oens, and W. B. Fairchild, Esq., of Xenia, Ohio, Colonel B. L. C. Wales, of Washington, Mississippi, J. H. Blake, Esq., of Boston, Thomas Reynolds, M.D., of Brockville, Canada West, Arias Nye, Esq., and Charles Sullivan, Marietta, Ohio, Henry Howe, R. Buchanan, Joseph Clark, Erasmus Jest, Jr., and U. P. James, Esq., of Cincinnati, J. E. Wharton, Esq., of Wheeling, Virginia, Daniel Morton, Esq., of New York, L. K. Dill, M.D., of Cedarville, Ohio, Charles O. Tracy, of Portsmouth, Ohio, Professor W. W. Mather, Jackson, Ohio, Reverend W. B. Stevens, Athens, Georgia, Honorable T. H. Klingman, North Carolina, Ashel Aylesworth, Granville, Ohio, P. N. White, Esq., Circleville, Ohio, C. J. Orton, Lower Sandusky, Ohio, Lieutenant John H. Allen, now of Easton, M.D., T. B. Hunt, Esq., of New Haven, W. M. F. Clemson, Esq., of Chillicothe, Ohio, and Joseph Sullivan, Esq., Columbus, Ohio. And while rendering these acknowledgments, it is but proper to express the obligations which the authors of these investigations feel themselves under to gentlemen in the various Atlantic cities, who, if they have not been able to add to the number of facts here presented, have nevertheless by their thorough appreciation of the subject, friendly encouragement, and disinterested aid, extended in various ways, facilitated this new attempt towards the elucidation of the antiquities of our own Country. To the learned and venerable President of the American Ethnological Society, Honorable Albert Gallatin, the closing years of whose long, active, and useful life have been closely and successfully devoted to researches in the wide field of American ethnological science, are our grateful acknowledgments especially due. His assistance and enlightened approbation have had a controlling influence in sustaining and carrying on these investigations. To John R. Bartlett, Esq., of New York, Foreign Corresponding Secretary of the Ethnological Society, distinguished for his zeal and energy in organizing and promoting historical and ethnological research, we cannot sufficiently express our obligations. His assistance, in a variety of ways, has been of value, especially in directing public attention to the importance of a subject, the extent and bearings of which were but imperfectly understood. Honorable G.O.P. Marsh, of Burlington, Vermont, whose disinterested exertions have mainly contributed to the appearance of this memoir in its present form, has kindly examined the following chapters and given them the benefit of his sound and critical judgment. To Professor Edward Robinson, D.D., and to Professor W. W. Turner, both of New York, and both officers of the American Ethnological Society, are we also indebted. The gentleman last named has supervised the memoir, and his suggestions have been deferred to with a readiness implying a confidence in his critical abilities, which is shared alike by the authors and by the public. To Professors B. Silliman and B. Silliman, Jr., of New Haven, Professor Jeffries Wyman, of Boston, Professor Louis Agassiz, of Cambridge, S. F. Havens, Esq., Librarian of the American Antiquarian Society, Worcester, and to numerous other gentlemen in various parts of the Union, and particularly to Geo.R. Glidden, Esq., whose lectures and publications upon the subject of Egyptian archaeology have given a new and powerful impulse to cognate researches in America, and invested them with a popular interest. Indispensable to their successful prosecution to all of these are the warmest thanks of the investigators due. It will not be improper here to mention, that the literary part of the present work, the responsible task of arranging and embodying for publication the original manuscripts and other materials jointly got together in the course of these investigations, has devolved mostly upon the gentleman whose name stands first upon the title page, who has also prepared the plans, drawings, and other illustrations. The other gentleman has been engaged for a number of years in researches connected with our ancient monuments, and in collecting relics of aboriginal art, and it is due to him to say, that the investigations here recorded, so far as they involve inquiries in natural science, have principally been made by him. He has also sustained a larger proportion of the expenses attending these explorations, and devoted considerable time to the restoration and arrangement of the relics recovered from the mounds. Before concluding these prefatory remarks already extended beyond the original design, we may be permitted to say that it has been a constant aim in the preparation of this memoir, to present facts in a clear and concise form, with such simple deductions and generalizations alone, as may follow from their careful consideration. With no hypothesis to combat or sustain, and with a desire only to arrive at truth, whatever its bearings upon received theories and current prejudices, everything like mere speculation has been avoided. Analogies, apparently capable of reflecting light upon many important questions connected with an enlarged view of the subject, have seldom been more than indicated. Their full consideration, as also that of the relations which the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley bear to those of other portions of America and the world, has not been attempted here. To such an undertaking, involving long and careful research, as also a more comprehensive view of the monuments of the central parts of the continent, this memoir is only preliminary. It yet remains to be seen whether all the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley were constructed upon similar principles, whether they denote a common origin, and whether they were probably contemporaneous or otherwise in their erection. It remains to be settled whether the singular and anomalous structures of Wisconsin and the Northwest are part of the same grand system of defensive, religious, and sepulchral monuments found in the valley of the Ohio, and the more imposing, if not more regular remains which abound in the southern states. The work of investigation has been just commenced. Its future progress may, and no doubt will, result in new and perhaps more important disclosures than any hitherto made. The importance of a complete and speedy examination of the whole field cannot be overestimated. The operations of the elements, the shifting channels of the streams, the leveling hand of public improvement, and most efficient of all, the slow but constant encroachments of agriculture, are fast destroying these monuments of ancient labor, breaking in upon their symmetry and obliterating their outlines. Thousands have already disappeared, or retain but slight and doubtful traces of their former proportions. Such an examination is, however, too great an undertaking for private enterprise to attempt. It must be left to local explorers, to learned associations, or to the government. And if this memoir shall succeed in directing that attention to the subject which it merits, and thereby in some manner secure the thorough investigation of these monuments, that result will prove an ample recompense for labors performed in a field of absorbing interest, and one which holds out abundant attractions to the antiquary and archaeologist. Chillicothe, Ohio, June, 1847. P001 Ancient Monuments. Chapter I General Observations. The ancient monuments of the western United States consist, for the most part, of elevations and embankments of earth and stone, erected with great labor and manifest design. In connection with these, more or less intimate, are found various minor relics of art, consisting of ornaments and implements of many kinds, some of them composed of metal, but most of stone. These remains are spread over a vast extent of country. They are found on the sources of the Allegheny, in the western part of the state of New York, on the east, and extend thence westwardly along the southern shore of Lake Erie, and through Michigan and Wisconsin, to Iowa and the Nebraska Territory. On the west point one we have no record of their occurrence above the Great Lakes. Carver mentions some on the shores of Lake Pepin, and some are said to occur near Lake Traverse, under the 46th parallel of latitude. Lewis and Clark saw them on the Missouri River, 1,000 miles above its junction with the Mississippi, and they have been observed on the Kansas and Platte, and on other remote western rivers. They are found all over the intermediate country, and spread over the valley of the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. They line the shores of the Gulf from Texas to Florida, and extend, in diminished numbers, into South Carolina. They occur in great numbers in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and Texas. They are found, in less numbers, in the western portions of New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North and South Carolina, as also in Michigan, Iowa, and in the Mexican territory beyond the Rio Grande del Norte. In short, P002 they occupy the entire basin of the Mississippi and its tributaries, as also the fertile plains along the Gulf. It is a fact but recently made known, that there are an abundance of small mounds, or tumuli, in the territory of Oregon. We are not informed, however, whether there are any enclosures, or other works of like character with those usually accompanying the mounds of the Mississippi Valley, nor whether the mounds of Oregon are generally disseminated over that territory. Point 2 That they are of frequent occurrence upon the river Gila, in California, and also upon the tributaries of the Colorado of the West, is also a fact but recently ascertained. Whether these mounds possess features identifying them with those of the Mississippi Valley, or indicating a common origin, remains to be decided. It is not to be understood that these works are dispersed equally over the area above indicated. They are mainly confined to the valleys of the rivers and large streams, and seldom occur very far back from them. Occasional works are found in the hill or broken country, but they are not frequent, and are always of small size. Although possessing throughout certain general points of resemblance, going to establish a kindred origin, these works, nevertheless, resolve themselves into three grand geographical divisions, which present, in many respects, striking contrasts, yet so gradually merge into each other, that it is impossible to determine where one series terminates and the other begins. In the region bordering the upper lakes, to a certain extent in Michigan, Iowa, and Missouri, but particularly in Wisconsin, we find a succession of remains, entirely singular in their form, and presenting but slight analogy to any others of which we have an account, in any portion of the globe. The larger proportion of these are structures of earth, bearing the forms of beasts, birds, reptiles, and even of men. They are frequently of gigantic dimensions, constituting huge basso-relievos upon the face of the country. They are very numerous, and in most cases occur in long and apparently dependent ranges. In connection with them, are found many conical mounds and occasional short lines of embankment, in rare instances forming enclosures. These animal effigies are mainly confined to Wisconsin, and extend across that territory from Fond du Lac, in a southwestern direction, ascending the Fox River, and following the general course of Rock and Wisconsin rivers to the Mississippi. They may be much more extensively disseminated, but it is here only that they have been observed in considerable numbers. In Michigan, as also in Iowa and Missouri, similar elevations, of more or less regular outline, are said to occur. They are represented as P003 dispersed in ranges, like the buildings of a modern city, and covering sometimes an area of many acres. Spade Suit 2. Map of a section of 12 miles of the Scioto Valley with its ancient monuments. Further to the southward, in the region watered by the Ohio and its tributaries, we find ancient works of greater magnitude and more manifest design. Among them are a few animal-shaped structures, but they seem to have been erected on different principles and for a different purpose from those just noticed. Here we find numberless mounds, most of them conical but many pyramidal in form, and often of great dimensions. The pyramidal structures are always truncated, sometimes terraced, and generally have graded ascents to their summits. They bear a close resemblance to the teocallis of Mexico, and the known uses of the latter are suggestive of the probable purposes to which they were applied. Accompanying these, and in some instances sustaining an intimate relation to them, are numerous enclosures of earth and stone, frequently of vast size, and often of regular outline. These are by far the most imposing class of our aboriginal remains, and impress us most sensibly with the numbers and power of the people who built them. The purposes of many of these are quite obvious, and investigation has served to settle, pretty clearly, the character of most of the other works occurring in connection with them. Proceeding still further southwards, we find, in the states bordering on the Gulf of Mexico, the mounds increasing in size and regularity of form, if not in numbers. Conical mounds become comparatively rare, and the teocalli-shaped structures become larger and more numerous, and assume certain dependencies in respect to each other, not before observed. The enclosures, on the other hand, diminish in size and numbers, and lose many of the characteristic features of those of a higher latitude, though still sustaining towards them a strong general resemblance. Here, for the first time, we find traces of bricks in the mounds and in the walls of enclosures. The peculiarities of these several divisions will be more particularly pointed out in the progress of this work, when the points of resemblance and difference will become more apparent. The succeeding observations relate more especially to the remains included in the central geographical section above indicated, where the investigations recorded in this volume were principally carried on, and which, in the extent, variety, and interesting nature of its ancient monuments, affords by far the richest and most important field for archaeological research and inquiry. The number of these ancient remains is well calculated to excite surprise, and has been adduced in support of the hypothesis that they are most, if not all of them, natural formations, the results of diluvial action, modified perhaps in some instances, but never erected by man. Of course, no such suggestion was ever made by individuals who had enjoyed the opportunity of seeing and investigating them. Simple structures of earth could not possibly bear more palpable evidences of an artificial origin than do most of the Western monuments. The evidences in support of this assertion, derived from the form, structure, position, and contents of these remains, will sufficiently appear in the progress of this work. Plate 2, exhibiting a section of 12 miles of the Scioto Valley, with its ancient P004 monuments, will serve to give some general conception of the number of these remains. The enclosures are here indicated by dark lines, the mounds by simple dots. Within the section represented, it will be observed that there are not less than 10 groups of large works, accompanied by a great number of mounds, of various sizes. Within the enclosure designated by the letter E are embraced 24 mounds. The enclosures D, H, I, K, have each about 2.5 miles of embankment, and H and K enclose but little less than 100 acres each. It is proper to observe, to prevent misconception, that there are few sections of country of equal extent which embrace so large a number of ancient works. The fertile valley of the Scioto River was a favorite resort of the ancient people, and was one of the seats of their densest population. The various works indicated in these maps will be described at length in the subsequent pages. An enlarged plan of the enclosure designated by the letter A is given on plate XXIII, B, on plate 18, C, plate 18, D, plate 17, E and F, plate 19, G, plate XXII, H, plate XXI, I, plate 16, K, plate XX. Plate 3, number 1, exhibits a section of 6 miles of the valley of Paint Creek, a tributary of the Scioto River. The village of Bourneville is 10 miles west of Chillicothe. Within this limit are embraced 3 works of extraordinary size, besides several smaller ones. The works, designated by the letters A and B, have each upwards of 2 miles of heavy embankment, and contain not far from 100 acres. The stonework C has an area of 140 acres, enclosed within a wall upwards of 2¼ miles long. Enlarged plans of the various works here indicated are given in the following pages. A and B, plate XXI, C, plate 4, D and E, plate XXX. Plate 3, number 2, presents a section of 6 miles of the Great Miami Valley, included principally within the limits of Butler County, Ohio. Not less than 7 enclosures, of considerable size, occur within these bounds. The work indicated by the letter G contains 95 acres. An enlarged plan of the work marked A, is given on plate 6, of B, on plate 11, C and F, on plate XXX, D, plate XXXI and G, on plate 13. Not far from 100 enclosures of various sizes, and 500 mounds, are found in Ross County, Ohio. The number of tumuli in the state may be safely estimated at 10,000, and the number of enclosures at 1,000 or 1,500. Many of them are small, but cannot be omitted in an enumeration. They are scarcely less numerous on the Kenhawas in Virginia, than on the Scioto and Miamis, and are abundant on the White River and Wabash, as also upon the Kentucky, Cumberland, Tennessee, and the numerous other tributaries of the Ohio and Mississippi. Spadesuit 3. Map exhibiting a section of 6 miles of the Great Miami Valley, with its ancient monuments. Number 2. Map exhibiting a section of 6 miles of the Paint Creek Valley, with its ancient monuments. Nor is their magnitude less a matter of remark than their great number. Lines of embankment, varying in height from 5 to 30 feet, and enclosing areas of from 1 to 50 acres, are common, while enclosures of 1 or 200 acres area are far from infrequent. Occasional works are found enclosing as many as P005 400 acres. 3 The magnitude of the area enclosed is not, however, always a correct index of the amount of labor expended in the erection of these works. A fortified hill in Highland County, Ohio, has 1 mile and 5/8 of heavy embankment, yet it encloses an area of only about 40 acres. A similar work on the Little Miami River, in Warren County, Ohio, has upwards of 4 miles of embankment, yet encloses little more than 100 acres. The group of works at the mouth of the Scioto River has an aggregate of at least 20 miles of embankment, yet the entire amount of land embraced within the walls does not probably much exceed 200 acres. The mounds are of all dimensions, from those of but a few feet in height and a few yards in diameter, to those which, like the celebrated structure at the mouth of Grave Creek in Virginia, rise to the height of 70 feet, and measure 1,000 feet in circumference at the base. The Great Mound in the vicinity of Miamisburg, Montgomery County, Ohio, is 68 feet in perpendicular height, and 852 in circumference at the base, containing 311,353 cubic feet. Fig. 1. Great Mound at Miamisburg, Ohio. From a sketch by Henry Howe, ESQ. The truncated pyramid at Cahokia, Illinois, has an altitude of 90 feet, and is upwards of 2,000 feet in circumference at the base. It has a level summit of several acres area. The Great Mound at Seltzerstown, Mississippi, is computed to cover 6 acres of ground. Mounds of these extraordinary dimensions are most common at the south, though there are some of great size at the north. The usual dimensions are, however, considerably less than in the examples here given. The greater number range from 6 to 30 feet in perpendicular height, by 40 to 100 feet diameter at the base. 4 P006 All the above-mentioned constructions are composed of earth or stone, though a combination of these materials in the same work is by no means rare. When there are no ditches interior or exterior to the embankments, pits or dug holes, from which the earth for their formation was taken, are generally visible nearby. These are sometimes very broad and deep, and occasionally quite symmetrical in shape. 5 In the vicinity of large mounds such excavations are common. The earth and stone composing these works are sometimes foreign to the locality which they occupy, and must have been brought from considerable distances. A large, perhaps the larger, portion of these enclosures are regular in outline, the square and the circle predominating. Some are parallelograms, some ellipses, others polygons, regular or irregular. The regular works are almost invariably erected on level river terraces, great care having evidently been taken to select those least broken. The irregular works are those which partake most of the character of defenses, and are usually made to conform to the nature of the ground upon which they are situated, running along the brows of hills, or cutting off the approaches to strong natural positions. The square and the circle often occur in combination, frequently communicating with each other or with irregular works directly, or by avenues consisting of parallel lines of embankment. Detached parallels are numerous. The mounds are usually simple cones in form, but they are sometimes truncated, and occasionally terraced, with graded or winding ascents to their summits. Some are elliptical, others pear-shaped, and others squares or parallelograms, with flanking terraces. Besides these, there are others already alluded to, most common in the extreme northwest, which assume the forms of animals and reptiles. Another variety of remains are the causeways or roads, and the graded descents to rivers and streams, or from one terrace to another. These several classes of works will be described at length, under appropriate heads. As already remarked, these remains occur mainly in the valleys of the western rivers and streams. The alluvial terraces, or river bottoms, as they are popularly termed, were the favorite sites of the builders. The principal monuments are found where these bottoms are most extended, and where the soil is most fertile and easy of cultivation. At the junction of streams, where the valleys are usually broadest and most favorable for their erection, some of the largest and most singular remains are found. The works at Marietta, at the junction of the Muskingum with the Ohio, at the mouth of Grave Creek, at Portsmouth, the mouth of the Scioto, and at the mouth of the Great Miami, are instances in point. Occasional works are found on the hilltops, overlooking the valleys, or at a little distance from them, but these are manifestly, in most instances, works of defense or last resort, or in some way connected with warlike purposes. And it is worthy of remark, that the sites selected for settlements, towns, and cities, by the invading Europeans, are often those which were the especial favorites of the mound builders, and the seats of their heaviest population. Marietta, Newark, Portsmouth, Chillicothe, P007 Circleville, and Cincinnati, in Ohio, Frankfort in Kentucky, and St. Louis in Missouri, may be mentioned in confirmation of this remark. The centers of population are now, where they were at the period when the mysterious race of the mounds flourished. 6 The aboriginal monuments of the Mississippi Valley, the general character of which has been thus briefly and imperfectly indicated, fall within two general divisions, namely, constructions of earth or stone, comprising enclosures, mounds, etc., and minor vestiges of art, including the implements, ornaments, sculptures, etc. of the ancient people. The earth and stone works resolve themselves into two classes, viz., enclosures, bounded by embankments, circumvallations, or walls, and simple tumuli, or mounds. 7 They constitute, together, a single system of works, but, for reasons which will satisfactorily appear, it is preferred to classify them as above. These grand classes resolve themselves into other subordinate divisions, enclosures for defense, sacred and miscellaneous enclosures, mounds of sacrifice, temple mounds, mounds of sepulture, etc. Footnotes to Chapter I1 Some ancient works, probably belonging to the same system with those of the Mississippi Valley, and erected by the same people, occur upon the Susquehanna River, as far down as the Valley of Wyoming, in Pennsylvania. The mound builders seem to have skirted the southern border of Lake Erie, and spread themselves, in diminished numbers, over the western part of the state of New York, along the shores of Lake Ontario to the St. Lawrence River. They penetrated into the interior, eastward, as far as the county of Onondaga, where some slight vestiges of their work still exist. These seem to have been their limits at the northeast. The only reference we have to the mounds of Oregon is contained in a paragraph in the narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition, Volume 4. p. 313, we soon reached the Butte Prairies, which are extensive, and covered with tumuli, or small mounds, at regular distances asunder. As far as I can learn, there is no tradition among the natives concerning them. They are conical mounds, 30 feet in diameter, about 6 or 7 feet above the level, and many thousands in number. Being anxious to ascertain if they contained any relics, I subsequently visited these prairies, and opened 3 of the mounds, but found nothing in them but a pavement of round stones. 3 Lewis and Clark describe one on the Missouri River which they estimated to contain not far from 600 acres travels, p. 47. For we have seen mounds which would require the labor of 1,000 men employed upon our canals, with all their mechanical aids, and the improved implements of their labor, for months. We have more than once hesitated, in view of one of these prodigious mounds, whether it were not really a natural hill. But they are uniformly so placed, in reference to the adjacent country, and their conformation is so unique and similar, that no eye hesitates long in referring them to the class of artificial erections. Flint's Geography, p. 131. 5. These are the wells of Mr. Atwater and other writers on American antiquities. It is barely possible that a few were really wells, or secondarily designed for reservoirs. 6. The most dense ancient population existed in precisely the places where the most crowded future population will exist in ages to come. The appearance of a series of mounds generally indicates the contiguity of rich and level lands, easy communications, fish, game, and the most favorable adjacent positions. Flint. The most numerous, as well as the most considerable of these remains are found precisely in any part of the country where the traces of a numerous population might be looked for. Brackenridge. 7. The term mound is used in this work in a technical sense, as synonymous with tumulus or barrow, and in contradistinction to embankment, wall, and c. p. 008 Chapter 2. Earthworks enclosures. The enclosures, or, as they are familiarly called throughout the West, forts, constitute a very important and interesting class of remains. Their dimensions, and the popular opinion as to their purposes, attract to them more particularly the attention of observers. As a consequence, most that has been written upon our antiquities relates to them. A considerable number have been surveyed and described by different individuals, at different times, but no systematic examination of a sufficient number to justify any general conclusion as to their origin and purposes has heretofore been attempted. We have therefore had presented as many different hypotheses as there have been individual explorers, one maintaining that all the enclosures were intended for defense, while another persists that none could possibly have been designed for any such purpose. Investigation has shown, however, that while certain works possess features demonstrating incontestably a military origin, others were connected with the superstitions of the builders, or designed for other purposes not readily apparent in our present state of knowledge concerning them. It has already been remarked that the square and the circle, separate or in combination, were favorite figures with the mound builders, and a large proportion of their works in the Scioto Valley, and in Ohio generally, are of these forms. Most of the circular works are small, varying from 250 to 300 feet in diameter, while others are a mile or more in circuit. Some stand isolated, but most in connection with one or more mounds, of greater or less dimensions, or in connection with other more complicated works. Wherever the circles occur, if there be a fosse, or ditch, it is almost invariably interior to the parapet. Instances are frequent where no ditch is discernible, and where it is evident that the earth composing the embankment was brought from a distance, or taken up evenly from the surface. In the square and in the irregular works, if there be a fosse at all, it is exterior to the embankment, except in the case of fortified hills, where the earth, for the best of reasons, is usually thrown from the interior. These facts are not without their importance in determining the character and purpose of these remains. Another fact, bearing directly upon the degree of knowledge possessed by the builders, is, that many, if not most, of the circular works are perfect circles, and that many of the rectangular works are accurate squares. This fact has been demonstrated, in numerous instances, by careful admeasurements, and has been remarked in cases where the works embrace an area of many acres, and where the embankments, or circumvallations, are a mile and upwards in extent. p. 009. To facilitate description, and to bring something like system out of the disordered materials before us, the enclosures are, to as great a degree as practicable, divided into classes, that is to say, such as are esteemed to be works of defense are placed together, while those which are regarded as sacred, or of a doubtful character, come under another division. Works of defense. Those works which are incontestably defensive usually occupy strong natural positions, and to understand fully their character, their capability for defense, and the nature of their entrenchments, it is necessary to notice briefly the predominant features of the country in which they occur. The valley of the Mississippi River, from the Alleghenies to the ranges of the Rocky Mountains, is a vast sedimentary basin, and owes its general aspect to the powerful agency of water. Its rivers have worn their valleys deep into a vast original plain, leaving, in their gradual subsidence, broad terraces, which mark the eras of their history. The edges of the tablelands, bordering on the valleys, are cut by 1,000 ravines, presenting bluff headlands and high hills with level summits, sometimes connected by narrow isthmuses with the original table, but occasionally entirely detached. The sides of these elevations are generally steep, and difficult of access, in some cases precipitous and absolutely inaccessible. The natural strength of such positions, and their susceptibility of defense, would certainly suggest them as the citadels of a people having hostile neighbors, or pressed by invaders. Accordingly, we are not surprised at finding these heights occupied by strong and complicated works, the design of which is no less indicated by their position than by their construction. But in such cases, it is always to be observed, that they have been chosen with great care, and that they possess peculiar strength, and have a special adaptation for the purposes to which they were applied. They occupy the highest points of land, and are never commanded from neighboring positions. While rugged and steep on most sides, they have one or more points of comparatively easy approach, in the protection of which the utmost skill of the builders seems to have been exhausted. They are guarded by double, overlapping walls, or a series of them, having sometimes an accompanying mound, designed perhaps for a lookout, and corresponding to the barbican in the system of defense of the Britons of the Middle Era. The usual defense is a simple embankment, thrown up along and a little below the brow of the hill, varying in height and solidity, as the declivity is more or less steep and difficult of access. Other defensive works occupy the peninsulas created by the rivers and large P010 streams, or cut off the headlands formed by their junction with each other. In such cases a fosse and wall are thrown across the isthmus, or diagonally from the bank of one stream to the bank of the other. In some, the wall is double, and extends along the bank of the stream some distance inwardly, as if designed to prevent an enemy from turning the flanks of the defense. To understand clearly the nature of the works last mentioned, it should be remembered that the banks of the western rivers are always steep, and where these works are located, invariably high. The banks of the various terraces are also steep, and vary from 10 to 30 and more feet in height. The rivers are constantly shifting their channels, and they frequently cut their way through all the intermediate up to the earliest formed, or highest terrace, presenting bold banks, inaccessibly steep, and from 60 to 100 feet high. At such points, from which the river has, in some instances, receded to the distance of half a mile or more, works of this description are oftenest found. And it is a fact of much importance, and worthy of special note, that within the scope of a pretty extended observation, no work of any kind has been found occupying the first, or latest formed terrace. This terrace alone, except at periods of extraordinary freshets, is subject to overflow. 8 The formation of each terrace constitutes a sort of semi-geological era in the history of the valley, and the fact that none of the ancient works occur upon the lowest or latest formed of these, while they are found indiscriminately upon all the others, bears directly upon the question of their antiquity. In addition to the several descriptions of defensive works above enumerated, there are others presenting peculiar features, which will be sufficiently noticed in the plans and explanations that follow. These plans are all drawn from actual and minute, and in most instances personal survey, and are presented, unless otherwise specially noted, on a uniform scale of 500 feet to the inch. When there are interesting features too minute to be satisfactorily indicated on so small a scale, enlarged plans have been adopted. This is the case with the very first plan presented. Sections and supplementary plans are given, whenever it is supposed they may illustrate the description, or assist the comprehension of the reader. To shorten the text, the ad measurements are often placed upon the plans, and the field books of survey wholly omitted. The greatest care has, in all cases, been taken to secure perfect fidelity in all essential particulars. In the sectional maps, in order to show something of the character as well as the positions of the works, it has been found necessary to exaggerate them beyond their proportionate size. Some of the minor features of a few works are also slightly exaggerated, but in no case where it would be apt to lead to misapprehension or wrong conceptions of their character. P011 Spade Suit 4. Ancient stone work near the village of Bourneville, Roscoe, Ohio, 12 miles west of Chillicothe. Plate 4.9 Stone work, near Bourneville, Ross County, Ohio. This work occupies the summit of a lofty, detached hill, 12 miles westward from the city of Chillicothe, near the village of Bourneville. The hill is not far from 400 feet in perpendicular height, and is remarkable, even among the steep hills of the west, for the general abruptness of its sides, which at some points are absolutely inaccessible. It is the advance point of a range of hills, situated between the narrow valleys of two small creeks, and projects midway into the broad valley of Paint Creek, so as to constitute its most prominent natural feature. It is a conspicuous object from every point of view. Its summit is a wide and fertile plain, with occasional considerable depressions, some of which contain water during the entire year. The defenses consist of a wall of stone which is carried around the hill, a little below the brow, but at some places it rises, so as to cut off the narrow spurs, and extends across the neck that connects the hill with the range beyond. It should not be understood by the term wall, that, at this time, anything like a wall of stones regularly laid up exists. On the contrary, where the line is best preserved, there is little evidence that the stones were laid one upon the other so as to present vertical faces, much less that they were cemented in place. At a few points, however, more particularly at the Isthmus D, there are some indications of arrangement in the stones, tending to the belief that the wall here may have been regularly faced on the exterior. The appearance of the line, for the most part, is just what might be expected from the falling outwards of a wall of stones placed, as this was, upon the declivity of a hill. Upon the western, or steepest face of the hill, the range of stones covers a space varying from 30 to 50 feet in width, closely resembling the protection walls carried along the embankments of railroads and canals, where exposed to the action of rivers or large streams. But for the amount of stones, it might be taken for a natural feature the debris of the outcropping sand strata. Such, certainly, is the first impression which it produces upon the visitor, an impression, however, which is speedily corrected upon reaching the points where the supposed line of debris, rising upon the spurs, forms curved gateways, and then resumes its course as before. Upon the eastern face of the hill, where the declivity is least abrupt, the wall is heavier and more distinct than upon the west, resembling a long stone heap of 15 or 20 feet base, and from 3 to 4 feet in height. Where it crosses the isthmus it is heaviest, and although stones enough have been removed from it, P012 at that point, to build a stout division wall between the lands of two proprietors, their removal is not discoverable. This isthmus is 700 feet wide, and the wall is carried in a right line across it, at its narrowest point. Here are 3 gateways opening upon the continuous terrace beyond. These are formed by the curving inward of the ends of the wall for 40 or 50 feet, leaving narrow passways between, not exceeding 8 feet in width. At the other points, A and C of the plan, where there are jutting ridges, are similar gateways. It is at these points that the hill is most easy of access. At A is a modern roadway, at C is a pathway leading down into the valley of Black Run. At B appears to have been a similar gateway, which for some reason was closed up. A like feature may be observed in the line D. At the gateways, the amount of stones is more than quadruple the quantity at other points, constituting broad, mound-shaped heaps. They also exhibit the marks of intense heat, which has in some instances vitrified their surfaces, and fused them together. Light, porous scoriae are abundant in the centers of some of these piles. Indeed, strong traces of fire are visible at many places on the line of the wall, particularly at F, the point commanding the broadest extent of country. Here are 2 or 3 small mounds of stone, which seem burned throughout. Nothing is more certain than that powerful fires have been maintained, for considerable periods, at numerous prominent points on the hill. For what purposes, unless as alarm signals, it is impossible to conjecture. It will be observed that the wall is interrupted for some distance at E, where the hill is precipitous and inaccessible. There are, as has already been remarked, several depressions upon the hill which contain constant supplies of water. One of them covers about 2 acres, and furnishes a supply estimated by the proprietor as adequate to the wants of 1,000 head of cattle. Water is obtained in abundance at the depth of 20 feet. The area enclosed within this singular work is something over 140 acres, and the line of the wall measures upwards of 2¼ miles in length. Most of the wall, and a large portion of the area, are still covered with a heavy primitive forest. Trees of the largest size grow on the line, twisting their roots among the stones, some of which are firmly embedded in their trunks. That this work was designed for defense, will hardly admit of doubt. The fact is sufficiently established, not less by the natural strength of the position, than by the character of the defenses. Of the original construction of the wall, now so completely in ruins, we can of course form no very clear conception. It is possible that it was once regularly laid up, but it seems that, if such were ever the case, some satisfactory evidence of the fact would still be discoverable. We must consider, however, that it is situated upon a yielding and disintegrating declivity, and that successive forests, in their growth and prostration, aided by the action of the elements, in the long period which must certainly have elapsed since its P013 construction, would have been adequate to the total demolition of structures more solid and enduring than we are justified in supposing any of the stone works of the ancient people to have been. The stones are of all sizes, and sufficiently abundant to have originally formed walls 8 feet high, by perhaps an equal base. At some points, substantial fence lines have been built from them, without sensibly diminishing their numbers. It can readily be perceived that, upon a steep declivity, such as this hill presents, so large an amount of stones, even though simply heaped together, must have proved an almost insurmountable impediment in the way of an assailant, especially if they were crowned by palisades. In the magnitude of the area enclosed, this work exceeds any hill work now known in the country, although the wall is considerably less in length than that of Fort Ancient, on the Little Miami River. It evinces great labor, and bears the impress of a numerous people. The valley in which it is situated was a favorite one with the race of the mounds, and the hill overlooks a number of extensive groups of ancient works, the bearings of which are indicated by arrows on the plan. Paint Creek washes the base of the hill upon the left, and has for some distance worn away the argillaceous slate rock, so as to leave a mural front of from 50 to 75 feet in height. It has also uncovered a range of septaria, occurring near the base of the slate stratum, a number of which, of large size, are to be seen in the bed of the creek, at A. These, most unaccountably, have been mistaken for works of art, stone covers for deep wells sunk in the rock. This notion has been gravely advanced in print, and the humble septaria, promoted to a high standing amongst the antiquities of America, now figure prominently in every work of speculations on the subject. The reason for sinking wells in the bed of a creek was probably never very obvious to any mind. The supposed wells are simple casts of huge septaria, which have been dislodged from their beds. The cyclopean covers are septaria which have resisted the disintegrating action of the water, and still retain their places. Parallel ranges of these singular natural productions run through the slate strata of this region. They are of an oblate spheroidal figure, some of them measuring from 9 to 12 feet in circumference. They frequently have apertures or hollows in their middle, with radiating fissures, filled with crystalline spar or sulfate of baryta. These fissures sometimes extend beyond them, in the slate rock, constituting the good joints mentioned by some writers. The slate layers are not interrupted by these productions, but are bent or wrapped around them. The following cut illustrates their character. A is a vertical section, A exhibiting the water, B the rock. At C the septarium has disintegrated, or has been removed, and its cavity or bed is filled with pebbles. At D the nodule still remains. B exhibits the appearance presented by D from above. Fig 2. A stonework, somewhat similar in character to that here described, exists near the town of Somerset, Perry County, Ohio. It is described by Mr. Atwater in the Archaeolog IA Amer ICANA, volume IP 131. P014. Still another, of small size and irregular outline, is situated on Beaver Creek, a branch of the Great Kenhawa, in Fayette County, Virginia, of which an account was published by Mr. I. Craig of Pittsburgh, in the American Pioneer, volume IP 199. Plate V. Fort Hill, Highland County, Ohio. Point 11. This work occurs in the southern part of Highland County, Ohio, and is distant about 30 miles from Chillicothe, and 12 from Hillsborough. It is universally known as Fort Hill, though no better entitled to the name than many others of similar character. The defenses occupy the summit of a hill, which is elevated 500 feet above the bed of Brush Creek at its base, and 800 feet above the Ohio River at Cincinnati. Unlike the hills around it, this one stands detached and isolated, and forms a conspicuous object from every approach. Its sides are steep and precipitous, and, except at 1 or 2 points, if not absolutely inaccessible, extremely difficult of ascent. The points most easy of access are at the southern and northern angles, and may be reached on horseback. The top of the hill is level, and has an area of not far from 50 acres, which is covered with a heavy primitive forest of gigantic trees. One of these, a chestnut, standing on the embankment near the point indicated by the letter E, measures 21 feet in circumference. Another, an oak, which also stood on the wall, at the point F, though now fallen and much decayed, still measures 23 feet in circumference. All around are scattered the trunks of immense trees, in every stage of decay, the entire forest presenting an appearance of the highest antiquity. Spade Suit v. Fort Hill, Highland Co., Ohio. Thus much for its natural features. Running along the edge of the hill is an embankment of mingled earth and stone, interrupted at intervals by gateways. Interior to this is a ditch, from which the material composing the wall was taken. The length of the wall is 8,224 feet, or something over 1.5 miles. In height, measuring from the bottom of the ditch, it varies from 6 to 10 feet, though at some places it rises to the height of 15 feet. Its average base is 35 or 40 feet. It is thrown up somewhat below the brow of the hill, the level of the terrace being generally about even with the top of the wall, but in some places it rises considerably above, as shown in the sections. The outer slope of the wall is more abrupt than that of the hill. The earth and stones from the ditch, sliding down 50 or 100 feet, have formed a P015 declivity for that distance, so steep as to be difficult of ascent, even with the aid which the trees and bushes afford. The ditch has an average width of not far from 50 feet, and, in many places, is dug through the sandstone layer upon which the soil of the terrace rests. Point 12 At the point A, the rock is quarried out, leaving a mural front about 20 feet high. The inner declivity of the ditch appears to have been terraced. It descends abruptly from the level for a few feet, then declines gently for some distance, and again dips suddenly, as it approaches the wall. The vertical section AB exhibits this feature. There are 33 gateways or openings in the wall, most of them very narrow, not exceeding 15 or 20 feet in width at the top. Only 11 of these have corresponding causeways across the ditch. They occur at irregular intervals, and some of them appear to have been rather designed to let off the water which might otherwise accumulate in the ditch, than to serve as places of egress or ingress. Indeed, most of them cannot be supposed to have been used for the last named purposes, inasmuch as they occur upon the very steepest points of the hill, and where approach is almost impossible. At the northern and southern spurs or angles of the hill, the gateways are widest, and the parapet curves slightly outwards. The ditch is interrupted at these points. There are 3 depressions or ponds within the enclosure. The largest of these, G, has a well-defined artificial embankment on its lower side, which has recently been cut through, and the water principally drawn off. When full, the water must have covered very nearly an acre. Bog clumps are growing around its edges, and it is free from trees. It does not seem to have any perennial sources of supply. There are several other small circular depressions, a number of which occur together at the bluff A. There are also traces of other excavations, not clearly defined, at various points on the hill. An inspection of the plan of the work shows that it is naturally divided into 3 parts, that at A being, in many respects, the most remarkable. It is connected with the main body of the work by a narrow ridge but 100 feet wide, and terminates at a bold, bluff ledge, the top of which is 30 feet above the bottom of the trench, and 20 feet above the wall. This bluff is 200 feet wide. It is altogether the most prominent point of the hill, and commands a wide extent of country. Here are strong traces of the action of fire on the rocks and stones, though whether remote or recent, it is not easy to determine. The connection between the 2 principal divisions of the work is also narrow, being barely 250 feet in width. Such are the more striking features of this interesting work. Considered in a military point of view, as a work of defense, it is well chosen, well guarded, and, with an adequate force, impregnable to any mode of attack practiced by a rude, or semi-civilized people. As a natural stronghold, it has few equals, and the P016 degree of skill displayed and the amount of labor expended in constructing its artificial defenses, challenge our admiration, and excite our surprise. With all the facilities and numerous mechanical appliances of the present day, the construction of a work of this magnitude would be no insignificant undertaking. And when we reflect how comparatively rude, at the best, must have been the means at the command of the people who raised this monument, we are prepared to estimate the value which they placed upon the objects sought in its erection, and also to form some conclusion respecting the number and character of the people themselves. It is quite unnecessary to recapitulate the features which give to this the character of a military work, for they are too obvious to escape attention. The angles of the hill form natural bastions, enfilading the wall. The position of the wall, the structure of the ditch, the peculiarities of the gateways where ascent is practicable, the greater height of the wall where the declivity of the hill is least abrupt, the reservoirs of water, the lookout, or citadel, all go to sustain the conclusion. The evidence of antiquity afforded by the aspect of the forest, is worthy of more than a passing notice. Actual examination showed the existence of not far from 200 annual rings or layers to the foot, in the large chestnut tree already mentioned, now standing upon the entrenchments. This would give nearly 600 years as the age of the tree. If to this we add the probable period intervening from the time of the building of the work to its abandonment, and the subsequent period up to its invasion by the forest, we are led irresistibly to the conclusion, that it has an antiquity of at least 1000 years. 13 But when we notice, all around us, the crumbling trunks of trees half hidden in the accumulating soil, we are induced to fix upon an antiquity still more remote. It is worthy of note, that this work is in a broken country, with no other remains, except perhaps a few small, scattered mounds, in its vicinity. The nearest monuments of magnitude are in the Paint Creek Valley, 16 miles distant, from which it is separated by elevated ridges. Lower down, on Brush Creek, towards its junction with the Ohio, are some works, but none of importance occur within 12 miles in that direction. Spade Suit 6. Fortified Hill, Butler Co., Ohio, 3 mile SW of the town of Hamilton. Plate 6. Fortified Hill, Butler County, Ohio. This fine work is situated in Butler County, Ohio, on the west side of the Great Miami River, 3 miles below the town of Hamilton. The plan is from a P017 survey by James McBride, ESQ, and the description is made up from his notes. The hill, the summit of which it occupies, is about a half-mile distant from the present bed of the river, and is not far from 250 feet high, being considerably more elevated than any other in the vicinity. It is surrounded at all points, except a narrow space at the north, by deep ravines, presenting steep and almost inaccessible declivities. The descent towards the north is gradual, and from that direction, the hill is easy of access. It is covered with a primitive forest of oak, hickory, and locust, of the same character with the surrounding forest skirting the brow of the hill, and generally conforming to its outline, is a wall of mingled earth and stone, having an average height of 5 feet by 35 feet base. It has no accompanying ditch, the earth composing it, which is a stiff clay, having been for the most part taken up from the surface, without leaving any marked excavation. There are a number of dug holes, however, at various points, from which it is evident a portion of the material was obtained. The wall is interrupted by 4 gateways or passages, each 20 feet wide, one opening to the north, on the approach above mentioned, and the others occurring where the spurs of the hill are cut off by the parapet, and where the declivity is least abrupt. They are all, with one exception, protected by inner lines of embankment, of a most singular and intricate description. These are accurately delineated in the plan, which will best explain their character. It will be observed that the northern gateway, in addition to its inner maze of walls, has an exterior work of a crescent shape, the ends of which approach to within a few feet of the brow of the hill. The excavations are uniformly near the gateways, or within the lines covering them. None of them are more than 60 feet over, nor have they any considerable depth. Nevertheless, they all, with the exception of the one nearest to Gateway S, contain water for the greater portion, if not the whole of the year. A pole may be thrust 8 or 10 feet into the soft mud, at the bottom of those at E. At S and W, Terminating the parapet, are two mounds, each 8 feet high, composed of stones thrown loosely together. 30 rods distant from gateway N, and exterior to the work, is a mound 10 feet high, on which trees of the largest size are growing. It was partially excavated a number of years ago, and a quantity of stones taken out, all of which seem to have undergone the action of fire. The ground in the interior of this work gradually rises, as indicated in the section, to the height of 26 feet above the base of the wall, and overlooks the entire adjacent country. In the vicinity of this work, are a number of others occupying the valley. No less than 6 of large size occur within a distance of 6 miles down the river. See Plate 3. Number 2. This work is marked A on the map. The character of this structure is too obvious to admit of doubt. The position which it occupies is naturally strong, and no mean degree of skill is employed in its artificial defenses. Every avenue is strongly guarded. The principal approach, the only point easy of access, or capable of successful assault, is rendered doubly secure. A mound, used perhaps as an alarm post, is placed at about 1/4 of the distance down the ascent. A crescent wall crosses the isthmus, leaving but P018 narrow passages between its ends and the steeps on either hand. Next comes the principal wall of the enclosure. In event of an attack, even though both these defenses were carried, there still remains a series of walls so complicated as inevitably to distract and bewilder the assailants, thus giving a marked advantage to the defenders. This advantage may have been much greater than we, in our ignorance of the military system of this ancient people, can understand. But, from the manifest judgment with which their defensive positions were chosen, as well as from the character of their entrenchments, so far as we comprehend them, it is safe to conclude that all parts of this work were the best calculated to secure the objects proposed by the builders, under the modes of attack and defense then practiced. The coincidences between the guarded entrances of this and similar works throughout the West, and those of the Mexican defenses, is singularly striking. The wall on the eastern side of the Tlaxcalan territories, mentioned by Cortes and Bernal Diaz, was 6 miles long, having a single entrance 30 feet wide, which was formed in the manner represented in the supplementary Plan A. The ends of the wall overlapped each other, in the form of semicircles, having a common center. 14 Plate 7. Fort Ancient, Warren County, Ohio. Point 15 Spade Suit 7. Fort Ancient, east bank of the Little Miami River, 33 miles above Cincinnati. One of the most extensive, if not the most extensive, work of this class, in the entire West, occurs on the banks of the Little Miami River, about 35 miles northeast from Cincinnati, in Warren County, Ohio. It has not far from 4 miles of embankment, for the most part very heavy, rising, at the more accessible points, to the height of 18 and 20 feet. The accompanying map is from a faithful survey, made by Professor Locke of Cincinnati and published by him amongst the papers of the American Association of Geologists and Naturalists, in P019 1843. One or two slight additions have been made to his map, to indicate features which may be of some importance in a consideration of the work and its character. The description of Professor Locke, accompanying the map, though brief, and written with a view to certain geological questions, may not be omitted in this connection. This work occupies a terrace on the left bank of the river, and 230 feet above its waters. The place is naturally a strong one, being a peninsula, defended by 2 ravines, which, originating on the east side near to each other, diverging and sweeping around, enter the Miami, the one above, the other below the work. The Miami itself, with its precipitous bank of 200 feet, defends the western side. The ravines are occupied by small streams. Quite around this peninsula, on the very verge of the ravines, has been raised an embankment of unusual height and perfection. Meandering around the spurs, and re-entering to pass the heads of the gullies, it is so winding in its course that it required 196 stations to complete its survey. The whole circuit of the work is between 4 and 5 miles. The number of cubic yards of excavation may be approximately estimated at 628,800. The embankment stands in many places 20 feet in perpendicular height, and although composed of a tough, diluvial clay, without stone, except in a few places, its outward slope is from 35 to 43 degrees. This work presents no continuous ditch, but the earth for its construction has been dug from convenient pits, which are still quite deep, or filled with mud and water. Although I brought over a party of a dozen active young engineers, and we had encamped upon the ground to expedite our labors, we were still 2 days in completing our survey, which, with good instruments, was conducted with all possible accuracy. The work approaches nowhere within many feet of the river, but its embankment is, in several places, carried down into ravines from 50 to 100 feet deep, and at an angle of 30 degrees, crossing a streamlet at the bottom, which, by showers, must often swell to a powerful torrent. But in all instances the embankment may be traced to within 3 to 8 feet of the stream. Hence it appears, that although these little streams have cut their channels through 50 to 100 feet of thin, horizontal layers of blue limestone, interstratified with indurated clay marl, not more than 3 feet of that excavation has been done since the construction of the earthworks. If the first portion of the denudation was not more rapid than the last, a period of at least 30 to 50,000 years would be required for the present point of its progress. But the quantity of material removed from such a ravine is as the square of its depth, which would render the last part of its denudation much slower, in vertical descent, than the first part. That our streams have not yet reached their ultimate level, a point beyond which they cease to act upon their beds, is evident from the vast quantity of solid material transported annually by our rivers, to be added to the great delta of the Mississippi. Finally, I am astonished to see a work, simply of earth, after braving the storms of thousands of years, still so entire and well marked. Several circumstances have contributed to this. The clay of which it is built is not easily penetrated by water. The bank has been, and is still, mostly covered by a forest P020 of beech trees, which have woven a strong web of their roots over its steep sides, and a fine bed of moss, polytrichum, serves still further to afford protection. Upon the steep slope of the hill, at the point where it approaches nearest to the river, are distinctly traceable 3 parallel terraces, which were not represented in the original map, but which are indicated here. It is not impossible that they are natural, and were formed by successive slips or slides of earth, a feature not uncommon at the west. They nevertheless, from their great regularity, appear to be artificial, and are so regarded by most persons. A very fine view of the valley, in both directions, is commanded from them, though, perhaps, no better than may be obtained from the brow of the hill along which the embankment runs. It has been suggested that they were designed as stations, from which to annoy an enemy passing in boats or canoes along the river. This feature is illustrated in the section RS. From a point near the 2 large mounds on the neck of the peninsula, start off 2 parallel walls, which continue for about 1,350 feet, when they diverge suddenly, but soon close around a small mound. As this outwork is in cultivated grounds, it has been so much obliterated as to escape ordinary observation, and is now traceable with difficulty. These parallels are shown in the supplementary Plan A. They are almost identical, in all their dimensions, with similar parallels attached to ancient works in the Scioto Valley. It is a feature no less worthy of remark in this than in other works of the same class, and one which bears directly upon the question of their design, that at all the more accessible points, the defenses are of the greatest solidity and strength. Across the isthmus connecting this singular peninsula with the tableland, the wall is nearly double the height that it possesses at those points where the conformation of the ground assisted the builders in securing their position. The average height of the embankment is between 9 and 10 feet, but, at the place mentioned, it is no less than 20. At the spur where the state road ascends the hill, and where the declivity is most gentle, the embankment is also increased in height and solidity, being at this time not less than 14 feet high by 60 feet base. There are over 70 gateways or interruptions in the embankment, at irregular intervals along its line. For reasons heretofore given, it is difficult to believe they were all designed as places of ingress or egress. We can only account for their number, upon the hypothesis that they are places once occupied by blockhouses or bastions composed of timber, and which have long since decayed. These openings appear to have been originally about 10 or 15 feet in width. Spade Suit 8. Ancient Works NOS 1-2. Butler Co., Ohio. Number 3. Miami Co., Ohio. Number 4. Montgomery Co., Ohio. This work, it will be seen, consists of two grand divisions, the passage between which is long and narrow. Across this neck is carried a wall of the ordinary dimensions, as if to prevent the further progress of an enemy, in the event of either of the principal divisions being carried, a feature which, while it goes to establish the military origin of the work, at the same time evinces the skill and foresight of the builders. This foresight is further shown, in so managing the excavations necessary for the erection of the walls, as to form numerous large reservoirs, sufficient, in P021 connection with the springs originating within the work, to supply with water any population which might here make a final stand before an invader. Even in the absence of these sources, surrounded as the work is on every hand by streams, it would be easy, in face of the most formidable investment, to procure an adequate supply. At numerous points in the line of embankment, and where from position they would yield the most effective support, are found large quantities of stones. These are water-worn, and seem, for the most part, to have been taken from the river. If so, an incredible amount of labor has been expended in transporting them to the places which they now occupy. Especially will it appear incredible, when we reflect that all of them were doubtless transported by human hands. A review of this magnificent monument cannot fail to impress us with admiration of the skill which selected, and the industry which secured this position. Under a military system, such as we feel warranted in ascribing to the people by whom this work was constructed, it must have been impregnable. In every point of view, it is certainly one of the most interesting remains of antiquity which the continent affords. Plate 8. Number 1. From the Surveys and Notes of James McBride. This work occurs on the bank of the Great Miami River, 4 miles above the town of Hamilton, in Butler County, Ohio, and is one of the most interesting hill works known. It corresponds in all essential particulars with those of the same class already described. It occupies the summit of a promontory cut from the tablelands bordering the Miami River, which upon 3 sides presents high and steep natural banks, rendered more secure for purposes of defense by artificial embankments thrown up along their brows. The remaining side is defended by a wall and ditch, and it is from this side only that the work is easy of approach. The walls are low, measuring at this time but about 4 feet in height. The area enclosed is level, subsiding somewhat towards the north, so as to form a sort of natural terrace along the river. Previous to the construction of the Miami Canal, this terrace was 8 or 10 rods wide, having a perpendicular bank next the river, some 50 or more feet high. Upon this terrace are situated several small mounds. The point indicated by C in the plan is the most elevated within the enclosure. The ground here was intermixed with large stones, most of which were removed in building the canal. Among them, it is said, were found several human skeletons, and also a variety of carved stone implements. The most interesting feature in connection with this work is the entrance on the south, of which the enlarged plan can alone afford a fair conception. The ends P022 of the wall curve inwardly as they approach each other, upon a radius of 75 feet, forming a true circle, interrupted only by the gateways. Within the space thus formed, is a small circle 100 feet in diameter, outside of which and covering the gateway is a mound, 40 feet in diameter and 5 feet high. The passage between the mound and the embankment, and between the walls of the circles, is now about 6 feet wide. The gateway or opening D is 20 feet wide. This singular entrance, it will be remarked, strongly resembles the gateways belonging to a work already described, Plate 6, although much more regular in its construction. The ditches, FF, which accompany the wall on the south, subside into the ravines upon either side. These ravines are not far from 60 feet deep, and have precipitous sides, rendering ascent almost impossible. The mound H is 3 feet high. The area of the work is 17 acres, the whole of which is yet covered with a dense primitive forest. The valley beyond the river is broad, and in it are many traces of a remote population, of which this work was probably the fortress or place of last resort, during turbulent periods. Plate 8. Number 2. This work is situated 6 miles southwest of the town of Hamilton, in Butler County, Ohio. It has no very remarkable features, although possessing the general characteristics of this class of works. It consists of a simple embankment of earth carried around the brow of a high, detached hill, overlooking a wide and beautiful section of the Miami Valley. The side of the hill on the north, towards the river, is very abrupt, and rises to the height of 120 feet above the valley. The remaining sides are steep, though comparatively easy of ascent. The walls are scarcely 4 feet high, and seem to have been much reduced by time. There are 6 gateways, 2 of which open upon natural bastions or lookouts, and the remaining 4 towards copious springs, as shown in the plan. The ground within the walls rises gradually to the center, from which an extended view of the valley and surrounding country may be obtained. There are 2 mounds of earth placed near together on the highest point within the enclosure, measuring respectively 10 feet in height. Southeast of the work, and 900 feet distant, is an eminence A, about 50 feet higher than the one occupied by the above-mentioned work, being much the highest point in the neighborhood. The area on the top is, however, inconsiderable. There are some traces of ancient occupation here, though they are far from being distinct or considerable. P023 Plate 8. Number 3. The enclosure here represented is situated on the left bank of the Great Miami River, 2.5 miles above the town of Piquet, Miami County, Ohio, upon the farm of Colonel John Johnston, a prominent actor in the early history of Ohio. It occupies the third terrace, which here forms a bluff peninsula, bounded on 3 sides by streams. The banks of the terrace vary from 50 to 75 feet in height. The embankment is carried along the boundaries of the peninsula, enclosing an oval-shaped area of about 18 acres. It is composed of earth intermixed with large quantities of stone, and is unaccompanied by a ditch. The stones that enter into the composition of the rampart are water-worn, and must have been brought from the bed of the river, which, according to Dr. Drake, for 2 miles opposite this work, does not at present afford a stone of 10 pounds weight. A mound, 5 feet high and surrounded by a ditch, occurs within the work. There is also another, exterior to the walls, upon the second terrace, towards the river. This is classed as a defensive work, for very obvious reasons. 16 Below this entrenchment, and on the present site of the town of Piquet, a group of works formerly existed, consisting of circles, ellipses, etc. These have been described at length by Major Long. 17 There are also various small works on the opposite bank of the Miami. Indeed, the whole valley is here covered with traces of a former dense population. Plate 8. No. 4.18 This work resembles one already described, number 2 of this plate. It is situated on the bank of the Great Miami River, 3 miles below Dayton, Montgomery County, Ohio. The side of the hill towards the river is very steep, rising to the P024 height of 160 feet. The remaining sides are less abrupt. Upon the south is the principal gateway, and here the declivity is gentle. This gateway is covered upon the interior by a ditch, cc. 20 feet wide, and 700 feet long. At DDD are dug holes, from which it is apparent a portion of the earth composing the embankments was taken. At B is a natural depression 40 feet deep, and covering not far from 1½ acres. At the northern slope of the narrow ridge which intersects the work, and within the line of the embankment of which it forms a part, is a small mound. From its top a full view of the surrounding country, for a long distance up and down the river, may be obtained. A terrace, apparently artificial, skirts the northwest side of the hill, 30 feet below the embankment. As remarked in a former instance, this terrace may be natural. It has, however, all the regularity of a work of art. Plate 9. Number 1. Fortified Hill, near Granville, Licking County, Ohio. The work here represented is situated 2 miles below the town of Granville, Licking County, Ohio. It encloses the summit of a high hill, and embraces an area of not far from 18 acres. The embankment is, for the most part, carried around the hill at a considerable distance below its brow, and is completely overlooked from every portion of the enclosed area. Unlike all other hill works which have fallen under notice, the ditch occurs outside of the wall, the earth in the construction of the latter having been thrown upwards and inwards. This is observed equally at the points where the hill is steepest, and the result has been, in the lapse of time, that the ditch is almost obliterated, while the accumulating earth has filled the space above the wall, so that the appearance of the defense, at these points, is that of a high, steep terrace. The height of the wall varies at different places. Where the declivity is gentle and the approach easy, it is highest perhaps 8 or 10 feet from the bottom of the ditch, elsewhere it is considerably less. The embankment conforms generally to the shape of the hill. It is interrupted by 3 gateways, 2 of which open towards springs of water, and the other, or principal one, upon a long narrow spur, which subsides gradually into the valley of Raccoon Creek, affording a comparatively easy ascent. Spade Suit 9. Number 1. Fortified Hill, near Granville, Licking Co., Ohio. Number 2. Fortified Hill, near the mouth of the Great Miami River, Hamilton Co., Ohio. Number 3. Ancient Work, near Lexington, Kentucky. Upon the highest part of the ground enclosed in this work, is a small circle, 100 feet in diameter, within which are 2 small mounds. There is also another truncated mound, a little distance to the northward of the circle. The mounds within the circle, upon excavation, were found, in common with all similar structures occurring within enclosures, to contain altars. No enduring remains seem to have been deposited upon these altars, which were covered with ashes, intermixed with small fragments of pottery. This is the only hill work which has P025 and observed to embrace a minor work of the description here represented. The character of the principal enclosure can hardly be mistaken, it is palpably a defensive work, although deficient in that grand essential, a supply of water. If we concede, what can hardly admit of doubt, that the minor structure had a sacred or superstitious origin, we must of necessity arrive at the conclusion that the altars of the ancient people sometimes accompanied their defenses. This work constitutes one of the Newark group, and is indicated by the letter B in the map of 6 miles of the Newark Valley, presented upon a succeeding plate. This section of country was once densely populated, as is evidenced by the number and extent of the ancient remains which it includes, and it is probable that the work here noticed, together with one of like character upon the opposite side of the valley, 3 miles distant, constituted the places of last resort of the ancient inhabitants. The extensive works in the immediate vicinity of Newark, of which a full account is elsewhere given, can hardly be supposed to partake of a military character. Plate 9. No. 2.19 Fortified hill at the mouth of the Great Miami River, Hamilton County, Ohio. This work is strictly analogous to the other hill works already described, and is so well exhibited in the engraving as to need little explanation. It occupies the summit of a steep, insulated hill, and consists of a wall carried along its brow, composed of earth, thrown as usual in such cases from the interior. The wall conforms strictly to the outline of the hill, except at the west, where there is a considerable promontory, which is left unenclosed. Upon this promontory is a mound, corresponding doubtless in its purposes with the one on the principal avenue of approach to the remarkable fortified hill, higher up on the Miami, in Butler County, Plate 6. The late President Harrison regarded this work as admirably designed for defense, and as evincing extraordinary military skill. He says, the work at the mouth of the Great Miami was a citadel, more elevated than the Acropolis of Athens, although easier of access, as it is not like the latter a solid rock, but upon 3 sides is as nearly perpendicular as could be, to be composed of earth. A large space of the low ground was, however, enclosed by walls uniting it with the Ohio. The foundation of that, being of stone as well as those of the citadel, which formed the western defense, is still visible where it crosses P026 the Miami River, which, at the period of the erection of the work, must have discharged itself into the Ohio at a point much lower down than it now does. I have never been able to discover the eastern wall of the enclosure, but if its direction from the citadel to the Ohio was such as it should have been, to embrace the largest space with the least labor, there could not have been less than 300 acres enclosed. 20 Plate 9. Number 3. Ancient work near Lexington, Kentucky. From the Rafinesque manuscripts. This work is situated at the junction of the town and South Forks of the Elkhorn River, 7 miles from the town of Lexington, Kentucky. Its character is sufficiently explained by the engraving. It is entirely singular in having a stream, of considerable size, running through it. The river has probably encroached upon its original proportions. About 100 yards to the eastward of this work is a small, oblong enclosure, and a large, elliptical, truncated mound. Other mounds and enclosures occur in the vicinity. 21 Plate X Clark's work, North Fork of Paint Creek. 22 The work here presented is one of the largest and most interesting in the Scioto Valley. It has many of the characteristics of a work of defense, and is accordingly classified as such, although differing in position and some other respects from the entrenched hills just described. The minor works which it encloses, or which are in combination with it, are manifestly of a different character, probably religious P027 in their design, and would seem to point to the conclusion, that this was a fortified town, rather than a defensive work of last resort. Spadesuit X North Fork, Works, Roscoe, Ohio. It is situated on the North Fork of Paint Creek, on the estate of W. C. Clark, Esq., and occupies the entire width of the second terrace, which here presents a broad and level plain, of exceeding beauty and fertility. Its general form is that of a parallelogram, 2,800 feet by 1,800, with one of its corners somewhat rounded. On the side next the creek, it is bounded by a wall 4 feet high, running along the very edge of the terrace bank, and conforming to its irregularities. These however are slight. Its remaining sides are bounded by a wall and exterior ditch. The wall is 6 feet high by 35 feet base, and the ditch of corresponding dimensions. The lines ascend the declivity of the tableland back of the terrace, and extend along its brow, dipping into the ravines and rising over the ridges into which it has been cut by the action of water. Wherever the ravines are of any considerable depth, the wall has been washed away, but in all cases leaving evidences that it once extended uninterruptedly through. The bank of the terrace is 30, that of the tableland 50 feet in height. The area thus enclosed is 111 acres. To the right of the principal work, and connecting with it by a gateway at its center, is a smaller work of 16 acres area. It is a perfect square, its sides measuring respectively 850 feet. It has gateways at the middle of each side, 30 feet wide, and covered by small mounds, which are placed 50 feet interior to the walls. There are gateways also at the two outer corners, which are unaccompanied by mounds. The opening which leads to the principal enclosure is twice as wide as the others. The walls of the smaller work are much lighter than those of the large one, and have no attendant ditch. Fig. 3. Within the area of the great work, are two small ones. One of them is a perfect circle, 350 feet in diameter, bounded by a single slight wall, with a gateway opening to the west. The other is a semicircular enclosure, 2,000 feet in circumference, bounded by a slight circumvallation and ditch as represented in the plan. Within this last enclosure, of which Fig. 3 is a view, are 7 mounds, 3 of which are joined together, forming a continuous elevation 30 feet high by 500 feet long, and 180 broad at the base. See longitudinal section NO. The ground within this work appears to be elevated above the general level of the plain. Whether designedly or by the wasting of the mounds it is impossible to say. There are other mounds at the points indicated in the plan, most of which have been explored, with what results will appear in the chapter on mounds. It may nevertheless be proper to remark, that nearly all the mounds examined were places of sacrifice, containing altars, thus confirming the opinion already confidently expressed, respecting the character of the work. Where the defenses descend from the tablelands to the left, is a gully or P028 torrent bed, which, before the construction of this work, kept the course indicated by the dotted line X. It was turned by the builders from its natural channel into the ditch, along which it still runs for a considerable distance, but at one place it has broken over the wall, obliterating it for nearly 200 feet. It is dry at most seasons of the year, and, unless much swollen by the rains, keeps the course of the ditch, terminating in a deep gully, formed by the flow of water from a copious and unfailing spring. This gully is made to answer as a ditch, for the space yet intervening, to the edge of the terrace. It is 15 feet deep, by 60 or 70 wide. In several other instances, this artificial change in water courses has been observed. The gateways of this work are 6 in number, one opening into the smaller enclosure to the east, 2 upon the tablelands, 1 to the spring first mentioned, and 2 others towards the creek. 2 considerable springs occur within the walls. It is not necessary, however, upon the hypothesis already advanced in respect to this work, to suppose its ancient population wholly dependent upon these sources for their supply of water, inasmuch as it is very evident that many centuries have not elapsed since the creek, now 100 rods distant, washed the base of the terrace upon which it stands. Indeed, until recently, and until prevented by dikes above, the creek at its highest stages continued to send a portion of its waters along its ancient channel. The slight wall along the terrace bank is composed chiefly of smooth, water-worn stones, taken from the creek, and cemented together by tough, clayey earth. The wall of the square is wholly of clay, and its outlines may be easily traced by the eye, from a distance, by its color. It appears, as do the embankments of many other works, to have been slightly burned. This appearance is so marked, as to induce some persons to suppose that the walls were, in certain instances, originally composed of bricks partially baked, but which have in process of time lost their form, and subsided into a homogeneous mass. That they have in some cases been subjected to the action of fire, is too obvious to admit of doubt. At the point Z in the lower wall of the square, stones and large masses of pebbles and earth, much burned, and resembling a ferruginous conglomerate, are turned up by the plough. May not this feature be accounted for by supposing the walls to have been originally surmounted by palisades, which were destroyed by the action of fire? Such a cause, however, seems hardly adequate to produce so striking results. The broken tableland upon which the main work extends, forms natural bastions at T and S, which have gateways opening to them. At the point marked C in the embankment, a quantity of calcined human bones are observable. Spadesuit 11. Ancient work, Butler Co., Ohio. Such are some of the features of this interesting work, and if their detail has been tedious, it may be urged in extenuation of such minuteness, that descriptions have hitherto been quite too vague and general. Minute circumstances are often of the first importance in arriving at correct conclusions. The comparative slightness of the wall and the absence of a ditch, at the points possessing natural defenses, the extension of the artificial defenses upon the tablelands overlooking and commanding the terrace, the facilities afforded for an abundant supply of water, as well as the large area enclosed, with its mysterious circles and sacred P029 mounds, all go to sustain the conclusion, that this was a fortified town or city of the ancient people. The history of its fall, if its strange monuments could speak, would perhaps tell of heroic defense of homes and altars, and of daring achievements in siege and assault. The amount of labor expended in the construction of this work, in view of the imperfect means at the command of the builders, is immense. The embankments measure together nearly 3 miles in length, and a careful computation shows that, including mounds, not less than 3 million cubic feet of earth were used in their composition. Within this work, some of the most interesting discoveries recorded in this volume were made. Plate 11. Number 1. From the surveys and notes of James McBride. This highly interesting work is situated in Butler County, Ohio, on the banks of 7 Mile Creek, 5 miles north of the town of Hamilton. It is formed by 2 irregular lines of embankment, and an exterior ditch, cutting off a jutting point of the second terrace, and has an area of 25 acres. These embankments are parallel throughout, and were evidently both made from the same ditch. The outer one has an average height of 4, the inner one of 3 feet. The ditch is between 5 and 6 feet deep, by 35 feet wide. At the southern portion of the work, both walls and the ditch have their greatest dimensions. The side of the work next the stream is bounded by an abrupt natural bank, 18 feet high. Distant a few rods from the northeastern angle of the work, is an elliptical mound 11 feet high, its conjugate and transverse diameters are 92 and 118 feet respectively. This work has a single gateway 30 feet wide. The inner wall, near its southern extremity, curves inward along the terrace bank for a considerable distance. The first, or creek terrace, is a low alluvion, not subject to overflow. It is evident, however, that the creek once ran at the base of the natural bank, now bounding one side of this work, probably at the period of its construction and occupancy. Plate 11. Number 2. This work affords a very fair illustration of one portion of the defensive structures of the West, already alluded to in the general remarks on the subject, at the p030 beginning of this chapter. It occurs in Oxford Township, Butler County, Ohio, Lot 6, Seconds 31, TP5, Range 2, EM, at a point on 4 Mile Creek, where that stream forms a remarkable bend, constituting a peninsula 1,060 feet across at its neck, and 1,320 feet deep. This peninsula is, in fact, a bold headland, with precipitous banks, rising 60 feet above the water in the creek, and overlooking the low bottoms that surround it. Across the neck of this peninsula is carried a crescent-shaped wall with an outer ditch. The wall is now but little over 3 feet in height, and the ditch of corresponding depth. Formerly it was much higher, precluding cultivation. It has been reduced by the present occupant, who has plowed along it longitudinally, throwing the furrows into the ditch, a common practice, which is fast reducing and obliterating these interesting monuments of antiquity. A single gateway 20 feet wide leads into the enclosure, which has an area of 20 acres. A terrace, apparently artificial, and 30 feet wide, occurs on the northern bank, at about midway from the water to the top. It may be a natural feature, and caused by the subsidence of the bank from the undermining of the stream. The creek, at one time, unquestionably ran close under the banks of the peninsula, whether or not the recession, leaving the intervening low bottom, b, took place subsequently to the erection of the work, it is of course impossible to determine. In this work will be remarked the lapping round of the parapet, on the natural bank of the stream at b, a feature heretofore mentioned, as probably designed to protect the flank of the defense. Plate 11. Number 3. Among the works remarkable as possessing double walls, is the one here presented. It is situated on the Great Miami River, 4 miles southwest of the town of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. The plan obviates the necessity of a detailed description. The outer line of defense consists of a simple embankment 5 feet high, with an exterior ditch 4 feet deep. It has a single gateway 15 feet wide. There are apparent gateways at AA, but the ditch only is interrupted. Interior to this line of embankment, is another of less dimensions, having also but one opening. At B is a large broad mound, over which, and somewhat below the summit on the outer side, the inner line of embankment is carried. The ditch also continues uninterruptedly over the mound, which is 30 feet high. From its summit, a view of the entire work and surrounding country is commanded. Another mound, 10 feet high, occurs at the point indicated in the plan. It is composed of stone and gravel, apparently taken from the river, and probably belongs to the class of mounds denominated sacrificial, the characteristics of P031 which are explained in another chapter. At C, the outer wall appears to have formerly extended down to a lower level, but it has been much obliterated by the washing of the bank. The natural banks, on the side towards the river and next to Big Run, are inaccessibly steep, and between 60 and 70 feet high. Spade Suit 12. Ancient Works, Number 1. Duck River, Franklin Co., Tennessee. Number 2. Preble Co., Ohio. Number 3. Green Co., Ohio. Number 4. Ross Co., Ohio. The area, embraced within the exterior lines, is a trifle less than 18 acres. The defensive character of this work can hardly be doubted. It has been suggested that the large mound, over which the inner wall is carried, was designed as a lookout, or alarm post. This may not have been its primary, but it is not impossible that such was its secondary purpose. Plate 12. Number 1. Stonework, on Duck River, Tennessee. Point 23. This work is situated in Franklin County, Tennessee, at the junction of the east and west branches of Duck River, and near the main road from Nashville to Winchester. It includes an area of about 32 acres. The walls are composed of stones of various sizes, collected from the surface of the surrounding country, and rudely thrown together. There is no appearance of their having been united by cement, nor do they exhibit any marks of the hammer. The wall on the south is covered with a layer of earth from 1 to 2 feet deep, and is about 16 feet in thickness at the base, about 5 feet at the top, and from 8 to 10 feet high. At the northern extremity, near the front wall, are two conical mounds of stone, designated by M. in the plan. Each of these mounds is about 6 feet high, and 10 feet in diameter at the base. Originally they may have been of somewhat greater altitude, and being on the exterior of the wall, may have been intended as watchtowers. In the rear of the mounds is the northern wall, extending to a high bank on either branch of Duck River, and opposite to a waterfall on each, of 10 or 12 feet in height. In the northern wall is an entrance or gateway, and in the rear of the gateway are what appear to be the remains of two stone buildings P032, exaggerated in the plan, one about 16 feet square, the other about 10 feet, the stones are rough and unhewn. Stretching south, the walls are continued on both sides until they reach the points AA, at a bold limestone bluff, which forms a good natural defense. South of the bluff the walls are continued of the same height and thickness, until they reach the angles of the wall fronting the south, which wall also extends from the bank of one river to the other, and has a gateway nearly opposite to that in the northern wall. At the points AA, it is supposed by many who have examined this work, there were formerly excavated passages leading to each branch of Duck River, with steps cut in the rock. There does not, however, appear to be sufficient evidence to sustain this conclusion. The ascent or descent is not very difficult, the steps appear to be formed by the projection of the rock strata, and it was no doubt by these passages that the occupants of the work gained access to the river, and were supplied with water. Near the base of the wall on the south side is a ditch, from 16 to 20 feet wide, and 6 or 8 deep. A short distance farther from the southern wall is another and much more extensive ditch or excavation. In some places it is 70 or 80 feet wide, and from 25 to 30 feet deep. The earth from these ditches was probably removed to cover the walls of the fort, or employed in the erection of the neighboring mounds, while the ditches themselves constituted an additional means of defense. About 3/4 of a mile north of this work is a mound of an oblong form, about 25 feet high, 100 feet long, and 20 broad. On the northwest, about half a mile distant, is another mound of similar form, 20 feet high, 80 long, and 60 wide. These mounds are constructed with the same regularity that distinguishes all the other works of similar character. On both these mounds, trees are growing as large as any in the surrounding forests. This work differs in its form, and in the material used in its construction, from all others in the vicinity, but it does not exhibit greater evidence of skill. The difference in form was probably owing to its location, it having evidently been made to conform in all respects to the nature of the ground. Stones were employed because they could be readily procured. Although the hammer had nothing to do with the preparation of the materials, it was nevertheless a work of great labor, and the place of location was selected with a military eye. Numerous other defensive works are represented to exist in Tennessee, but very few of them have been surveyed and described. In Bedford County there is a stone work of considerable size, the walls of which are said to be from 16 to 20 feet wide at the base, and 4 to 5 feet wide on the top. Other works adjoin it. It is generally believed to have been erected by De Soto, but in 1819 an oak tree standing on the wall was cut down, which exhibited 357 annual layers, and must consequently have been 78 years old when De Soto landed in Florida. 24 A stonework, less in size, but of the same general character, occurs in LaRue P033 County, Kentucky. It is situated on one of the bluffs of the rolling fork of Salt River, where the creek makes a sharp bend. A plan of it is published in Collins's History of Kentucky, p. 398. An account of another, of much the same character, in Allen County, is published in the same work, p. 167. Plate 12. Number 2. This work is situated at the junction of the two principal forks of Twin Creek, an affluent of the Great Miami River, 6 miles southeast of the town of Eaton, Preble County, Ohio, on S.E. corner of Seconds number 10, Township 5, of Range 3, E.M. The plan is from a survey by Mr. McBride. In position and mode of construction, this work does not differ materially from a number of others already described. The embankment has an average height of about 4 feet, and the ditch is not far from 5 feet deep. The bluff bordering upon the Franklin Fork of the creek is for the most part precipitous, and has an average height of between 50 and 60 feet. At its base are several never-failing springs. The height of the bluff fronting upon the other fork varies from 30 feet near the end of the wall, to 60 feet at the junction of the two streams. At its highest part, the bluff consists of a conglomerate, composed of gravel and stones of considerable size. It is very porous, and overhangs about 10 feet. There are a number of large cavities in it, which were once supposed to be artificial, and the entrances to subterranean chambers. They are formed by the disintegration of the materials composing the bluff. Nearly in the center of the work, in the position indicated in the plan, is a line of large stones. They occupy a space about 700 feet long, by 12 broad, and are laid compactly together. Though much sunk in the earth, they are yet distinctly traceable. Plate 12. No. 3.25. The fortification here presented affords a fine illustration of the character of the ancient defenses of the West. It is situated on Massey's Creek, a tributary of the Little Miami River, 7 miles east from the town of Xenia, Greene County, P034 Ohio, and consists of a high promontory, bounded on all sides, excepting an interval at the west, by a precipitous limestone cliff. Across the isthmus, from which the ground gradually subsides towards the plain almost as regularly as an artificial glacis, is carried a wall of earth and stones. This wall is now about 10 feet high by 30 feet base, and is continued for some distance along the edge of the cliff where it is least precipitous, on the north. It is interrupted by 3 narrow gateways, exterior to each of which was formerly a mound of stones, now mostly carried away. Still exterior to these are 4 short crescent walls, extending across the isthmus. These crescents are rather slight, not much exceeding, at the present time, 3 feet in height. The cliff has an average height of upwards of 25 feet, and is steep and almost inaccessible. At DD are breaks in the limestone, where the declivity is sufficiently gentle to admit of a passage on horseback. At E is a fissure in the cliff, where persons may ascend on foot. The valley, or rather ravine, CC, is 300 feet broad. Massey's Creek, a considerable stream, washes the base of the promontory on the north. The area bounded by the cliff and embankment is not far from 12 acres. The whole is now covered with the primitive forest. The natural strength of this position is great, and no inconsiderable degree of skill has been expended in perfecting its defenses. A palisade, if carried around the brow of the cliff and along the summit of the wall, would render it impregnable to savage assault. About 100 rods above this work, on the opposite side of the creek, is a small circle, 200 feet in diameter, enclosing a mound. About the same distance below, upon the same bank, is a large conical mound, 30 feet in height and 140 feet in diameter at the base. No other works of magnitude are known to exist, nearer than the great defensive structure on the Little Miami, Plate 7, 21 miles distant. Plate 12. Number 4. This work, unlike those just described, occurs upon the high tableland bordering the Scioto River bottoms, on the west bank of that stream, 12 miles above the city of Chillicothe. It consists of a single wall and ditch, cutting off a high promontory, formed by the declivity of the tableland, and the bank of a wide and deep ravine. These banks are not far from 100 feet in height, and at most points are absolutely inaccessible. It has a single gateway, opening towards a copious spring, at the head of the ravine just mentioned. The wall is 4 feet high, and the ditch of corresponding depth. There are no mounds within this enclosure, nor in its immediate vicinity, but a number of natural elevations are discernible, which an unpracticed eye might mistake for works of art. In this instance, they may have subserved some of the purposes of the mounds. P035 The water flowing through the ditch has formed deep gullies at the points where it terminates. The soil is here clayey and hard. The level at the foot of the promontory upon which this work stands, is the first or latest formed terrace of the Scioto, indicating that the river, at one period, swept along where the Ohio Canal now passes. Spade Suit 13. Ancient Works, Number 1. In Bourbon Co., Kentucky. Number 2. Near Coleraine, Butler Co., Ohio. Plate 13. Number 1. From the Raphaelesque manuscripts. This work, which seems incontestably of a defensive character, is situated on Stoner's Creek, at the mouth of Flat Run, in Bourbon County, Kentucky. The wall throughout is composed of earth, and is slight, not exceeding 3 or 4 feet in height. A number of mounds and excavations occur within the enclosure, together with other remains, consisting of raised outlines, 2 or 3 feet broad and 1 foot high. These are indicated by the letter A, and are denominated remains of dwellings by Raphaelesque. 20 of them are found within, and 14 without the walls, the latter occupying the point of land to the north of the enclosure. The larger one is called the Palace by our fanciful authority, and is represented to be 80 feet long by 75 broad. To the north of the palace is an elliptical, hollow area, 15 feet deep. It is indicated by the letter C. A number of irregular excavations are marked by the letter D. The Lexington Road passes through this work. Plate 13. Note 2.26 from the Surveys and Notes of James McBride. This work is one of the first magnitude, and in many respects bears a close resemblance to the great work on the North Fork of Paint Creek. See Plate 9. It is situated near the village of Coleraine, Hamilton County, Ohio, on the right bank of the Great Miami River, and encloses an area of 95 acres. The walls have an average height of 9 feet, and have an exterior ditch of proportionate dimensions. The terrace upon which the work is located is 30 feet above the usual stage of water in the river. P036 The outwork, of which A is an enlarged plan, possesses all the features of a bastion, and was perhaps designed as such. It could hardly have been intended as a gateway, for, although the ditch is interrupted for a narrow space at C, the embankment is unbroken. The transverse section of the wall, AB, demonstrates the artificial origin of the work, which it is not probable anyone would be disposed to deny. The upheaved gravel upon the exterior side of the wall, wherever it is under cultivation, supports dwarfed and sickly maize, while on the inner side, the grain is luxuriant. This feature and its cause are indicated in the section. This work, which was undoubtedly defensive, commands a large peninsula, 2 miles in circumference, formed by a singular bend in the river. About 200 paces distant from this enclosure, in a southern direction, is the site of Old Fort Dunlap, somewhat celebrated in the early history of the Miami Valley. It was invested by the notorious Simon Girty, with a force of 600 Indians, in 1791, without success. Some distance from the fort, and still further to the south, is a hill 300 feet in altitude, upon the top of which are 2 mounds, measuring 5 and 10 feet in height, respectively. They are composed of earth and stones, considerably burned. Plate 14. Number 1. This work is situated near the north line of Pickaway County, Ohio, on the right bank of the Scioto River. It is entirely analogous to many of those already described, and is only remarkable as possessing 3 lines of embankment, with corresponding ditches, as shown by the section AB. The ditches are here interior to the walls, which circumstance is adverse to the idea of a defensive origin. The situation, however, with a steep bank and deep water on one side, and deep ravines with precipitous banks on the others, is one of great natural strength and adaptation for defense. The walls are now very slight. Spade Suit 14. Ancient Works, Number 1. Pickaway Co., Ohio. Number 2. Franklin Co., Ohio. Number 3. Fayette Co., Kentucky. Number 4. 6 miles from Lexington, Fayette Co., Kentucky. Number 2. This work is, in most respects, similar to the one last described. It is situated 4.5 miles north of Worthington, Franklin County, Ohio, on the left bank of Olentangy Creek. The artificial defenses consist simply of an embankment of earth, 3 feet in height, with an exterior ditch of corresponding depth. The natural defenses are sufficiently obvious. Both of these plans are from surveys by Charles Whittlesey, ESQ numbers 3 and 4. The character of these works is sufficiently explained by the engravings. From the position of the ditch and other obvious circumstances, they have been classed as of defensive origin. They are from the Raphinesque manuscripts P037 Plate 15. Ancient Works in Northern Ohio. The succeeding plans and descriptions, relating to aboriginal monuments of Northern Ohio, were communicated by Charles Whittlesey, ESQ, of Cleveland, whose archaeological researches have been both extensive and accurate. Spade Suit 15. Ancient Works, Number 1. Norwalk, Huron Co., Ohio. Number 2. Near Conneaut, Ashtabula Co., Ohio. Number 3. 3 miles SE of Cleveland, Cuyahoga Co., Ohio. Number 1. Ancient Works near Norwalk, Huron County, Ohio. The relative positions of the various works composing this group are given by the eye, they are nevertheless sufficiently accurate. The individual works are laid down from actual survey. The enclosure A is principally in a field long cultivated, and is scarcely traceable. The ditch is exterior to the wall, and exists only upon the northwest and southwest sides. The walls were very much reduced. When first seen by the whites, they scarcely exceeded 18 inches in height. The ditch was of corresponding depth. The enclosure B occupies a promontory of gravelly land, elevated about 40 feet above the creek. The detached circular work D is nearly obliterated by the plow. It had a slight exterior ditch, as had also a part of the main work B. The present height of the wall is from 1 to 2.5 feet, depth of ditch somewhat less. The breadth of the embankments, at the base, varies from 15 to 30 feet. Within the enclosure B is an elevation of earth, A, of a rectangular form, about 3 feet high, from which a low embankment extends to the outer wall. At B is a similar elevation connected with the wall. Exterior to the work, and occupying the point of the headland on which it stands, is a small mound, from which a skull was taken some years since, and deposited in the museum of the Willoughby University of Lake Erie. In it were also found the 2 valves of what is described as a clamshell, each having 3 holes near the beak, suggesting the probability of a handle having been attached at that point, so as to constitute a spoon or ladle. Besides these were found 2 pipes of clay, and one of white marble, partly disintegrated, about 2½ inches high, also, a flat piece of a hard grayish slate, half an inch thick, raw to an edge at the broad end, with a hole pierced obliquely through it, called by the finders a hoe. A small earthen vessel, of coarse material and rude finish, holding about a pint, accompanied these relics. All these articles were taken from the vicinity of coals and ashes, and burned human bones. In the hands of one of the skeletons were pieces of clay, which had evidently been placed in them while in a plastic state, inasmuch as they still retained the impressions of the fingers, joints, and palms. 27p038 The work C occupies a corresponding position with those already described, as belonging to this group. The peninsula upon which it is situated is approachable only from the south. Upon this side the ditch is irregular. The mounds of the central group have been opened, but it is not known with what results. They are quite low, not exceeding 3 feet in height. The wall of this work is very slight. At the southwest is a graded passage to the lower level of the river bottom. Huron River or creek, several branches of which join it at this point, is always fordable, and the bluffs which surround the enclosures are not very difficult of ascent. These works may have been designed for defense, perhaps they were walled towns, but they do not occupy positions of great natural strength. The grounds adjacent to the river are low, and in places swampy. The river evidently once ran at the base of the bluff occupied by the enclosure B. Number 2. Ancient work near Conneaut, Ashtabula County, Ohio. This work is at present very slight, but distinctly traceable. The sketch is a mere coup d'oeil, without measurements. The elevation of the bluff upon which it stands is about 70 feet, and the banks of aluminous slate are, upon the north, very precipitous. It would be entirely impracticable for a body of men to ascend upon this side, without ladders and scaling apparatus. Upon the south side it would be practicable for an assailant to ascend, unless prevented by some artificial obstacle. Upon this side, the wall which skirts the brow of the hill is accompanied by an outer ditch, while upon the north there is a simple embankment. The ascent, cc, is gradual and easy. Within the enclosure the earth is very black and rich, outside of the walls it is a stiff clay. The adjacent bottoms are very fertile, and the creek is everywhere fordable. There can be no doubt that this was a fortified position. Near the village of Conneaut are a number of mounds, and other traces of an ancient population, among which is an aboriginal cemetery regularly laid out, and of great extent. Number 3. Ancient work 3 miles southeast of Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, Ohio. This stronghold is on the Great Plain which extends some miles back from the shores of Lake Erie, gently declining towards it, and by many supposed to have been its ancient bed. Many portions of this plain are 200 feet above the present surface of the lake. The marl, sand, and gravel deposits, of which this formation is made up, are from 100 to 300 feet thick. These materials are readily washed away by rains, springs, and rivulets, so that the flat region is intersected by numberless deep and narrow ravines, leaving bluff headlands, and furnishing the ancient people with numerous positions protected on nearly every side by deep gullies and high precipitous banks, and capable, with little artificial aid, of easy defense. These features of the country, and the manner in which they were made available for defensive purposes, are well illustrated in the example here presented. The isthmus connecting this promontory with the general table is but about 200 feet wide, and is defended by parallel lines P039 of embankments accompanied by exterior ditches. There seems to be no gateway or opening through the outer line. The inner one, however, terminates before reaching the bank of the ravine on the left, leaving a narrow passageway upon that side. The natural banks have an angle of 45 to 60 degrees with the horizon, and are in many places wet and slippery, and utterly inaccessible. About 1/4 of a mile to the eastward of this work, is a mound 10 feet high, by 60 feet in diameter at the base. Fig. 4. Fig. 4. This work is situated on the right bank of Black River, in Sheffield Township, Lorain County, Ohio. The bank of the river is here nearly perpendicular and quite impossible of ascent, except by ropes or something equivalent, and is about 60 feet high. The water level of the lake reaches to this spot, and the river is in consequence too deep to be forded. The position seems to have been selected for the purpose of defense, although the land back of it is on the same level. The artificial defenses consist of double embankments, with an intermediate ditch. The embankments are very slight, not much exceeding a foot in height. It is not improbable that the ditch was occupied by wooden pickets, supported by embankments on either side. The work could not have afforded any protection, except with additional defenses, palisades, or something of the sort. Within the enclosure the soil is very rich, but without, it is clayey and poor. The gateway, opening to the north, is 40 feet wide. Fig. 5. Fig. 5. This work is situated in the same township with that last described. It is bounded upon 3 sides by a vertical slate bluff, and defended upon the 4th by a double line of embankments, with accompanying exterior ditches. The height of the walls is about 8 feet, measuring from the bottom of the ditches. There is an opening or passageway through the outer line, but none through the inner. We may account for this circumstance by supposing the latter to have been thrown up after the commencement of a siege. As usual, the soil within this work is very rich compared with that without the walls. Under any mode of attack known to barbarians, this must have been an impregnable work. Upon the other side of the creek, are bluffs of equal height with that upon which this defense is located, but they are too far distant to afford positions of annoyance to besiegers. P040. Fig. 6. Fig. 6. This work is situated upon the Cuyahoga River, 8 miles above Cleveland, Ohio. It corresponds, in all essential particulars, with the one on the same stream, 5 miles below, which has already been described. The ground has been so long under cultivation that the parallels are with difficulty traced. They are not more than a foot or 18 inches high. The ditch is of corresponding depth. Between the lines there is a depression undoubtedly artificial in its origin, but now much deepened by rains. The soil is a clay loam, and the area very difficult of access from all sides. The bluff is here from 150 to 200 feet high. Fig. 7. Fig. 7. This work is situated on the Cuyahoga River, 2 miles below that last described, with which it coincides in respect to position. It has, however, but a single wall and ditch. The latter is from 2 to 4 feet deep, the former of proportionate height. There is a gateway or unexcavated passage across the ditch, but no corresponding opening in the embankment. There is, however, a narrow, unprotected space between the left end of the defenses and the bluff. The elevation of the ground is here about 200 feet above the river, the soil sandy, and lately put under cultivation. The bluff is steep and difficult of ascent. Water is found in the adjacent ravines, which are narrow and deep. Fig 8. Fig 8. This work is situated on the right bank of the Maumee River, 2 miles above Toledo, in Wood County, Ohio. The water of the river is here deep and still, and of the lake level, the bluff is about 35 feet high. Since the work was built, the current has undermined a portion, and parts of the embankment are to be seen on the slips at AA. The country for miles in all directions is flat and wet, though heavily timbered, as is the space in and around this enclosure. The walls, measuring from the bottoms of the ditches, are from 3 to 4 feet high. They are not of uniform dimensions throughout their extent, and as there is no ditch on the southwest side, while there is a double wall and ditch elsewhere, it is presumable that the work was abandoned before it was finished. P041. Nothing can be more plain than that most of the remains in northern Ohio, particularly those on the Cuyahoga River, are military works. There have not yet been found any remnants of timber in the walls, yet it is very safe to presume that palisades were planted on them, and that wooden posts and gates were erected at the passages left in the embankments and ditches. All the positions are contiguous to water, and none of them have higher land in their vicinity, from which they might in any degree be commanded. Of the works bordering on the shore of Lake Erie, through the state of Ohio, there are none but may have been intended for defense, although in some of them the design is not perfectly manifest. They form a line from Conneaut to Toledo, at a distance of from 3 to 5 miles from the lake, and all stand upon or near the principal rivers. There are probably 5 of them as yet unknown, to one that has been publicly noticed. In the interior of the state, so far as my observation has extended, this class of works is wanting. Their place is supplied by larger works, situated on lowlands, their strength depending more on artifice than on position. 28. They are so different, that I am disposed to regard them, not only as designed for other purposes, but as the work of another and probably later people. The most natural inference in respect to the northern cordon of works is, that they formed a well-occupied line, constructed either to protect the advance of a nation landing from the lake and moving southward for conquest, or, a line of resistance for a people inhabiting these shores and pressed upon by their southern neighbors. The scarcity of mounds, the absence of pyramids of earth, which are so common on the Ohio, the want of rectangular and other regular works, at the north, all these differences tend to the conclusion that the northern part of Ohio was occupied by a distinct people. At the north there is generally more than one wall of earth, and the ditches are invariably exterior. There are sometimes passages, or sally ports, through the outer parallel, and none through the inner one. There is also, in general, a space between the parallels sufficiently large to contain a considerable body of fighting men. By whatever people these works were built, they were much engaged in offensive or defensive wars. At the south, on the other hand, agriculture and religion seem to have chiefly occupied the attention of the ancient people. In view of the above facts, we may venture to suggest a hypothesis, without undertaking to assign to it any more than a basis of probability. Upon the assumption that 2 distinct nations occupied the state, that the northern were warlike, and the southern peaceful and agricultural in their habits, may we not suppose that the latter were overcome by their northern neighbors, who built the military works to be observed upon the Ohio and its tributaries, while the more regular structures are the remains of the conquered people. P042. The differences between the northern and southern earthworks, pointed out by Mr. Whittlesey, are not greater than would naturally be exhibited between the structures of a sparse frontier population, and those erected by more central and dense communities. Works, generally corresponding with those here described, are found still further to the northward and eastward, extending to the Genesee River and its tributaries in New York, and even to the headwaters of the Susquehanna in Pennsylvania, which seems to have been the extreme limit to which the mound builders penetrated in that direction. From plans previously presented, it will be seen that precisely analogous works occur in Kentucky and Tennessee. It will be seen also, in a succeeding chapter, on the antiquities of the southern states, that similar structures are found in Mississippi, and elsewhere along the Gulf. The examples of defensive works here presented will serve to give a very accurate conception of this class of structures. By a minute attention to their various details, we are prepared to estimate the judgment, skill, and industry of their builders. No one can rise from such an examination, except with the conviction that the race, by whom these works were erected, possessed no inconsiderable knowledge of the science of defense, a degree of knowledge much superior to that known to have been possessed by the hunter tribes of North America previous to the discovery by Columbus, or indeed subsequent to that event. Their number and magnitude must also impress the inquirer with enlarged notions of the power of the people commanding the means for their construction, and whose numbers required such extensive works for their protection. It is not impossible that, like the defensive enclosures of the Polynesian islanders, they were to a certain extent designed to embrace cultivated fields, so as to furnish the means of subsistence to their defenders, in the event of a protracted siege. There is no other foundation, however, for this suggestion, than that furnished by the great size of some of them. The population that found shelter within their walls must have been exceedingly large, if their dimensions may be taken as the basis of a calculation. There is no positive evidence that the mound builders fully understood the value of the bastion in their works of defense, although they seem, in some instances, to have secured the projecting points of the hills on which their defenses are situated, with a view of enfilading the walls. The fortified hill near the mouth of the Great Miami, Plate 9, and Fort Hill, in Highland County, afford examples. These projecting points could, however, from their wide distance apart, but very imperfectly answer the purpose of bastions, and the supposition that they were thus used is rendered less probable, from the fact that the walls oftener cut off these points than accommodate themselves to them. It is not improbable, notwithstanding the absence of direct evidence to that effect, that bastions of wood were erected at intervals along the walls. Such constructions would undeniably be the most simple and efficient for the purposes desired. The numerous openings in the walls of many of these works, although indiscriminately denominated gateways, were clearly not always designed as such. It is not unwarrantable to suppose that they marked the positions of wooden constructions, like the blockhouses of later times, P043, which projected beyond the walls, and answered the double purpose of bastions and watchtowers. The very regular intervals between these openings, particularly in the great work on the Little Miami, Plate 7, and the fortified hill in Highland County, just mentioned, Plate V, would seem to favor this hypothesis. Of course, we cannot now expect to find any traces of wooden structures, even if such entered into the original defenses. The walls of earth and stone which constitute all that remains to us of these aboriginal fortifications, although often high and heavy, would nevertheless, in themselves, furnish very imperfect means of protection and resistance. Earth cannot be heaped up so as very much to impede an assailant, and the stone works, as far as noticed, do not appear to have been constructed of stone regularly laid, so as to present a vertical or inaccessible front to an enemy. These circumstances render it sufficiently obvious that the walls were surmounted by palisades, or by something equivalent. We are sustained in this conclusion by the concurrent practices of all nations, known to construct permanent works of this description. The ramparts of the Roman camps were strengthened by stakes fixed on the top, and to this day, the walls of Epa, or entrenched hills of the New Zealanders, are surmounted by palisades. Such also is the present practice of some of the tribes on the Missouri, the Minnetarees, Rickarees, and others. The walls of some works, which, from their position and other circumstances, are manifestly of defensive origin, are so slight that it would be absurd to suppose them designed for protection, unless crowned with palisades. Most of those of northern Ohio are subject to this remark. It has been asserted by certain writers on American antiquities, that traces of palisades are yet to be seen in some of them. Aside from the palpable improbability of anything of the sort, it is proper to remark that no such evidences have been observed in the course of our own investigations. A very few years of exposure would suffice to obliterate all traces of wood in these constructions. We have already had occasion to remark the skill with which the gateways or entrances to these enclosures are sometimes protected by overlapping or concentric walls, hornworks, etc. It is rational to conclude that means were made use of by the builders to close the entrances effectually, when desired. How this object was accomplished is, of course, entirely a matter of conjecture. The Australians, in case of alarm, completely close their entrenchments with stones or other obstructions. Entrance is effected only by a succession of posts of different lengths, like a stile, or by the aid of notched trees. In connection with many of the defensive structures, mounds are occasionally to be found, so placed as to suggest the purposes of watchtowers, lookouts, or alarm posts. They are sometimes exterior, and sometimes interior to the walls of the enclosures, and occasionally incorporated with them. Plate 11, NOS 1 and 3, affords examples. It is possible that this was not the primary, perhaps not even the secondary purpose of these mounds. Proper excavations would settle the question. In the absence of these, we can only appeal to such light as analogy affords us in our inquiry. Such mounds were erected by the ancient Britons for purposes of observation, both in advance of their other defenses and within them. P. 044 and the early Spanish writers speak of similar erections, for similar purposes, by the Floridian Indians. The New Zealanders compass the same ends by raising a tree, the branches of which have been lopped off within a few inches of the trunk, at some elevated point within their works. The almost invariable presence of water within, or in immediate proximity to these enclosures, has been the occasion of frequent remark in the foregoing descriptions. In the absence of springs and streams, as also where, from position, access to such supplies of water is impracticable, we find their place supplied by reservoirs, an evidence of the forethought of the builders, as also an index to the true character of the works in which these features occur. The vast amount of labor necessary to the erection of most of these works precludes the notion that they were hastily constructed to check a single or unexpected invasion. On the contrary, there seems to have existed a system of defenses extending from the sources of the Allegheny and Susquehanna in New York, diagonally across the country, through central and northern Ohio, to the Wabash. Within this range, the works which are regarded as defensive are largest and most numerous. If an inference may be drawn from this fact, it is that the pressure of hostilities was from the northeast, or that, if the tide of migration flowed from the south, it received its final check upon this line. On the other hypothesis, that in this region originated a semi-civilization which subsequently spread southward, constantly developing itself in its progress, until it attained its height in Mexico, we may suppose that from this direction came the hostile savage hordes, before whose incessant attacks the less warlike mound builders gradually receded, or beneath whose exterminating cruelty those who occupied this frontier entirely disappeared, leaving these monuments alone to attest their existence, and the extraordinary skill with which they defended their altars and their homes. Upon either assumption, it is clear that the contest was a protracted one, and that the race of the mounds were for a long period constantly exposed to attack. 29 This conclusion finds its support in the fact that, in the vicinity of those localities, where, From the amount of remains, it appears the ancient population was most dense. We almost invariably find one or more works of a defensive character, furnishing ready places of resort in times of danger. We may suppose that a condition of things prevailed somewhat analogous to that which attended the advance of our pioneer population, when every settlement had its little fort, to which the people flocked in case of alarm or attack. It may be suggested that there existed among the mound builders a state of society something like that which prevailed among the Indians, that each tribe had its separate seat, maintaining, with its own independence, an almost constant warfare against its neighbors, and, as a consequence, possessing its own castle, as a place of final resort when invaded by a powerful foe. Apart from the fact, p. 045 however, that the Indians were hunters averse to labor, and not known to have constructed any works approaching in skillfulness of design or in magnitude those under notice, there is almost positive evidence that the mound builders were an agricultural people, considerably advanced in the arts, possessing a great uniformity throughout the whole territory which they occupied, in manners, habits, and religion, a uniformity sufficiently well marked to identify them as a single people, having a common origin, common modes of life, and, as an almost necessary consequence, common sympathies, if not a common and consolidated government. The question whether the North American Indians constructed defensive works of this description, is one of much importance, but which cannot be fully discussed in this connection. All the early writers concur in representing that the Indian tribes, from Florida to Canada, possessed common modes of defending their villages and protecting themselves from the attacks of their enemies. Their fortifications consisted of rows of pickets firmly fixed in the ground, sometimes huddled together, but occasionally placed so far apart, as to permit missiles of various kinds to be discharged between them upon an assailant. 30 They seldom had more than a single entrance, which, among the Floridians, was not direct, but circuitous. Entrenchments of earth, consisting of an embankment and ditch, do not appear to have been constructed by them. It seems, however, that of late years, the Indians to the westward of the Mississippi, particularly the Mandans and Rickaries, have constructed entrenchments of earth, surmounted by palisades. 31 But whether the practice is of recent introduction or otherwise, it is difficult to say. It is stated by Prince Maximilian, in his travels in America, that the defenses of the Mandan village of Metuta Hankush, which consisted of a wall and ditch, were built by whites, who were employed by the Indians for that purpose. 32 The defenses of the nations of the central portion of the continent, and especially those of the Mexicans and Peruvians, so far as we are informed concerning them, bore a close resemblance to those of the mound builders, although exhibiting a superiority entirely consonant with the further advance which we are justified in supposing they had made in all the arts, including the art of defense. 33 Some reference has already been had to the actual identity which a few of the defenses of the West exhibit with those of Mexico, in some of their most interesting features. These resemblances might be pointed out in detail, but they will readily suggest themselves to the archaeologist. The usual mode of fortification in Peru consisted in throwing up a series of embankments around the summits of isolated hills, a practice which was common among the ancient Celts, and which is still preserved among the Australian and Polynesian islanders. 34 Ulloa observes, p. 046 in respect to their numbers, that one scarcely meets with a mountain without them. Precisely similar modes of defense prevailed among the savage South American tribes, who invariably crowned their entrenchments of earth with palisades of wood. 35 The traces of ancient fortifications in the northern part of the state of New York, and upon the headwaters of the Susquehanna in Pennsylvania, may, it is believed, be referred with entire safety to the same hands with those of the Mississippi Valley. It will be seen that they have a close resemblance to those of northern Ohio, both in position and structure. Footnotes to Chapter 2. 8. This observation is confirmed by all who have given attention to the subject, in the Ohio and Upper Mississippi valleys. Along the Gulf, and at points on the lower Mississippi, where the entire country is low, and subject to inundation, and where the operation of natural causes is rather to elevate than depress the beds of the streams, some of the ancient works are invaded by water. 9. This work is marked C in the map of a section of 6 miles of the Paint Creek Valley, Plate 3. 10. It has been suggested that perhaps the walls of stone were sustained or surmounted by wooden structures of some sort, the destruction of which, in whole or in part, by fire, caused the appearances noticed in the text. The suggestion that these are the traces of ancient furnaces, is not to be entertained for an instant. 11. This work was first described, though not first surveyed, by Professor Locke, of Cincinnati, in 1838. His description and plan, to the accuracy and fidelity of which every visitor can bear witness, were published in the second annual report of the Geological Survey of Ohio. 12. This sandstone, it should be remarked, to prevent misapprehension, is the Waverly sandstone, underlying the coal series, and which is found capping most of the hills in this region. It occurs in successive layers, of from a few inches to several feet in thickness. It is quite friable, and quarries readily. 13. One of the mounds at Marietta must be more than 800 years old, for Dr. Hildreth counted 800 rings of annual growth in a tree which grew upon it. Lyell's Travels in North America, Volume 2. p. 29. See also Second Geological Report of the State of Ohio, p. 268. 14. De Solis describes this Tlaxcalan work as a great wall which ran from one mountain to the other, entirely stopping up the way, a sumptuous and strong piece of building which showed the power and greatness of the owner. The outside was of hewn stone cemented with mortar of extraordinary strength. It was 20 feet thick and a fathom and a half high, and on the top was a parapet after the manner of our fortifications. The entrance was narrow and winding, the wall in that part dividing and making 2 walls, which circularly crossed each other for the space of 10 paces. History of the Conquest of Mexico, p. 139. 15. An account of this work, accompanied by a very good plan, appeared in the Portfolio, a periodical published in Philadelphia, for the year 1809. Both plan and description were copied by Mr. Atwater, in his memoir, in the first volume of the Archaeologia Americana. It was also briefly described by Dr. Drake, in the chapter on antiquities contained in his View of Cincinnati. Since that period, it has been the object of frequent visit and remark. 16. Dr. Drake, in the chapter on antiquities, in his View of Cincinnati, has the following notice of this work: the adjacent hill, at the distance of half a mile, and at the greater elevation of about 100 feet, is the site of a stone wall, mainly circular, and enclosing perhaps 20 acres. The valley of the river on one side, and a deep ravine on the other, render access to 3/4 of this fortification extremely difficult. The wall is carried generally along the brow of the hill, in one place descending a short distance, so as to include a spring. The silicious limestone of which it was built, must have been transported from the bed of the river, which, for 2 miles opposite these works, does not at present afford one of 10 pounds weight. They exhibit no marks of the hammer or any other tool. The wall was laid up without mortar, and is now in ruins. 17. Long's Second Expedition, Volume I, pages 54 to 66. 18. Surveyed by James McBride, ESQ, and Samuel Fowler, ESQ of the Ohio Board of Public Works. 19. The above plan is copied from the map accompanying Harrison's published address before the Historical Society of Ohio Transactions, Volume IP 217. 20 Transactions Historical Society of Ohio, Volume IP 225. 21 This work is not placed in the connection which it was designed to occupy. Its position in the text was determined by circumstances, and its character will be better understood in the progress of this chapter. 22 This plan is from an original, minute survey by the authors. A plan and description of the same work were published by Mr. Atwater in the Archaeologia Americana. It will be found to differ in some important respects. 23 Two plans of this work exist among the manuscripts of Rafinesque, which differ slightly from each other. One of them coincides, however, in all important particulars with a plan published some years ago in the Western Messenger, and has therefore been adopted as probably essentially correct. The description in the Messenger, which seems to have been written by an intelligent observer, is also adopted. It is amply sustained by the account of Judge Haywood, and by other evidence, and it is thought may be relied on in all respects. 24 Haywood's Tennessee Volume 2. 25 This work is laid down from surveys made by St. Oeans, surveyor of Greene County, and by L. K. Dill, M.D. The survey by Mr. Oeans was kindly communicated by W. B. Fairchild, Esq. of Xenia. The work has also been personally examined by the authors. 26 This work is marked C, in the map of a section of 6 miles of the Miami Valley, Plate 3. 27 These relics, as also the skeletons found with them, were probably those of the more recent Indians, and constituted a second and comparatively late deposit. The burned remains, doubtless, resulted from the original burial by fire. Incremation was extensively practiced by the mound builders. 28 There is a small enclosure on the south line of Franklin County, and another in Pickaway County, which closely resemble those along the lake shore. See Plate 14, NOS 1 and 2. 29 The Ohio fortresses were not erected for defense against a casual invasion. The size of the walls, and the solidity of their construction, show that the danger which they were designed to arrest was of constant recurrence. Harrison's Discourse, Transactions Ohio Historical Society, Volume IP 263. 30 Charlevoix, Canada, Volume 2. P 128, Loskiel, P 53, Dupratz, Louisiana, P 375, Herrera, History of America, Volume VP 324. 31 Catlin's North American Indians, Volume IP 81, Lewis and Clark, Uba Supra. 32 Travels in North America, pages 173, 243. 33 De Solis, History of Mexico, p. 54, Jarosz, History Guatemala, p. 462, Stevens's Yucatan, Volume I pages 165, 230, Molina, Volume 2. Pages 10, 68, Ulloa, Volume 2. p. 27. 34 Ellis's Polynesian RES Volume I pages 313, 314, Cook's Second Voyage, Uba Supra, Pollock's New Zealand, Volume 2. p. 26. 35 Charlevoix, History of Paraguay, Volume IP 156. p. 047 Chapter 3. Earthworks Sacred Enclosures. The structure not less than the form and position of a large number of the earthworks of the West, and especially of the Scioto Valley, render it clear that they were erected for other than defensive purposes. The small dimensions of most of the circles, the occurrence of the ditch interior to the embankments, and the fact that many of them are completely commanded by adjacent heights, are some of the circumstances which may be mentioned as sustaining this conclusion. 36 We must seek, therefore, in the connection in which these works are found, and in the character of the mounds, if such there be within their walls, for the secret of their origin. And it may be observed, that it is here we discover evidences still more satisfactory and conclusive than are furnished by their small dimensions and the other circumstances above mentioned, that they were not intended for defense. Thus, when we find an enclosure containing a number of mounds, all of which it is capable of demonstration were religious in their purposes, or in some way connected with the superstitions of the people who built them, the conclusion is irresistible, that the enclosure itself was also deemed sacred, and thus set apart as tabooed or consecrated ground, especially where it is obvious, at the first glance, that it possesses none of the requisites of a military work. But it is not to be concluded that those enclosures alone, which contain mounds of the description here named, were designed for sacred purposes. We have reason to believe that the religious system of the mound builders, like that of the Aztecs, exercised among them a great, if not a controlling influence. Their government may have been, for aught we know, a government of the priesthood, one in which the priestly and civil functions were jointly exercised, and one sufficiently powerful to have secured in the Mississippi Valley, as it did in Mexico, the erection of many of those vast monuments, which for ages will continue to challenge the wonder of men. There may have been certain superstitious ceremonies, having no connection with the purposes of the mounds, carried on in enclosures specially dedicated to them. The purposes of the minor enclosures within and connected with the great defensive work already described on the banks of the North Fork of Paint Creek, Plate X, would scarcely admit of a doubt, even though the sacred mounds which they embrace were wanting. It is a conclusion which every day's P048 investigation and observation has tended to confirm, that most, perhaps all, of the earthworks not manifestly defensive in their character, were in some way connected with the superstitious rites of the builders, though in what precise manner, it is, and perhaps ever will be, impossible satisfactorily to determine. The general character of these works has already been briefly indicated. They are mostly regular in their structure, and occupy the broad and level river bottoms, seldom occurring upon the tablelands or where the surface of the ground is undulating or broken. They are usually square or circular in form, sometimes they are slightly elliptical. Occasionally we find them isolated, but more frequently in groups. The greater number of the circles are of small size, with a nearly uniform diameter of 250 or 300 feet, and invariably have the ditch interior to the wall. These have always a single gateway, opening oftenest to the east, though by no means observing a fixed rule in that respect. It frequently happens that they have one or more small mounds, of the class denominated sacrificial, within the walls. These small circles occasionally occur within larger works of a different character. Apart from these, numerous little circles, from 30 to 50 feet in diameter, are observed in the vicinity of large works. They consist of very slight embankments of earth, and have no entrances or passageways. It has been suggested that these are the remains of ancient lodges or buildings. The accounts which we have of the traces left of the huts of the Mandans and other Indians, at their deserted villages, render this supposition not improbable. It sometimes happens that we find small circles embracing large mounds. These can hardly be regarded as of the same character with that numerous class already noticed. The larger circles are oftenest found in combination with rectangular works, connected with them directly, or by avenues. Some of these circles are of great extent, embracing 50 or more acres. They seldom have a ditch, but whenever it occurs, it is interior to the wall. As in the case of the square or rectangular works to which they are attached, and which, it is believed, never have ditches, exterior or interior, the walls are usually composed of earth taken up evenly from the surface, or from large pits in the neighborhood. Evident care appears in all cases to have been exercised, in procuring the material, to preserve the surface of the adjacent plane smooth, and as far as possible unbroken. This fact is in itself almost conclusive against the supposition of a defensive design, especially as we have abundant evidence that the mound builders understood perfectly the value of the external fosse in their works of defense. The walls of these works are, for the most part, comparatively slight, varying from 3 to 7 feet in height. Sometimes they are quite imposing, as in the case of the Great Circle at Newark, Licking County, Ohio, where, at the entrance, the wall from the bottom of the ditch has a vertical height of not far from 30 feet. The square or rectangular works, attending these large circles, are of various dimensions. It has been observed, however, that certain groups are marked by a great uniformity of size. 5 or 6 of these are noticed in the succeeding pages. They are exact squares, each measuring 1,080 feet side, a coincidence which could not possibly be accidental, and which must possess some significance. It certainly establishes the P049 existence of some standard of measurement among the ancient people, if not the possession of some means of determining angles. The rectangular works have almost invariably gateways at the angles and midway on each side, all of which are covered by small interior mounds or elevations. In some of the larger structures the openings are more numerous. A few of this description of remains have been discovered which are octagonal. One of these of large size, in the vicinity of Chillicothe, has its alternate angles coincident with each other, and its sides equal. Another class of works, probably akin to those here noticed, are the parallels, consisting of slight embankments 700 or 800 feet in length and 60 or 80 feet apart. Indeed, so various are these works, and so numerous their combinations, that it is impossible, through the medium of description alone, to convey an adequate conception of their character. If we are right in the assumption that they are of sacred origin, and were the temples and consecrated grounds of the ancient people, we can, from their number and extent, form some estimate of the devotional fervor or superstitious zeal which induced their erection, and the predominance of the religious sentiment among their builders. Their magnitude is, perhaps, the strongest objection that can be urged against the purpose here assigned them. It is difficult to comprehend the existence of religious works, extending, with their attendant avenues, like those near Newark, over an area of little less than 4 square miles. We can find their parallels only in the great temples of Abury and Stonehenge in England, and Karnak in Brittany, and must associate them with sun worship and its kindred superstitions. It was originally proposed to include within another division those structures which were regarded as anomalous, or to which it was impossible to assign a definite purpose. Reflection, however, has tended to strengthen the opinion, that those works not manifestly defensive were connected with the superstitions of the builders, and that all the enclosures of the West, except perhaps some of the petty circles to which allusion has been made, were either military or religious in their origin. Those only which are obviously defensive have been classed under the head of defenses, and all others have been thrown together into this chapter. It is not impossible, therefore, that some which follow should be included in the former division, nor is it improbable that a few were designed to answer a double purpose. P050 Plate 16.37 High Bank Works, Ross County, Ohio. The beautiful group here represented is situated on the right bank of the Scioto River, 5 miles below the town of Chillicothe, near the road from that place to Jackson. It occurs at a place where the river has cut its way up to the third terrace, which in consequence here presents a bold bank, rising 75 or 80 feet above the water. This point is generally known as the High Bank, and gives its name to these works. The third terrace here spreads out into a beautiful, level plain of great extent. The principal work consists of an octagon and a circle, the former measuring 950 feet, the latter 1050 feet, in diameter. The coincidences, in the dimensions, between this and the Hopeton works, plate 17, will be at once observed. The octagon is not strictly regular, although its alternate angles are coincident, and its sides equal. The circle is a perfect one. In immediate connection with the work are two small circles, which are shown in the plan, each measuring 250 feet in diameter. Spade Suit 16. High Bank Works, Roscoe, Ohio. The walls of the octagon are very bold, and, where they have been least subjected to cultivation, are now between 11 and 12 feet in height, by about 50 feet base. The wall of the circle is much less, nowhere measuring over 4 or 5 feet in altitude. In all these respects, as in the absence of a ditch and the presence of the two small circles, this work resembles the Hopeton works already alluded to. There are no mounds, except the small ones covering the gateways of the octagon. About half a mile to the southward, and connected with this work by lines of embankment, much reduced but still traceable, is a small group of works, partially destroyed by the river. A fourth of a mile below this subordinate group, on the bank of the terrace, is a large truncated mound, 30 feet in height. It does not fall within the area exhibited on the map. At various points around this work are the usual pits or dug holes, some of which are of large size. To the left of the great circle, on the brow of the terrace, is an Indian burial place. The construction of a farm road down the bank disclosed a large quantity of human bones, accompanied by a variety of rude implements. A short distance below this point, on the same bank of the river, is the former site of an Indian town. A number of small circles occur about 100 rods distant from the octagon, in the forest land to the southeast. They measure nearly 50 feet in diameter, and the walls are about 2 feet in height. It has been suggested that they are P051, the remains of structures of some kind, and also that they were the bases of unfinished mounds. There are no indications of entrances or passageways, a circumstance which favors the latter hypothesis. Similar small circles occur within or in the immediate vicinity of several other large works. Spade Suit 17. Hopeton Work, Roscoe, Ohio, 4 miles north of Chillicothe. Plate 17.38 Hopeton Works, Ross County, Ohio. 4 miles above the city of Chillicothe, on the east bank of the Scioto River, is situated the singular group of works figured in the plate. They are found upon the third bottom or terrace, just at the base of an elevated plain, upon which, 500 paces distant, and to the right of the main works, the minor group B is situated. They consist of a rectangle, with an attached circle, the latter extending into the former, instead of being connected with it in the usual manner. The rectangle measures 950 by 900 feet, and the circle is 1050 feet in diameter. The center of the circle is somewhat to the right of a line drawn through the center of the rectangle, parallel to its longest sides. The exterior gateways are 12 in number, and have an average width of about 25 feet. The chord of that part of the circle interior to the rectangle is 530 feet. On the east side are two circles, measuring 200 and 250 feet in diameter respectively, one covering a gateway, the other extending into, and opening within, the work. About 200 paces north of the great circle is another smaller one, 250 feet in diameter. The walls of the rectangular work are composed of a clayey loam, 12 feet high by 50 feet base, and are destitute of a ditch on either side. They resemble the heavy grating of a railway, and are broad enough, on the top, to admit the passage of a coach. The wall of the Great Circle was never as high as that of the rectangle, yet, although it has been much reduced of late years by the plough, it is still about 5 feet in average height. It is also destitute of a ditch. It is built of clay, which differs strikingly in respect of color from the surrounding soil. The walls of the smaller circles are about 3 feet in height, with interior ditches of corresponding depth. Parallel walls extend from the northwestern corner of the rectangle, towards the river to the southwest. They are 2,400 feet, or nearly half a mile (p052) long, and are placed 150 feet apart. They terminate at the edge of the terrace, at the foot of which, it is evident, the river once had its course, but between which and the present bed of the stream, a broad and fertile bottom now intervenes. They are carried in a straight line, and although very slight, nowhere exceeding 2.5 feet in height, are uninterrupted throughout. They do not connect directly with the main work, at least, they are not traceable near it. There is a dug hole, of considerable size, near the southeast angle of the rectangular portion of the work, exterior to the walls. In the bank of the tableland, which approaches to within 300 or 400 feet of the walls, are several excavations, DDD, from which large quantities of earth have been taken, though much less, apparently, than enters into the composition of the embankments. There are no mounds of magnitude in connection with these works. There are 2 slight elevations of an oval form, and also 1 or 2 very small mounds, within the square, as shown in the plan. There is a large group, however, on the opposite bank of the river, in the direction pursued by the parallels above mentioned. The truncated pyramid and accompanying circle, shown in the plan of the Cedar Bank Works, Plate 18, are situated about 1/4 of a mile to the northeast, upon the superior plain. The coincidences between this circle and the small 1C of the plan will be observed at once. The feature of an inner wall or platform, of the description here indicated, is of frequent occurrence. See Newark Works, Plate XXV. From the height and solidity of the walls, it might be inferred that this was a work of defense. But its position, in respect to the third terrace which commands it, strongly opposes that conclusion. Still, this objection would not be insuperable, could we suppose that the walls were palisaded, for, in such a case, the interior of the work would be unassailable by any missiles known to barbarous or half-civilized nations, in fact, proof against anything except artillery, and affording no mean protection against an assault of that description. Plate 18.39 Cedar Bank Works, Ross County, Ohio. This work is situated upon the tablelands bordering the Scioto River, at a point 5 miles above the town of Chillicothe, and about a mile above the work's last P053 described. It consists of a wall and outer ditch, which constitute 3 sides of a parallelogram. The fourth side is protected by a natural bank or bluff, 70 feet high, and so steep as to admit of no ascent, except at one point where it has been gullied by the flow of water. Spade Suit 18. Cedar Bank Works, Roscoe, Ohio. The walls of this work are about 6 feet high by 40 feet base, the ditch 5 feet deep by 40 wide. The ditch upon the longer or eastern side is formed, for 2/3 of its length, by a runway or water course. It is here from 8 to 10 feet deep. The wall upon this side is 1,400 feet long. The northern and southern walls are each 1,050 feet in length, and placed at right angles to the first, the southern extending to the very edge of the bluff, the northern terminating within 25 feet of it. It is possible that a fourth wall originally bounded the enclosure on the west, which has been destroyed by the river, in its encroachments. There are gateways, each 60 feet wide, at the centers of the northern and southern sides. Covering the northern gateway, and 200 feet interior to it, is an elevated square, 250 feet long by 150 broad, and 4 feet high. It is ascended from the ends by graded ways, 30 feet broad, and in all respects resembles the truncated pyramids or elevated squares of the Marietta Works, Plate XXVI. On the line of the southern embankment, and 300 feet distant from the main work, are singular parallel walls, 870 feet long and 70 feet apart, connected at the ends. These walls have no ditch, and have been partially obliterated by the Chillicothe and Columbus Turnpike, which passes through them. In the timbered land, where they are undisturbed, they are between 2 and 3 feet high. Fig. 9. About 1/3 of a mile south of the principal work, is a truncated pyramid, and a small circle, Fig. 9, the former is 120 feet square at the base, and 9 feet in height, the latter is 250 feet in diameter, and has an entrance from the south, 30 feet wide. The sides of the pyramidal structure correspond to the cardinal points. The circle has a ditch interior to the embankment, and has also a broad embankment of about the same height with the outer wall, interior to the ditch, upon the side opposite the entrance. This feature, which is found in many of the smaller circles, is illustrated by the plan, and by the section BA. This group is so disposed as to command a fine view of the river terraces below it, and the headland upon which it is situated seems to have been artificially smoothed and rounded. The spot is well chosen. The elevated square has been excavated, but was found to contain no remains. Upon the edge of the tableland, both above and below this peculiar group, there are various inconsiderable remains, consisting of small, low terraces, and little mounds and circles. It is difficult to determine the character of this group of works. The principal enclosure partakes of the nature of a defense, but the broad gateways and the P054 regular terrace embraced in the walls, are features hardly consistent with the hypothesis of a military origin. The long parallel lines, found in connection with this and other works, are entirely inexplicable in their design and purposes. The most plausible suggestion concerning them is, that they were devoted to the celebration of certain games. They may, however, have been connected with religious observances. It has been suggested that the gully or wash towards the river was originally a graded way to the water, and that its present irregularity has been occasioned by the rains and storms of centuries. It is a singular fact that there are no mounds of magnitude in connection with these works. Upon the opposite side of the river, however, there are a large number, as will be seen in the succeeding plate. Plate 19.40 Mound City, Ross County, Ohio. This plate presents a very interesting group of works. They are situated on the left bank of the Scioto River, 4 miles north of the town of Chillicothe. The enclosure, designated, from the great number of mounds within its walls, Mound City, is in many respects the most remarkable in the Scioto Valley. Through the generous kindness of Henry Shriver, Esq., upon whose estate it is situated, the mounds were all permitted to be investigated, and the work will, in consequence, be often referred to in the course of this volume, particularly when we come to speak of mounds. In outline it is nearly square, with rounded angles, and consists of a simple embankment, between 3 and 4 feet high, unaccompanied by a ditch. Its site is the beautiful level of the second terrace, and it is still covered with the primitive forest. The first and most striking feature in connection with this work is the unusual number of mounds which it contains. There are no less than 24 within its walls. All of these, as above observed, have been excavated, and the principal ones found to contain altars and other remains, which put it beyond question that they were places of sacrifice, or of superstitious origin. The evidence in support of this conclusion will appear in a subsequent chapter on the mounds and their purposes. Spadesuit 19. Ancient Works, Ross County, Ohio, 3 miles north of Chillicothe. These mounds seem placed generally without design in respect to each other, although there is a manifest dependence between those composing the central group, and between those numbered 4 and 5 and 12 and 13. From the principal P055 mound, numbered 7 in the plan, after the fall of the leaves, a full view of every part of the work and of its enclosed mounds is commanded. This mound is 17 feet high, with a broad base nearly 100 feet in diameter. The long mound, number 3, is 140 feet long, by 80 wide at the base, and 10 feet in average height. Broad and deep pits, from which the earth for the construction of the mounds was taken, surround the work. The one occurring at the southwestern angle, and of which AB exhibits a vertical section, is at this time 18 feet deep, by 120 feet in width, and over 200 feet in length. The accumulation of vegetable deposit at the bottom is found, by excavation, to be not less than 30 inches, a fact which may assist in an approximate estimate of the age of this monument. The absence of an exterior ditch, as also the fact that the work is commanded from a slightly elevated terrace half a bow shot to the left, seems sufficient to establish that it was not designed for defense. The skill, which the illustrations of a previous chapter convince us the mound builders possessed in selecting and fortifying their military positions, is in no degree displayed in this instance. Taking in view also the character and purposes of the mounds as disclosed by excavation, we are certainly well warranted in classing this as a sacred work. The custom of enclosing the adoratorios or teocallis, upon which their sacrifices and religious rites generally were practiced, was universal among the Mexicans. The open temples of the ancient Britons were embraced within parapets of earth, usually, if not always, circular in form. The tabooed grounds or sacred places of the Pacific Islanders, are also surrounded, if not by earthen, by stone walls or by palisades. 1/4 of a mile to the northwest of this work is a small circle 250 feet in diameter, accompanied by 2 large mounds. About the same distance to the south is another work of somewhat similar outline, but of larger size. It is, moreover, surrounded by a ditch. Its position, in respect to Mound City, requires that it should be noticed here. The plan and sections will convey a sufficiently accurate idea of its form and construction. Unlike the works obviously of sacred origin, which, if they possess a ditch at all, have it interior to the wall, this has an outer fosse, a circumstance which would seem to favor the suggestion of a defensive origin. On the other hand, it has a mound, very nearly if not exactly in its center, which was clearly a place of sacrifice. It was found, upon excavation, to contain an altar singularly constructed of small stones, carefully embedded in sand, forming a paved concavity, upon which were the usual traces of fire, and the remains of the sacrifice. This mound will be minutely noticed elsewhere. P056 Plate XX.41 Ancient Work, Liberty Township, Ross County, Ohio. This work is a very fair type of a singular series occurring in the Scioto Valley, all of which have the same figures in combination, although occupying different positions with respect to each other, viz. a square and 2 circles. These figures are not only accurate squares and perfect circles, but are in most cases of corresponding dimensions, that is to say, the sides of each of the squares are each 180 feet in length, and the diameter of each of the large and small circles, a fraction over 1700 and 800 feet, respectively. Such were the results of surveys made at different times, the measurements of which correspond within a few feet. Although in the progress of investigation singular coincidences were observed between these works, yet there was at the time no suspicion of the identity which subsequent comparison has shown to exist. Spadesuit XX. Ancient work, Liberty Township, Roscoe, Ohio. 8 miles SE of Chillicothe. The first of the series here represented, is situated on the east bank of the Scioto River, and occupies the third bottom or terrace. The ground upon which it occurs is level. The walls of the entire work are unaccompanied by a ditch, and are slight, nowhere more than 4 feet in height. The embankment of the square is perceptibly heavier than that of the small circle, which is also heavier than that of the larger one. The square work measures 1,080 feet upon each side, and its walls are interrupted at the corners and at the middle of each side, by gateways 30 feet in width. The central gateways are each covered by a small mound, of about the same height with the embankment, and placed 40 feet interior to it. The manner in which the circular works are connected with the square enclosure, and the relative position of each, are accurately shown in the plan, precluding the necessity of a long and intricate description. It will be observed, that while the wall of the larger circle is interrupted by numerous narrow gateways, that of the smaller one is entire throughout, a feature for which it is, of course, impossible to assign a reason. Besides the small mounds at the gateways, there are 3 others within the work, 2 of which are inconsiderable, while the other is of the largest size, being 160 feet long, by not far from 20 feet high. A section of this mound is given, illustrative of a detailed description, in a subsequent chapter. There are also a few other mounds outside of the walls, reference to which is had elsewhere. Numerous dug holes occur in the vicinity of the great mound. Most of these are interior to the work, a very unusual circumstance. In fact, the whole work appears to have been but partially finished, or constructed in great haste. The mounds at the gateways, and those outside of P057 the walls, were formed by carelessly scooping up the earth at their base, leaving irregular pits near them. In most of the regular works, the material seems to have been taken up evenly and with care, or brought from a distance. No one would be apt to ascribe a defensive origin to this work, yet it is difficult to conceive for what other purpose a structure of such dimensions, embracing nearly 100 acres, could have been designed. The great mound is anomalous in its character, and throws no light on the question. That there is some hidden significance, in the first place in the regularity, and secondly in the arrangement of the various parts, can hardly be doubted. Nor can the coincidences observable between this and the other succeeding works of the same series be wholly accidental. 42 Spadesuit XXI. Ancient Works, Roscoe, Ohio. Plate XXI. No 1.43. This work is situated on the right bank of Paint Creek, 14 miles distant from Chillicothe. It is but another combination of the figures composing the work belonging to the series, just described, from which, in structure, it differs in no material respect, except that the walls are higher and heavier. It is one of the best preserved works in the valley, the only portion which is much injured being P058 at that part of the great circle next the hill, where the flow of water has obliterated the wall for some distance. The gateways of the square are considerably wider than those of the other works, being nearly 70 feet across. A large, square, truncated mound occurs at some distance to the north of this work. It is 120 feet broad at the base, has an area 50 feet square on the top, and is 15 feet high. Quantities of coarse, broken pottery are found on and around it. A deep pit, or dug hole, is near, denoting the spot whence the earth composing the mound was taken. Plate XXI. No 2.445 miles above the work last described, at the crossings of Paint Creek, and on the opposite bank of the stream, occurs an equally singular and interesting work, situated upon the estate of John Woodbridge, Esq., of Chillicothe. The ground is here considerably broken, yet the work preserves its regularity throughout, although evidently constructed with some regard to the nature of the position. The square occupies the second terrace, while the main body of the work is placed upon the third, as shown in the plan. Within the larger circle, and not far from its center, is a large elliptical mound, 240 feet long by 160 broad, and 30 in height. It is considerably larger than any other single mound in the valley, and covers a little more than 2/3 of an acre. It seems to be composed, at least towards the surface, of stones and pebbles of feature peculiar to a certain class of mounds, of a highly interesting character. It is surrounded by a low, indistinct embankment, the space between which and the mound seems to have been raised by the wasting of the latter. Perhaps this was a low terrace. To the right of this fine mound is a group of 3 others in combination, as shown in the plan at C. There are several other small mounds in and around the work. Several very large and beautiful ones, composed entirely of clay, occur about 1/4 of a mile distant, in the direction indicated in the plan. The entire work is surrounded by deep pits or excavations, usually called wells, from which the materials for the mounds and embankments were procured. So numerous are these, and such serious obstacles are the mounds and embankments to cultivation, that a deduction of several acres is allowed to the tenant in consequence, by the lease of the estate upon which they occur. The small circle at A is 250 feet in diameter. It has been so much reduced by the plough as to be traced with difficulty. 45 P059. Although the square enclosure connected with this work is situated on the second terrace, a portion of it, at periods of great freshets, is invaded by the water, which passes through a shallow thoroughfare indicated on the map. This singular circumstance is easily accounted for. The creek in its course strikes the base of a high hill at B, composed of shale, which readily undermines, occasioning great slips or slides. These fill the channel of the creek, damming it up and forcing it out of its usual course. It was probably at the period of one of these slides, that the creek, in its reaction on the opposite shore, broke through the embankment and formed the thoroughfare, or dry channel, above mentioned. The remark, therefore, that the earthworks of the west never occur upon the first, or latest formed terrace, and are always above high water mark, is not at all invalidated by this circumstance. Plate XXI. No 3.46. This work very closely resembles the one last described. It is situated on the Scioto River, about 1 mile south of the town of Chillicothe. Near it was erected the first civilized habitation in the valley, and the ground has been in cultivation for more than 40 years. As a consequence, the walls are much reduced, although distinctly traceable at this time. A portion of the square has been destroyed by the invasion of the river. The large circle has also been encroached upon at some period, if indeed it was ever completed. It extends to the terrace bank, which is here 12 or 15 feet high. The low bottom, at the base of the terrace, was evidently at one time the bed of Paint Creek, which has since changed its channel, and now runs more than a mile to the southwest, entering the river 3 or 4 miles below this point. If the encroachment upon the work was made by this stream, the fact would certainly assign to it a very high antiquity. There are no mounds in the immediate vicinity of this work, although there are several in the direction indicated in the plan, about 1/4 of a mile distant, upon the corresponding terrace A. There is also an extensive and intricate series of works in the direction of Chillicothe, a portion of which once occupied the site of the city. 47. One of the mounds at A is placed upon a singular ridge, some 40 or 50 feet in height, which has resisted the encroachments of the water, and which itself somewhat resembles an artificial structure. This elevation commands the entire plain. There are several mounds at its base, one of which is of considerable size. All have been excavated. The larger one was found to be sepulchral in its character, the others are anomalous. P060 Plate XXI. Number 4. This work is 16 miles distant from the one last described, and is situated on the left bank of the North Fork of Paint Creek. A portion of it is included in the town limits of Frankfort, better known as Old Town, or Old Chillicothe 48. The combination of the Great Circle and the Square, in this work, is identical with that which exists in the celebrated Circleville work, which work, it may be observed, is no more remarkable than numbers of others, and owes its celebrity entirely to the fact, that it has been several times described with some minuteness. Fig 10. A reduced plan of the Circleville work, Fig 10, is herewith presented, which will sufficiently illustrate this remark. Its dimensions were considerably less than those of the analogous structures already described. The sides of the square measured not far from 900 feet in length, and the diameter of the circle was a little more than 1,000 feet. The work was peculiar in having a double embankment constituting the circle. It is now almost entirely destroyed, and its features are no longer traceable. 49 The walls of the rectangular portion of the Frankfort work, where not obliterated by the improvements of the town, are still several feet high. They were, within the recollection of many people, much higher. They are composed of clay, while the embankment of the circle is composed of gravel and loam, which, as in the case of the square work described, Plate X, appears to have been very much burned. The isolated mound near the upper boundary of the circle is composed entirely of clay, and is 12 feet high, the others are of gravel, the largest being no less than 20 feet in altitude. Various dug holes or pits, from which the material for the embankments and mounds was evidently taken, are indicated in the plan. Some of them are, at this time, 15 or 20 feet deep. The subsoil at this locality, as shown by excavation, is clay. If there was no design, therefore, in constructing the walls of the square of that material, it follows that it was built last, and after the loam and gravel had been removed from the pits. Spadesuit XXII. Number 1. Blackwater Group. Roscoe, Ohio. Number 2. Junction Group, Roscoe, Ohio. A portion of the large circle has been encroached upon and destroyed by the P061 Creek, which has since receded something over a fifth of a mile, leaving a low rich bottom intervening. Such are the predominant features of this remarkable series of works. As already remarked, the coincidences observable between them could not have been the result of accident, and it is very manifest that they were erected for common purposes. What those purposes were, the reader must judge. Without entering into an argument upon the subject, we may content ourselves with the simple expression of opinion, that they were in some manner connected with the superstitions of the builders. There is one deduction to be drawn from the fact, that the figures entering into these works are of uniform dimensions, which is of considerable importance in its bearing upon the state of knowledge among the people who erected them. It is that the builders possessed a standard of measurement, and had some means of determining angles. The most skillful engineer of the day would find it difficult, without the aid of instruments, to lay down an accurate square of the great dimensions of those above represented, measuring as they do more than 4/5 of a mile in circumference. It would not, it is true, be impossible to construct circles of considerable size, without instruments. The difficulty of doing so, when we come to the construction of works 5,400 feet, or over a mile in circumference, is nevertheless apparent. But we not only find accurate squares and perfect circles, but also, as we have seen, octagons of great dimensions. Other evidences tending to sustain the above conclusions will be adduced in the progress of this work. Plate XXII. No 1.50 Junction Group, Ross County, Ohio. The singular group of works here represented is situated on Paint Creek, 2 miles southwest of the town of Chillicothe. It consists of 4 circles, 3 crescents, 2 square works, and 4 mounds. The eastern enclosure is the principal one, and, in common with all the rest, consists of a wall 3 feet high, with an interior ditch. It is 240 feet square, the angles much curved, giving it very nearly the form of a circle. The area, bounded by the ditch, is an accurate square of 160 feet side, and is entered from the south by a gateway 25 feet wide. To the southwest of this work, and 130 feet distant, is a small mound enclosed by a ditch and wall, with P062 a gateway opening to it from the north. The ditch dips from the base of the mound, which is but 3 feet high by 30 feet base. Almost touching the circle enclosing the mound, is the horn of a crescent work, having a chord of 132 feet. 66 feet distant, in the same direction, is still another crescent, which terminates in a mound of sacrifice, 7 feet high by 45 feet base, which commands the entire group of works. This mound was carefully opened in October, 1845. The following passages, from the notes taken on the occasion, may not be out of place here. They will prove more intelligible to the reader, after an examination of the chapters on mounds. The mound is composed of clay. A simple shaft was sunk from the apex, 5 feet square. About 3 feet below the surface, upon the northern side of the excavation, was found a layer of wood coals, 3 or 4 inches in thickness, which extended within range of the excavation perhaps a foot, where it was broken up and intermixed with the clay composing the mound. Some fragments were found within a few inches of the surface. From this fact it was inferred that the mound had been disturbed since its erection, with what correctness will be seen in the sequel. In this layer of charcoal was found a human skeleton, much decayed, the skull and jaws crushed. Proceeding downwards, the earth below the unbroken charcoal was homogeneous, while towards the center of the mound it was intermixed with detached coals. About 7 feet beneath the surface of the mound, and probably a little below the surface of the adjacent plain, and in the center of the excavation, were found 3 skeletons, in a very good state of preservation. The earth above them was mingled with coals, and also with fragments of hard-burned clay, which were immediately recognized as portions of the altar peculiar to a certain class of mounds devoted to religious purposes. It was clear that the mound had been opened, and its structure broken up, to afford the right of sepulture to the skeletons here found, and it was concluded from this fact, as well as from their well-preserved condition, that the remains were those of the later Indians, who frequently buried in the mounds. The skeletons were placed side by side, with their heads towards the east. But one circumstance weighs against the above conclusion, and that is the depth at which the skeletons were deposited. The modern Indians bury in shallow graves. Further examination disclosed the remains of the altar, about 1/3 of which remained entire. Upon it were found a number of relics, clearly pertaining to the mound builders. The character of the remaining works is sufficiently apparent, without further explanation. That they were not designed for defense is obvious, and that they were devoted to religious rites is more than probable. They may have answered a double purpose, and may have been used for the celebration of games, of which we can have no definite conception. It has been suggested that the enclosure A, as also B and C, were occupied by structures, temples perhaps, which in the lapse of time have disappeared. Similar groups are frequent indeed, small circles, resembling those here represented, constitute, in the Scioto Valley, by far the most numerous class of remains. They seldom occur singly, but generally in connection with several others of the same description, and accompanied by one or more P063 mounds. Sometimes they are connected with long parallel lines of embankments, of which more particular mention is elsewhere made. This group occupies a beautiful plain forming the third terrace, upon the edge of which, at D, is a mound, formerly of considerable dimensions, but now much reduced in altitude. Upon the opposite bank of the creek, and occupying the corresponding terrace, are other works, consisting of a small circle and a number of small mounds. Plate XXII. Number 2. Blackwater Group, Ross County, Ohio. This group, which very much resembles that last described, is situated on the right bank of the Scioto River, 8 miles above Chillicothe, near the Columbus Road. It is specially remarkable for its singular parallels, A and B of the plan. Each of these is 750 feet long by 60 broad, measuring from center to center of the embankments. They are in cleared ground, which has been cultivated for more than 20 years, consequently the walls are much reduced, being now scarcely 2 feet in height. A gateway opens into the southern parallel, from the east. A corresponding opening may have existed in the other parallel, though it is impossible to discern it now. The ground embraced in the semicircular work C and D is reduced several feet below the level of the plain on which they are located. The mounds belonging to this group have never been investigated, hence their character is undetermined. The group is introduced in this connection, on account of its resemblance to the one just described. It is just to conclude that both were erected for a common or analogous purpose. Spade Suit XXIII. Number 1. Dunlap's Works, Roscoe, Ohio. Number 2. Ancient Works, Athens, Ohio. Plate XXIII. No 1.51 Dunlap's Works, Ross County, Ohio. This work, situated on the right bank of the Scioto River, 6 miles above Chillicothe, presents some remarkable features. It is rhomboidal in figure, with an avenue 1130 feet long extending to the southeast, and also a P064 short avenue, leading from a gateway to the north, connecting with a small circle. Along the western wall runs the bank of a plain, elevated a number of feet above the level of the work, upon the very brow of which is situated an outwork, 80 feet wide by 280 in length. It overlooks the larger work, and has a wide gateway opening towards it. At this point the bank seems to have been graded to a more gentle descent. The great avenue approaches to within 60 feet of the gateway at A, which is 120 feet wide, the walls closing, at the other extremity, upon a radius of half the width of the avenue. A low mound occupies the extreme point of the avenue. At some distance south of the main work, is a mound surrounded by a ditch and low embankment, and at the distance of about half a mile, very nearly in the course of the avenue, are a number of mounds, one of which is 15 feet high, truncated, and with a base of 100 feet diameter. The diameter of the level area on the top is about 50 feet. These mounds stand on the lowest portion of the second terrace, the ground which they occupy being overflowed at periods of very high water in the river. These are the only monuments known which are reached by overflows. The top of the truncated mound was made a place of refuge, during the high water of 1832, by a family, with their cattle, horses, etc., numbering in all nearly 100. It was among the first opened, in the progress of these investigations, and before the characteristics of this class of works were clearly known. Hence, although a number of skeletons were disinterred, at depths of from 2 to 5 feet, together with a few rude instruments, the original deposit of the mound builders was not reached. The skeletons were unquestionably those of the modern Indians. Upon the mound and around it, many fragments of rough pottery are found, and a number of entire vases of rude workmanship were exposed a few years since in plowing over an adjacent small mound. Many decayed fresh-water shells are also found on and around the mound, and, as these when pulverized entered into the composition of the rude pottery of the more recent Indians, it seems highly probable that a sort of manufactory of this ware was established here. A number of large mounds also occur at some distance to the northward of the principal work. Plate XXIII. Number 2. Ancient Works, Athens County, Ohio. 4 miles north of the town of Athens, Athens County, Ohio, is a broad and level plain, upon which is situated a large group of ancient earthworks. The accompanying plan and description were furnished by S.P. Hildreth, M.D., of Marietta, Ohio. 52p065. The plain upon which these remains occur is not far from 1.5 miles long, by 1.25 miles broad, and contains upwards of 1,000 acres. The soil is a sandy argillaceous earth, easily tilled and quite fertile. At the northern extremity of the plain is the village of Chauncey, where are located several salt factories, which are supplied by some of the most abundant saline waters in the state of Ohio. The plain has an elevation of 60 or 70 feet above the present bed of the Hocking River, and was evidently formed when its waters flowed at a higher level. This stream now runs from 1/2 mile to 1 mile to the eastward of the plain, separated from it by low hills. All around the margin of the plain, where not bordered by hills, burst forth copious springs of fresh water, which are most abundant in the vicinity of the principal ancient works. Most of these works occupy the southeastern portion of the plain. They consist of a number of small circles, accompanied by mounds, the several dimensions of which are given in the accompanying plan. The largest circle is situated upon a detached point of land, of the same level with the adjacent plain, from which it is cut off by a deep ravine, in which flows a small stream. This detached portion contains not far from 6 acres. The circle itself has a diameter of 210 feet, the diameter of the enclosed area is 130 feet, the height of the wall is 7 feet, and the depth of the ditch 6 feet. In all of these circles, the ditch is interior to the embankment. On the top of a hill, 1/2 mile to the south of this plain, is a stone mound 15 feet in height. It is built of stones of various sizes, none of which, however, are larger than one man could conveniently carry. They must have been collected from considerable distances, as there are very few lying upon the surface of the adjacent hills. Many of them are water-worn, and evidently came from the bed of some stream, some are limestone, some sandstone, and others quartz. About 20 years since a partial excavation was made, and the mound penetrated to about half its depth. Here were found 3 human skeletons, in tolerable preservation. From the appearance of ashes and charcoal beneath them, it was conjectured that the bodies had been burned. One of the skeletons had copper bracelets on its arms, and beads made of the tusks of the bear about its neck. These relics are now deposited in the Museum of the Ohio University, at Athens. It has been suggested, that the work situated upon the detached portion of the plain above mentioned was designed for defense. There is nothing to favor the suggestion, except the fact of position, which is far from conclusive. On the other hand, the small size of the work, its form, and the occurrence of the ditch interior to the wall, may be taken to establish a different origin, probably a religious one. P066 Plate XXIV. Ancient Works, Pike County, Ohio. The plan so fully illustrates the character of this group of works, that little description is necessary. It consists principally of the constantly recurring figures, the square and the circle, the former measuring in this instance a little upwards of 800 feet upon each side, the latter 1,050 feet in diameter. They are connected by parallel walls, 475 feet long, placed 100 feet apart. These are intersected by a runway, which has here cut a passage in the terrace 125 feet wide, by 15 deep. This gully or ravine was undoubtedly in existence at the period of the construction of the works. The banks between the parallels appear to have an offset, as if they had been artificially graded. No further indications of a grade now exist. Fig. 11. The small works, in connection with the above, will attract special attention. The plan illustrates their forms, and the sections exhibit their dimensions. Nothing can surpass the symmetry of the small work A, of which an enlarged plan is herewith given. Fig. 11, B and C are also perfect figures of their kind. It will be remarked that we have here the square, the circle, and the ellipse, separate and in combination, all of them constructed with geometric accuracy. The work D consists of a small circle, from which leads off a wall, extending along the brow of the terrace bank, until the latter turns, nearly at right angles, towards the north. It would seem that this line of embankment was constructed with specific reference to this natural feature. The fact, however, that a small circle, in the immediate vicinity, has been partially destroyed by the wasting of the bank, shows that it has receded since the construction of the works. The river now runs at a distance, although it is evident that it once washed the base of the terrace at this point. Its ancient bed is distinctly to be seen. Spadesuit XXIV. Ancient work, Seal Township, Pike Co., Ohio. The walls of the square coincide very nearly with the cardinal points of the compass, varying therefrom but 3 degrees. This is, however, an accidental coincidence, as all the ancient works seem to have been made to conform to the position of the ground which they occupy. There is no evidence that any regard was had to the points of the compass, except that the gateways or openings of the small circles are oftenest towards the east. About 1 mile to the northward of this group is the unique work shown in the P067 supplementary plan N. Its walls are about 4 feet high, and its outlines beautifully distinct. 53 It is impossible to resist the conviction that some significance attaches to these singular forms. Spadesuit XXV. Newark Works, Licking Co., Ohio. Plate XXV. The Newark Works, Licking County, Ohio. 54 The very extensive and complicated series of works here presented occur at the junction of the South and Raccoon Forks of Licking River, 1 mile west of the town of Newark, Licking County, Ohio. Like those at Marietta, the works in question occupy a high fertile plain. This plain is here of great extent, and elevated from 30 to 50 feet above the alluvions bordering the streams. It is for the most part level, but in places broken and undulating. These works are so complicated, that it is impossible to give anything like a comprehensible description of them. The plan, with the illustrative supplementary plans and sections, will furnish a better conception, as a whole and in detail, than could be afforded in any other way. It will be the object of the text to supply such information as cannot be obtained from the plan. The group covers an extent of about 2 miles square, and consists, as will be observed, of 3 grand divisions, connected by parallels and works of a minor character. The walls of the parallels, and of the irregular portions of the works generally, as well as of the small circles, of which there are a considerable number, are very slight, for the most part not exceeding 4 feet in height. P068 The embankments of the principal, or regular portions of the works, are much heavier. Those of the larger circular work, E, are about 12 feet in perpendicular height by 50 feet base, and have an interior ditch 7 feet deep by 35 wide. At the gateway or entrance, the walls are much higher than at any other point, being not less than 16 feet in altitude, with a ditch 13 feet deep, giving an absolute height of about 30 feet from the bottom of the ditch to the top of the embankment. The wall of the lesser circle, F, is 6 feet in height, and is unaccompanied by a ditch. The walls of the octagonal, as well as of the square work, are but 5.5 feet high, and are also destitute of ditches, either exterior or interior. Fig 12. Fig 13. A gateway of octagon, looking inward. The circular structure E is undoubtedly one of the best preserved and most imposing in the state. There are many enclosing larger areas, but none more clearly defined. At the entrance, which is towards the east, the ends of the walls curve outwards, for the distance of 100 feet, leaving a passageway 80 feet wide, between the deep ditches on either hand. Here, covered with the gigantic trees of a primitive forest, the work presents a truly grand and impressive appearance, and, in entering the ancient avenue for the first time, the visitor does not fail to experience a sensation of awe, such as he might feel in passing the portals of an Egyptian temple, or in gazing upon the silent ruins of Petra of the desert. This work is not, as has been generally represented, a true circle. Its form is that of an ellipse, its diameters being 1,250 feet, and 1,150 feet respectively. There are 2 or 3 slight irregularities in the outline, too trifling however to be indicated in the plan. The area of the enclosure is something over 30 acres. It is an almost perfect level, and is still covered with the original forest. Immediately in the center of the area is a mound of singular shape, of which an enlarged plan, Fig 12, is here given. It much resembles some of the animal-shaped mounds of Wisconsin, and was probably designed to represent a bird with expanded wings. It can hardly be called a mound, but is rather a group of 4, so arranged and connected as to constitute an unbroken outline. Denominating the figure, for the sake of distinction, a bird, the dimensions are as follows: length of body, 155 feet, of each wing, 110 feet, between the tips of the wings, measuring in a right line, 200 feet, width of body, 63 feet, of wings, in center, 45 feet, of same, next the body, 40 feet, height of mounds composing the body, 7 feet, of mounds composing the wings, 5 feet. The head of the bird points directly towards the entrance of the enclosure. The bearing of the body is 65 degrees east. Immediately in the rear of the effigy, and 100 feet distant, is a semicircular embankment, about 200 feet in length. It is but slightly elevated, and can hardly be traced. It is nevertheless exhibited in the plan. The long mound, constituting the body of the bird, has been opened. Upon examining the excavation, it was found that the structure had originally contained an altar. Whether any relics were found upon it, is unknown. This feature, in conjunction with others, seems P069 to point out a religious or superstitious design to this individual structure, if not to the whole group of works with which it is connected. Fig 14. Fig 15. Passing over the intermediate intricate works, of which it would be futile to attempt a description, we come to the octagon and its dependencies. The angles of this octagon, it will be observed, are not coincident, although its sides are very nearly equal. At each of the angles is a gateway, which is covered upon the interior by a small, truncated pyramidal elevation, Fig 14, 5 feet in height, and measuring 80 by 100 feet at the base. These are placed about 60 feet interior to the walls. The area of this work, which is a rich and beautiful level, is something over 50 acres. Connected with the octagon by parallels 300 feet long, and placed 60 feet apart, is the smaller circle F. Unlike the other circular work, this is a true circle, 2,880 feet, or upwards of half a mile in circumference. It encloses no mounds, but possesses a remarkable feature in the line of the wall, at a point immediately opposite the entrance. This consists of a crown work, Fig 15, which is wholly unlike anything heretofore noticed. It would almost seem that the builders had originally determined to carry out parallel lines from this point, but after proceeding 100 feet, had suddenly changed their minds and finished the enclosure, by throwing an immense mound across the uncompleted parts. This mound, which may be taken as constituting a part of the wall of the enclosure, is 170 feet long, 8 feet higher than the general line of the embankment, and overlooks the entire work. It has been called the observatory. From this fact, it probably had some other purpose than that of a lookout, but what purpose, it is not undertaken to say. It has been pretty thoroughly excavated, but the excavations seem to have disclosed nothing, except an abundance of rough stones, which must have been brought from the creek or some other remote locality, as none are scattered over the remarkable plain upon which these works are situated. P070 Fig 16. View of observatory from the interior. From the octagon lead off 3 lines of parallel walls. Those extending towards the south have been traced for nearly 2 miles, and finally lose themselves in the plain. The remaining parallels terminate as shown in the plan. They are upwards of a mile in length. The walls composing these singular lines are placed about 200 feet apart, and are parallel throughout. A singular feature occurs in the northern one, which is exhibited by the transverse section GH. For the space of a quarter of a mile, advantage is taken of a slight natural ridge to construct between the walls a broad embankment, something higher than the parallels themselves. It is broad enough to permit 50 persons to walk abreast. A similar peculiarity is observed in the short parallel leading from the square enclosure towards the great circle E, and is exhibited by the section IL. A feature somewhat analogous occurs within the parallels extending from the irregular works on the extreme right of the plan. This parallel is carried down the bank of the third terrace, which is here 15 or 20 feet high. Within the lines, the bank is cut down, and regularly graded to an easy ascent. The pathway or road, for a portion of its extent upon the alluvions, is elevated above the walls, as shown in longitudinal section MN. A similar grade is constructed at the extremity of the northern parallel, where the natural bank is much higher than at any other point. Here the bank is excavated inwardly, for upwards of 150 feet, and a portion of the earth is appropriated to form an elevated way over the low swampy ground immediately at the foot of the terrace. These excavations constitute quite imposing features, when viewed on the spot, but are hardly distinguishable upon the plan. A number of small circles are found connected with the works, and are chiefly embraced in the area between the 2 principal parallels. They are about 80 feet in diameter, without gateways opening into them, and it has been suggested that they probably mark the sites of ancient circular dwellings. The circles indicated by the letter G are of much larger dimensions, and are characterized by ditches interior to their walls. They each have a diameter of about 200 p071 feet, and have elevated embankments constructed interior to the ditch, as seen in the plan. This peculiarity has been already remarked, in some of the works of the Scioto Valley. Upon the lower terraces, towards the point of junction between the South and Raccoon Forks, a great number of mounds of various sizes are situated. Some are large, but for the most part they are small. A small truncated pyramid once existed here, but the construction of the Ohio Canal, and the subsequent establishment of the village of Lockport at this point, have obliterated this as well as numerous other mounds. Indeed, These causes have resulted in the almost total destruction of the singular maze of embankments, which communicates directly with the square enclosure. The ancient lines can now be traced only at intervals, among gardens and outhouses. At the period when the original survey, upon which this plan is constructed, was made, which is 12 years ago, the lines could all be made out. A few years hence, the residents upon the spot will be compelled to resort to this map, to ascertain the character of the works which occupied the very ground upon which they stand. Within the area partially enclosed by the series of works, was formerly a large natural pond, covering upwards of 100 acres. It has been drained, so that the greater portion is under cultivation. Previous to the earthquake of 1811, which resulted in the destruction of New Madrid on the Mississippi, it is said but little water was contained in the basin. After that event it rose to the depth of 10 feet, and retained that level until the drainage took place. It has been suggested that it owed its origin to artificial excavation, but it is incontestably natural, like several other smaller depressions in the vicinity, which still contain water. Excavations, denominated wells, from which the materials for the construction of the wall were taken, are abundant in the neighborhood of these works. Several extraordinary coincidences are exhibited between the details of these works and some of those already described. The smaller circle F is nearly identical in size with that belonging to the Hopeton works, and with the one attached to the octagon, in the High Bank group. See Plates 16 and 17. The works last named are situated upon the Scioto, 70 miles distant. The square has also the same area with the rectangle belonging to the Hopeton, and with the octagon attached to the High Bank works. The octagon, too, has the same area with the large, irregular square at Marietta. The small circles G, 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 betray a coincidence with those in connection with the works above mentioned, which ought not to be overlooked. It is not to be supposed that these numerous coincidences are the result of accident. It would be unprofitable to indulge in speculations as to the probable origin and purposes of this group of works. That it could not have been designed for defense, seems too obvious to admit of doubt. 55 The reasons urged against the P072 hypothesis of a defensive origin in the Marietta works apply with double force here. The structure which, from the height and solidity of its walls, would seem best adapted for defense, has its ditch interior to the embankment, a blunder which no people possessing the skill and judgment displayed in the defensive works of the mound builders, would be apt to commit. 56 Hill works, incontestably of a defensive origin, occur within 4 or 5 miles of this group, the relative positions of which are indicated by the map of 6 miles of the Newark Valley. About 4 miles distant, and overlooking those works, is placed, upon the summit of a high hill, a gigantic effigy of some animal, probably the alligator. Of this remarkable structure a plan is presented on a subsequent page. Around these works, in the valley and crowning the hills bordering it, are numerous mounds, all of which, as compared with those of the Scioto, are singularly broad and flat. Many of them have been opened, but no account has been preserved of their character. So far as could be ascertained from diligent inquiry, they do not essentially differ in their contents from those found elsewhere in the state. 15 or 20 miles to the northward of these works, are others of an interesting character, which have never been investigated, and of which no public notice has yet been taken. P073 Spade Suit XXVI. Marietta Works, Washington Co., Ohio. Plate XXVI. Ancient Works at Marietta, Ohio. 57 This remarkable group of works was among the earliest noticed by Western explorers. It was described by Hart as early as 1791, and a further account was presented in Harris's Tour, published in 1805, in which an imperfect bird's-eye view was also given. Since that period various descriptions have appeared in print, and a number of plans, differing materially in their details, have been published. It is of so much importance, however, and has been the basis of so much speculation, that it is time an accurate map and a careful description should be placed before the public. Such a map and such a description it is here aimed to present. The works occupy the high, sandy plain, at the junction of the Muskingum and Ohio rivers. This plain is from 80 to 100 feet above the bed of the river, and from 40 to 60 above the bottomlands of the Muskingum. Its outlines are shown on the map. It is about 3/4 of a mile long, by half a mile in width, is bounded on the side next the hills by ravines, formed by streams, and terminates on the side next the river in an abrupt bank, resting upon the recent alluvions. The topography of the plain and adjacent country is minutely represented on this map. The works consist of two irregular squares, one containing 40 acres area, the other about 20 acres, in connection with a graded or covered way and sundry mounds and truncated pyramids, the relative positions of which are shown in the plan. The town of Marietta is laid out over them, and, in the progress of improvement, the walls have been considerably reduced and otherwise much obliterated, yet the outlines of the entire works may still be traced. The walls of the principal square, where they remain undisturbed, are now between 5 and 6 feet high by 20 or 30 feet base, those of the smaller enclosure are somewhat less. The entrances or gateways at the sides of the latter are each covered by a small mound placed interior to the embankment, at the corners the gateways are in line with it. The larger work is destitute of this feature, unless we class as such an interior crescent wall covering the entrance at its southern angle. P074 Fig 17. Within the larger enclosure are 4 elevated squares or truncated pyramids of earth, which, from their resemblance to similar erections in Mexico and Central America, merit a particular notice. 58 3 of these have graded passages or avenues of ascent to their tops. The principal one is marked A in the plan, and an engraving more clearly illustrating its features is herewith presented. Fig 17. It is 188 feet long by 132 wide, and 10 high. Midway upon each of its sides are graded ascents, rendering easy the passage to its top. These grades are 25 feet wide and 60 feet long. The next in size is marked B in the plan, and is 150 feet long by 120 wide, and 8 feet high. It has 3 graded passages to its top, viz. upon the north, west, and east. Those at the sides are placed somewhat to the north of the center of the elevation. Upon the south side there is a recess or hollow way, instead of a glacis, 50 feet long by 20 wide. This elevation is placed upon an easy swell or ridge of land, and occupies the most conspicuous position within the enclosure, every part of which is commanded from its summit. A few feet distant from the northern glacis, is a small conical mound, surrounded with shallow excavations, from which the earth for its construction, and, perhaps, for the construction in part of the pyramidal structure, was taken. To the right of the elevation, and near the eastern angle of the enclosure, is a smaller elevation 120 feet long, 50 broad, and 6 feet high. It had graded ascents at its ends, similar in all respects to those just described. It is now much obliterated. Near the northern angle of the work is another elevation, not distinctly marked. The 2 larger squares are covered with a close turf, and still preserve their symmetry. Indeed, no erections of earth alone could surpass them in regularity. They are perfectly level on the top, except where some uprooted tree has displaced the earth. There is a passage or gateway 150 feet wide, in the middle of the left wall of this enclosure, on the side next the Muskingum. Leading from it towards the river, and at right angles to the embankment, is the Sacra Via, a graded or covered way of singular construction. It is 680 feet long by 150 wide between the banks, and consists of an excavated passage descending regularly from the plain, upon which the works just described are situated, to the alluvions of the river. The earth, in part at least, is thrown outward upon either side, forming embankments from 8 to 10 feet in height. The center of the excavated way is slightly raised and rounded, after the manner of the paved streets of modern cities. The cross-section GH exhibits this feature. P075. The section is constructed from measurements taken at a point midway between the top and base of the grade. Measured between the summits of the banks, the width of the way is 230 feet. At the base of the grade, the walls upon the interior are 20 feet high. From this point there is a slight descent, for the distance of several hundred feet, to the bank of the river, which is here 35 or 40 feet in height. It has been conjectured by some, that the river flowed immediately at the foot of this way at the time of its construction. This is, however, mere conjecture, unsupported by evidence. If admitted, it would give to this monument an antiquity greatly superior to that of the pyramids, unless the deepening of our river channels has been infinitely more rapid in times past, than at present. But one fact favors the conjecture, and that is the entire absence of remains of antiquity upon the beautiful terraces to which this graded passage leads. They may nevertheless have been once as thickly populated as they now are, and this passage may have been the grand avenue leading to the sacred plain above, through which assemblies and processions passed, in the solemn observances of a mysterious worship. To the south of the smaller enclosure is a finely formed truncated mound, a view of which is given in a subsequent plate, 30 feet high, and surrounded by a circular wall, constituting a perfect ellipse, the transverse and conjugate diameters of which are 230 feet, and 215 feet respectively. 59. This beautiful monument is now enclosed in the public cemetery, and is carefully guarded from encroachment. A flight of steps ascends to its summit, on which seats are disposed, and from which a beautiful prospect is commanded. 60. In the vicinity occur several fragmentary walls, as shown in the map. P076. Excavations, or dug holes, are observable at various points around these works. Near the Great Mound are several of considerable size. Those indicated by M and N in the plan have been regarded and described as wells. Their regularity and former depth are the only reasons adduced in support of this belief. The circumstance of regularity is not at all remarkable, and is a common feature in excavations manifestly made for the purpose of procuring material for the construction of mounds, etc. Their present depth is small, though it is represented to have been formerly much greater. There is some reason for believing that they were dug in order to procure clay for the construction of pottery and for other purposes, inasmuch as a very fine variety of that material occurs at this point, some distance below the surface. The surface soil has recently been removed, and the manufacture of bricks commenced. The clay lining which has been mentioned as characterizing these wells, is easily accounted for, by the fact that they are sunk in a clay bank. Upon the opposite side of the Muskingum River are bold, precipitous bluffs, several hundred feet in height. Along their brows are a number of small stone mounds. They command an extensive view, and overlook the entire plain upon which the works here described are situated. 61. Such are the principal facts connected with these interesting remains. The generally received opinion respecting them is, that they were erected for defensive purposes. Such was the belief of the late President Harrison, who visited them in person, and whose opinion, in matters of this kind, is entitled to great weight. The reasons for this belief have never been presented, and they are not very obvious. The number and width of the gateways, The absence of a fosse, as well as the character of the enclosed and accompanying remains, present strong objections to the hypothesis which ascribes to them a warlike origin. And it may here be remarked, that the conjecture that the Muskingum ran at the base of the graded way already described, at the period of its erection, seems to have had its origin in the assumption of a military design in the entire group. Under this hypothesis, it was supposed that the way was designed to cover or secure access to the river, an object which it would certainly not have required the construction of a passageway 150 feet wide to effect. The elevated squares were never designed for military purposes. Their very regularity of structure forbids the conclusion. They were most likely erected as the sites for structures which have long since passed away, or for the celebration of unknown rites, corresponding, in short, in purpose as they do in form, with those which they so much resemble in P077 Mexico and Central America. Do not these enclosed structures give us the clue to the purposes of the works with which they are connected? As heretofore remarked, the sacred grounds of almost every people are set apart or designated by enclosures of some kind. Fig. 18. The absolute identity in size between the smaller enclosure, which varies a little from a true square, and several of those which occur in the Scioto Valley, should not be overlooked, in any attempt to adduce the character and design of the group. That there is some significance in the fact is obvious. See Plate 16 and 17. There are no other works in the immediate vicinity of Marietta. At Parkersburg, Virginia, on the Ohio, 12 miles below, there is an enclosure of irregular form and considerable extent, a miniature plan of which, from the manuscripts of Professor Rafinesque, is herewith presented, Fig. 18. There are also some works at Belpré, opposite Parkersburg. The valley of the Muskingum is for the most part narrow, affording few of those broad, level, and fertile terraces, which appear to have been the especial favorites of the race of mound builders, and upon which most of their monuments are found. As a consequence, we find few remains of magnitude in that valley, until it assumes a different aspect, in the vicinity of Zanesville, 90 miles from its mouth, where the interesting remains figured in the preceding plate are situated. Spadesuit XXVII. Portsmouth Works, at the mouth of the Scioto River. Plate XXVII. The Portsmouth Works, Scioto County, Ohio. The beautiful plain at the confluence of the Scioto and Ohio rivers, where now the flourishing town of Portsmouth is located, forms the site of a singular and interesting series of works. It has been preferred to present them together, as they seem to be intimately connected, leaving the reader to form his own conclusions respecting them. The works consist of 3 divisions or groups, extending for 8 miles along the Ohio River, and are connected by parallel lines of embankments. 2 of these groups are on the Kentucky side of the river, the remaining one, together with the larger portion of the connecting embankment, on the Ohio shore. A reference to the accompanying map, exhibiting a section of 8 miles of the Ohio Valley, will show the relative positions and general plan, though not the exact proportions of the series. The avenues or covered ways, extending from one work to the other, have induced many persons to assign them a military origin, and a design to protect communication between the groups. But unless the work at A be regarded as a work of defense, it is very certain that we must seek for some other explanation of their purposes. These avenues constitute a P078 remarkable feature, and as enlarged plans and full descriptions of the several groups follow, it may be well to notice them more particularly here. It will be seen that from the central group B, 3 lines lead off, one to the southeast, to a point on the Ohio, nearly opposite to which, on the Kentucky side, it is resumed, leading to the circular work C. Another bears southwest, to a point on the river, nearly opposite the large and regular work A. It does not appear to be resumed on the other side of the river. A third line runs northwest for a considerable distance, and loses itself in the broken grounds towards the Scioto. It may have communicated with other works in that direction, which have been obliterated by time, or, which is most likely, were destroyed in the manifest changes which the plain in that direction has undergone within a few centuries. These lines consist of parallel embankments of earth, now measuring about 4 feet in height, by 20 feet base. They are not far from 160 feet apart. The line leading towards the mouth of the Scioto, however, at about midway of the distance, suddenly contracts to 70 feet. It is said to have as suddenly widened further on, enclosing a square area, with a gateway opening to the north. The town of Portsmouth is built over this portion, and all traces of the parallelogram and the walls have disappeared. Near the point of contraction in this line are 2 or 3 mounds of medium size. It is a fact to be observed in these as in similar lines at other places, that they are not interrupted by the inequalities of the ground, but conform to the undulations of the surface, running sometimes at right angles to the terrace banks, and sometimes diagonally up and down them. At some points these banks are very steep, so steep, indeed, that in clambering up them the explorer is inclined to doubt that they were ever used or intended for purposes of communication. The only interruptions are those caused by the passage of streams, there being no gateways observable. The total length of the parallels now traceable may be estimated at 8 miles, giving 16 miles of embankment to the parallels alone. If we include the walls of the entire series, we have a grand total of upwards of 20 miles. After this general view, the reader will be prepared to examine the groups forming the series A, B, and C, in the order of their succession. Plate XXVIII. Portsmouth Works Group A. The singular work, a plan of which is here given, occurs on the Kentucky side of the Ohio River, opposite the old mouth of the Scioto, about 2 miles below the town of Portsmouth. The terrace on which it is situated is elevated some 50 feet above the first bottom, and extends back to the hills, which at this point P079 are at some distance from the river. It is much cut up by ravines, and is quite uneven. Spade Suit XXVIII. Portsmouth Works. Number 1. Group A. Number 2. Group B. Number 3. Group C. The main body of the work is situated upon a very beautiful level, somewhat ascending to the east. The wings are on equally beautiful levels, except that they are broken at 2 or 3 points by ravines. The principal work is an exact rectangle, 800 feet square. The walls are about 12 feet high by 35 or 40 feet base, except on the east, where advantage is taken of the rise of ground, so as to elevate them about 50 feet above the center of the area. This feature is exhibited in the section AB. The hollow way between the southeastern wall and the terrace bank beyond seems artificial. At any rate, it has been modified by art. The gateway on this side is entered by a slightly elevated causeway. At the southern angle is a bastion, probably natural but adapted by art, which commands the hollow way or ditch. The wall at this part is distinctly marked, but not more than 3 feet high. On the southwestern side is a sort of runway, resembling a ditch, which loses itself in a deep gully towards the river. It is undoubtedly wholly or in part artificial. There are no traces of ditches elsewhere about the work. A narrow gateway 30 feet wide opens in the middle of each side, and at the northern and western angles, as represented in the plan. The most singular features of this structure are its outworks, which consist of parallel walls leading to the northeast and southwest. They are exactly parallel to the sides of the main work, and are each 2,100 feet long. Some measurements make them of unequal lengths, but after a careful calculation of the space occupied by the interrupting ravines, they are found to be very nearly, not exactly, of the same length. The parallel to the southwest has its outer wall in line with the northwestern wall of the main work, and starts at 30 feet distance from the same. It is broken by a deep ravine near its extremity, which is probably 400 or 500 feet wide. Crossing the ravine, the walls, traces of which are seen on the declivity, continue to some distance, and then curve on a radius of 100 feet, leaving a narrow gateway 8 feet wide in the center. Converging walls start from the point of curve, but lose themselves after running 300 feet, without meeting. Just beyond and a little to the right, on the plain, are two clay mounds, also a small circle 100 feet in diameter, the walls of which are 2 feet high. The parallel to the northeast starts from the center, nearly, of the main work, and is similar to the one already described, save that it is not terminated by converging walls, and has no mounds beyond. It is interrupted by two ravines, the walls running to their very edges. The left wall of the parallel bends to a right angle as it approaches the main work. To the left of this parallel, 450 feet from a point 800 feet distant from the main work, on a high peninsula or headland, is a singular redoubt, an enlarged view of which is given in the supplementary plan N. To the left of it is the bank of the second bottom, 50 feet high, and very steep. To the right is the hollow of a small stream with steep banks. The embankment of this work is heavy, and the ditch deep and wide, and interior to the wall. From P080 the bottom of the ditch to the top of the wall, is perhaps 12 or 15 feet. The enclosed oval area is only 60 feet wide by 110 long. It has a gateway to the northeast 10 feet wide, outside of which, in the deep forest, is the grave of one of the first settlers. The object of this enclosure it is difficult to divine. If a place of burial, as has been suggested, properly conducted excavations would disclose the fact. A light wall of some 100 paces in extent runs from the left-hand entrance of the main work, along the verge of a declivity terminating at the western angle. On this side are also 3 mounds, each about 6 feet high, formerly much higher, having been greatly reduced by the plough. From the western angle a deep gully runs off to the river, it has been mistaken by some for a covered way. The entire main work, the greater part of the lower parallel, and a portion of the upper one, are now in open cultivated grounds. The walls of the main work are so steep as to preclude cultivation, and now form the fence lines of the area, which is 15 acres. The area of the parallels is 10 acres each, total, 35 acres. Between this work and the river are traces of a modern Indian encampment or town, shells, burned stones, fragments of rude pottery, etc., also some graves. This was a favorite spot with the Indians, for various reasons, one of which is its proximity to a noted saline spring or deer lick, known as MacArthur's Lick. From the size of the walls, their position, and other circumstances, it has been supposed that this was a fortified place. If palisaded, it would certainly be impregnable to any savage attack. If designed as a sacred place, its sloping area would be most fit for the observance of sacrifices or ceremonies. What may have been the purpose of the mysterious parallels, is more than we, at this period, can venture to say. Plate XXVIII. Portsmouth Works Group B. This group also occupies the third terrace, and, though not so imposing in magnitude as the one just described, seems to be the grand center from which the parallel lines, characterizing the series of works, radiate. Its details are intricate, and can only be understood by the aid of the plan. The two crescent or horseshoe-shaped walls constitute the first striking feature which presents itself. They are both of about the same size and shape, measuring 80 feet in length by 70 in breadth. The earth around them appears to have been considerably excavated. Enclosing these in part is a circular wall now about 5 feet high. The elevation to the right appears to be natural, although evidently much modified by art. It is 18 feet high at the end next the principal division of the work, but gradually P081 subsides into a low ridge towards the enclosed mound AB. A full view of the entire group may be had from its summit. The mound just mentioned is 28 feet high, by 110 base, it is truncated and surrounded by a low circumvallation. There are several small circles, measuring from 150 to 250 feet in diameter, also a few mounds, in the positions indicated in the plan. No one, after examining its details, would be apt to ascribe a military origin to this group. The most reasonable conjecture respecting it is, that it was in some way connected with the superstitions of the builders. In what manner, of course, it is impossible to determine. A thorough examination of the mounds might throw some light on the question. At any rate, it is entirely unique in many of its features, and furnishes an interesting study for the antiquary. Plate XXVIII. Portsmouth Works Group C. This group is on the Kentucky shore, and principally occupies the third terrace, or high level at the base of the hills bordering the valley. The ground is here considerably broken. The northern portion of the work is somewhat lower than the remainder, and a small brook cuts through the outer wall on the south. This work is in many respects novel, and for this reason, as well as from the connection in which it is found, is entitled to an attention not otherwise merited, for no person looking merely for what is striking from position, or imposing from magnitude, would be apt to pay it a second visit. It consists of 4 concentric circles, placed at irregular intervals in respect to each other, and cut at right angles by 4 broad avenues, which conform in bearing very nearly to the cardinal points. A large mound is placed in the center. It is truncated and terraced, and has a graded way leading to its summit. A reference to the plan and sections will exhibit in one view the dimensions and general aspect of the work, obviating the necessity of a detailed description. The mound in the center, at first glance, would be taken for a natural elevation, and it is possible that it is a detached spur of a hill, modified and perhaps enlarged by art. A hillock in such a position is, however, a circumstance of very rare occurrence. From the level summit of this mound, a complete view of every part of the surrounding work is commanded. Were it not for the obstructing forests, it is believed the eye might obtain, from this position, a view of the river and intermediate plain, as also of the works beyond, and several miles distant. On the supposition that this work was in some way connected with the religious rites and ceremonies of the builders, this mound must have afforded a most conspicuous place for their observance and celebration. And it is easy, while standing on its P082 summit, to people it with the strange priesthood of ancient superstition, and fill its avenues and line its walls with the thronging devotees of a mysterious worship. Whatever may have been the divinity of their belief, order, symmetry, and design were among his attributes, if, as appears most likely, the works that most strongly exhibit these features were dedicated to religious purposes, and were symbolical in their design. About 1 mile to the west of this work are a number of mounds, some of considerable size, and also a small circular work, d, of exquisite symmetry and proportion. It consists of an embankment of earth 5 feet high by 30 feet base, with an interior ditch 25 feet across by 6 feet deep, enclosing an area 90 feet in diameter, in the center of which rises a mound 8 feet high by 40 feet base. A narrow gateway through the parapet, and a causeway over the ditch, lead to the enclosed mound. Fig 19 Circle and Mound, Greenup County, Kentucky. The above view, taken on the spot, will illustrate the appearance of this class of works. Nothing can exceed their regularity and beauty, when clothed with turf or covered with forest trees. Plate XXIX. Number 1. Ancient Works, Montgomery County, Ohio. 62 These works are situated on the east bank of the Great Miami River, 6 miles below Dayton, Montgomery County, Ohio. They are built upon the second bottom or terrace, which is here nearly a mile broad, and elevated about 20 feet above the river. The plan of the group coincides very nearly with that of some of the P083 more regular works of the Scioto Valley. See plates XX and XXI. It seems never to have been completed, at any rate, the various parts were never connected. A portion of the Great Circle A has been washed away by the river, which here encroaches upon the second terrace. The diameter of this circle is 100 feet greater than that of the corresponding large circle of the Scioto Works, and the same proportionate increase in size is to be observed in the square and lower circle. The embankments are now between 5 and 6 feet high, and have a base 50 feet wide. They are composed of a tough, yellow clay, which is found to be superimposed on the loam of the original level. It must have been brought from a distance, as there are no excavations perceptible in the vicinity. The embankments, as in the case of several other works which have been noticed, appear to have been some time or other subjected to the action of fire. They are unaccompanied by a ditch. Spade suit XXIX. Number 1. Ancient Works 6 miles below Dayton, Montgomery Co. Ohio. Number 2. Ancient Work and Animal Effigy, Scioto Co. Ohio. Number 3. Ancient Works near Worthington, Franklin Co., Ohio. The Miami Canal extends through these works, and the little town of Alexandersville is laid out over a portion of the smaller circle. The clay composing the embankments is now much used in the manufacture of bricks, and but a little time will elapse before the work will be entirely obliterated. We can only regard this structure as kindred in its purposes to those above alluded to in the Scioto Valley, and associate it with the superstitions of the builders. It tends to confirm the impression produced by the other works, that some significance attaches to the combination of the two circles and the square. Plate XXIX. Number 2. Ancient Works, Scioto County, Ohio. 63 This singular work is situated 5 miles north of Portsmouth, Scioto County, Ohio, on the west bank of the Scioto River. It is not a true ellipse, but approaches very near it. Its longest axis is 480 feet, its conjugate diameter 407 feet. It is built upon a high and beautiful level, elevated some 60 or 70 feet above the Scioto River, which flows about half a mile to the eastward. The embankment is unaccompanied by a ditch, and is about 3 feet in height, by 30 feet base. It has, as shown in the plan, a single gateway, 90 feet wide, opening to the southeast, which is covered by a long exterior mound, of about the same height with the embankment of the enclosure. Within this enclosure is a large irregular mound, which, from its resemblance to the animal-shaped mounds of Wisconsin, of which notice will be taken in P084 another place, constitutes by far the most interesting feature of the work. It is of the form and relative size indicated in the plan, and is composed of loose broken sandstone and earth, based upon dislocated and broken sand rock. It is from 1 to 8 feet high, being lowest at the eastern end or head, and at the projecting points. It is probably of the same design with those of Wisconsin, already alluded to, which occur in great numbers and in long and apparently dependent ranges. None of those, however, so far as known, are found enclosed after the manner of the one here presented. See Remains of the Northwest. No explanation of the probable design of this work will be attempted here. It is impossible, however, to disconnect it from the superstitions of the ancient people. An interesting fact is communicated by F. Cleveland, ESQ, of Portsmouth, who assisted Mr. Whittlesey in making the survey of this work, and who was engineer on the Ohio Canal when it was in progress, viz. that the workmen engaged in excavating found large quantities of mica, in sheets, in the immediate vicinity of this enclosure. This mineral is found in great abundance in the mounds, and in the neighborhood of these ancient works. Plate XXIX. Number 3. Ancient Works, Franklin County, Ohio. 64 This work occurs on the banks of Olentangy Creek, a tributary of the Scioto River, about 1 mile west of the town of Worthington, Franklin County, Ohio. The plateau upon the edge of which it is situated is elevated about 50 feet above the bottoms of the Olentangy, and consists of a clayey soil resting on the Black Shale Formation of Ohio. The work is rectangular in form, its sides correspond very nearly with the cardinal points, varying but 5 degrees, and measure 630 and 550 feet respectively. The walls are unaccompanied by a ditch, and are very slight, though distinctly traceable. In the line of the southern wall is a large truncated mound, c. 20 feet in height, and measuring 192 feet in diameter at the base, and 76 feet in diameter at the summit. It is covered with large trees. The wall that leads from this mound to the left, is placed a little further outwards than that leading to the right. The mound D, in the center of the enclosure, is small and low. Near the southwestern corner of the work is a small circle, with an interior ditch and single entrance. It is 120 feet in diameter. Some distance to the northwest of the enclosure, and on the opposite side of a deep ravine, is another small circle, 140 feet in diameter, with 3 entrances. P085 Spade Su XXX. Ancient Works, Number 1. Butler Co. Ohio. Number 2. Butler Co. Ohio. Number 3. Near Bourneville, Roscoe, Ohio. Number 4. On Black Run, Roscoe, Ohio. Plate XXX. No 1.65 This work is situated 4 miles southwest of the town of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, on S10, T1, R2, between the Great and Little Miami Rivers. It is indicated by the letter C, in the map of a section of the Miami Valley, Plate 3, Number 2. The ground upon which this unique work is built is the level bottom of the Miami River, at a distance from any highlands. The principal or square portion of the work is constructed of an embankment of earth, about 4 feet high by 50 feet base, unaccompanied by a ditch. The walls of the circular or irregular portion of the work, towards Pleasant Run, are considerably heavier, and have an interior ditch. The work is not an exact square, nor are its gateways disposed with the usual degree of regularity. The walls, at the western angle, terminate in a large oblong mound, and a small mound occupies the center of one of the attached circular works. At a short distance from the enclosure, towards the south, are 2 large mounds, placed 135 feet apart. They are each about 250 feet in circumference, and 15 feet in perpendicular height, and are in part composed of large stones. These mounds, as also the larger portion of the enclosure, are situated in timbered land, the forests presenting the usual primitive aspect. The trees growing upon the walls are of the largest size, and are surrounded by the fallen and decayed trunks of their predecessors. From this work to the Miami River, the distance is now about half a mile. The intervening bottom is low and of comparatively recent formation. It is probable that the river once washed the work, at the point now bounded by Pleasant Run. For reasons which it is here unnecessary to recapitulate, this work is deemed of religious origin. Plate XXX. No 2.66 This work is indicated by the letter F, in the map of a section of the Miami Valley, and is situated on the right bank of the Miami River, 7 miles below the town of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, on S27 and 34, T3, R2, EM. Little can be said respecting it, except that it is a circle of considerable size, P086, bounded by an embankment, at present about 2 feet high, composed of earth taken up evenly from the surface, or brought from a distance. It has an entrance to the left, 275 feet wide, the embankment upon either hand terminating in a small mound, between 4 and 5 feet high. The area of the enclosure is level, and covered with forest. The trees are, however, small, owing probably to the nature of the soil, which is thin and gravelly. The plain is here 50 feet above the adjacent bottoms. About a mile northeast of this work, on the opposite bank of Indian Creek, are 3 large mounds, on a line with each other. On the lower bottom or terrace, opposite to each mound, is a corresponding hole or excavation, from which the earth composing them was doubtless obtained. Plate XXX. Number 3. Ancient work near Bourneville, Ross County, Ohio. The small work here figured is one of the most beautiful in the state of Ohio. It is situated upon the highest terrace, directly facing, and about 1 mile distant from, the great stone hill work of the Paint Creek Valley, Plate 4. It consists of a wall of earth, 8 or 10 feet in height, with a broad and shallow exterior ditch. In figure it is elliptical, with a transverse diameter of 750, and a conjugate diameter of 675 feet. It has a gateway 120 feet wide, leading into it from the southwest. It opens upon a small spur of the terrace, which has been artificially rounded and graded, so as to make a regular and easy descent to the lower level. Upon either side of this grade, the banks of the terrace are steep and irregular. A very copious spring of water starts from the bank near the wall, a little to the right of the entrance. A small circle and a couple of mounds are situated on the next lower terrace, at the points indicated in the plan. This work is admirably preserved, and is remarkable as being the only circular work at present known, which has its ditch exterior to the walls. The proprietor esteems the soil much richer within the enclosure, than upon the adjacent plain. We are unprepared to ascribe any other than a religious origin to this structure. P087 Plate XXX. Number 4. Stonework on Black Run, Ross County, Ohio. This unique work is situated in the little valley of Black Run, a small tributary of Paint Creek, and is distant about 15 miles from Chillicothe. It is indicated by the letter E, in the map exhibiting a section of 6 miles of the Paint Creek Valley. The walls are composed of stones, but if ever regularly laid up, they are now thrown down, though not greatly scattered. The outlines are clearly defined, and can be exactly traced. The body of the work is elliptical in shape, its conjugate diameter being 170 feet, its transverse 250 feet. There is a single opening or gateway, 50 feet wide, on the south, where the walls curve outwards and lap back upon themselves for the space of 60 feet. The most remarkable feature of this singular work consists of 5 walls, starting within 10 feet of the unbroken line of the elliptical enclosure, and extending thence northward, slightly converging, for the distance of 100 feet. The lines of the outer walls, if prolonged, would intersect each other at the distance of 250 feet. These walls are 20 feet broad at the ends nearest the enclosure, and 10 feet apart. They diminish gradually, as they recede, to 10 feet at their outer extremities. The western wall is nearly obliterated, the stones for the construction of all the cabin hearths and chimneys in the neighborhood having been taken from this spot. The western portion of the wall of the ellipse has also suffered from the same cause. The amount of stone embraced in the outer walls is considerable, probably sufficient to construct walls of equal length, 6 feet broad and 8 feet high. They now exhibit but slight evidence of ever having been regularly laid up, and more resemble mounds of stones rudely thrown together. The stones have been removed from a section of the central wall, to the base, but we have been unable to ascertain that the operation disclosed relics of any kind. The wall of the body of the work appears considerably lighter than those last mentioned, and it is now quite impossible to determine whether it was ever regularly constructed. The stones cover a space 15 or 20 feet broad, and are irregularly heaped together to the height of perhaps 3 feet. The work is overgrown with briars, bushes, and trees, which, when in leaf, completely hide its features from view, and render a satisfactory examination impossible. In the autumn or spring, the entire outline of the work is distinctly visible. The purposes of this strange work are entirely inexplicable. Its small size precludes the idea of a defensive origin. It is the only structure of the kind which has yet been discovered in the valleys, and it is totally unlike those found on the hills. The great stone fort on Paint Creek, Plate 4, is but 2 miles distant, and overlooks this work. Both may be regarded as belonging to the same era, and as probably in some way connected with each other. P088 Plate XXXI. Graded Way, near Piketon, Pike County, Ohio. There is a singular class of earthworks, occurring at various points at the west, which seem better to come up to the utilitarian standard of our day than any other, and the purposes of which to the popular mind, if not to that of the antiquarian, seem very clear. These are the graded ways, ascending sometimes from one terrace to another, and occasionally descending towards the banks of rivers or watercourses. The one already described, in connection with the works at Marietta, is of the latter description, as is also that at Piqua, Ohio, described by Major Longpoint 67. One of the former character occurs near Richmondale, Ross County, Ohio, and another, and the most remarkable one, about 1 mile below Piketon, Pike County, in the same state. A plan and view of the latter is herewith presented. Fig 20 View of graded way near Piketon, Ohio. It consists of a graded ascent from the second to the third terrace, the level of which is here 17 feet above that of the former. The way is 1,080 feet long, by 215 feet wide at one extremity, and 203 feet wide at the other, measured between the bases of the banks. P089 The earth is thrown outward on either hand, forming embankments varying upon the outer sides from 5 to 11 feet in height, yet it appears that much more earth has been excavated than enters into these walls. At the lower extremity of the grade, the walls upon the interior sides measure no less than 22 feet in perpendicular height. The easy ascent here afforded has been rendered available in the construction of the Chillicothe and Portsmouth Turnpike, which passes through it. The walls are covered with trees and bushes, and resemble parallel natural hills, and probably would be regarded as such by the superficial observer. Indeed, hundreds pass along without suspecting that they are in the midst of one of the most interesting monuments which the country affords, and one which bears a marked resemblance to some of those works which are described to us in connection with the causeways and aqueducts of Mexico. Spadesuit XXXI. Number 1. Graded way near Piketon, Pikeco, Ohio. Number 2. Ancient work near Somerville, Butler Co., Ohio. Number 3. Ancient work on 9 Mile Creek, Butler Co., Ohio. Number 4. Ancient work on Great Miami River, Butler Co., Ohio. From the end of the right-hand wall, upon the third terrace, extends a low line of embankment, now much obliterated by the construction of the turnpike, 2,580 feet long, leading towards a group of mounds, as shown in the plan. At the distance of 1,500 feet from the grade, a wall starts off at right angles, for the distance of 212 feet, when it assumes a course parallel to the principal line for 420 feet, and then curves inwardly, terminating near a group consisting of one large and three small mounds. A ground plan of the latter is elsewhere given. This group of mounds is now enclosed, and constitutes the cemetery of the neighborhood. 40 rods to the right of this group, is a large mound 30 feet in height. Several small mounds occur upon the adjacent plain, though no enclosures of magnitude are found nearer than 5 miles lower down, on the river. The left-hand wall of the grade as we descend seems continued down upon the second terrace for some distance, terminating near a low spot of ground, usually containing water. Similar depressions are observed in the ancient beds of streams. It has been suggested that the Scioto River once flowed along the base of the terrace at this point, and that the way led down to it. Without expressing an opinion upon the probability of this conjecture, it is sufficient to observe that the river now flows more than half a mile to the left, and that two terraces, each 20 feet in height, intervene between the present and the supposed ancient level of the stream. To assent to the suggestion, would be to admit an almost immeasurable antiquity to the structure under consideration. It is, of course, useless to speculate upon the probable purpose of this work. At first glance, it seems obvious, namely, that it was constructed simply to facilitate the ascent from one terrace to another. But the long line of embankment extending from it, and the manifest connection which exists between it and the mounds upon the plain, unsettle this conclusion. After all, we are obliged to leave this interesting work with the single remark, already several times made in respect to others equally interesting and inexplicable, that future investigations, carefully conducted, may solve alike the problem of their purposes and of their origin. 68p090 A singular work of art occurs on the top of a high hill, standing in the rear of the town of Piketon, and overlooking it, which it may not be out of place to mention here. It consists of a perfectly circular excavation, 30 feet in diameter, and 12 feet deep, terminating in a point at the bottom. It contains water for the greater part of the year. A slight and regular wall is thrown up around its edge. A full and very distinct view of the graded way just described is commanded from this point. Plate XXXI. NOS 2, 3, and 4. The works here presented possess few characteristics of works of defense, and yet have little of the regularity, and but few of the features, which distinguish the sacred enclosures. Number 2 is situated near Somerville, Butler County, Ohio, on S3 and 10, T5, R2, EM. It occupies the second terrace between Pleasant Run and 7 Mile Creek, and seems to have been encroached upon by both these streams. This terrace is about 25 feet higher than the first terrace, and is bounded by steep banks. The wall of the work is about 4 feet high, the ditch of proportionate depth. Near the center is an exceedingly regular mound, 100 feet in diameter at the base, and 13 feet in altitude. It is now covered with a fine growth of maple trees. At the northeast corner of the work, in the embankment, there is a quantity of stones placed with some degree of regularity, probably originally constituting a sort of wall. At the opposite extremity of the work is a dug hole or well. Number 3 is situated 9 miles north of the town of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, on a rich alluvial bottom, between 7 Mile and 9 Mile creeks, the latter of which seems to have encroached upon the work. The large oblong mound in the center was partially excavated in constructing the Hamilton and Eaton Turnpike. A quantity of bones were discovered, but nothing is known of the position in which they were found. Number 4 is situated on the east bank of the Great Miami River, 4 miles below the town of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio, and is indicated by the letter D, in the map of a section of the Miami Valley. Probably not more than half the original work now exists, the remainder having been destroyed by the encroachments of the river. The wall and ditch are slight, the former not exceeding 3 feet in height, and the latter 2 feet in depth. At the bank of the river, however, the original depth of the ditch, as also the amount of the vegetable and other matter with which it is filled up, are distinctly visible. The ditch, which had been sunk into the P091 gravel, was originally 5 feet 8 inches in depth. The accumulation since its abandonment has been, therefore, 3 feet 8 inches. Allowing the wall to have subsided to an equal extent, its original height from the bottom of the trench must have been upwards of 12 feet. The rapidity with which the river encroaches upon its banks at this point may be inferred from the fact, that 20 years previous to the time of the survey of this work by Mr. McBride, in 1836, the river flowed not far from 300 feet to the left of the central mound, which since that time has entirely disappeared. About 30 feet below this mound was found, some years ago, a number of flat stories set on edge, forming a kind of coffin, in which was a human skeleton, accompanied by a large marine shell and some rude implements. About 1/4 of a mile below this work, appears to have been a general cemetery. The graves are indicated by small regular elevations. 69 The 3 works last described are laid down from the surveys of Mr. McBride, from whose notes the above facts are principally derived. Plate XXXII. Upon this plate are placed a number of small works, and groups of works, arranged however with no view to any relationship, but as best served the purposes of the engraver. Spade Suit XXXII. Ancient Works, Number 1. On Mill Creek, Butler Co., Ohio. Number 2. Near Lowell, Washington Co., Ohio. Number 3. Near Chillicothe, Roscoe, Ohio. Number 4. In Chillicothe, Roscoe, Ohio. Number 5. Near Bainbridge, Roscoe, Ohio. Number 6. Near Mt. Sterling, Montgomery Co., Kentucky. Number 1 is a group of small works situated on a branch of Mill Creek, near the southeast corner of Butler County, Ohio, on S14, T3, R2, MR. The rectangular work is 220 feet long, by 120 feet broad. The walls are now about 5 feet high, and are unaccompanied by a ditch. There were standing upon the embankment, in 1842, a red oak tree 3½ feet in diameter, and a white oak tree 3 feet in diameter. 20 rods north of this work is a truncated mound 10 feet high, and a short distance P092 beyond it, rises a steep bank, 50 feet high, ascending which we come to elevated ground. Here are the remains of another small elliptical work, and some mounds. Upon the brow of the bank, at A, is a pile of stones much burned, which is known in the vicinity as the furnace. Immediately below, at the foot of the bank, is a copious spring. The survey of this group was made by Mr. McBride. Number 2 is situated near the town of Lowell, Washington County, Ohio, and consists of a slight embankment of earth, of exceedingly regular outline. Little can be said of it, except that it is accompanied by 11 mounds, all of which are, however, exterior to the walls. Number 3 is a group of small works, occupying the highlands on the east side of the Scioto River, opposite Chillicothe. They are indicated by the letter L, in the map of a section of the Scioto Valley, Plate 2. They are introduced on a very small scale, so as to exhibit the dependence which seems to exist between them. Of course the relative size of the circles and mounds is considerably exaggerated. The mound numbered 1 occupies the most conspicuous point in the valley, and from it is afforded the most extended view that can be obtained in that entire region. Whether this fact can be taken to establish its design as a beacon or observatory, it is not presumed to say. The mound numbered 2 is one of the finest known. It is elliptical, 160 feet long, 60 broad, and 15 high. It has never been investigated. The remaining mounds, 3, 4, 5, and 6, are all of large size. A fine view of the extensive ancient works in the vicinity of Chillicothe must have been afforded from these elevated plains. Number 4. These works are included within the corporation limits of Chillicothe. They are already much obliterated, and will soon be no longer traceable. They consist of a series of small circles, of uniform size, each 250 feet in diameter. More extensive works formerly existed in connection with them, but have now entirely disappeared. The mound represented in the plan is 17 feet in height, and has what seems to be a graded ascent from the south. It has been excavated, and will be noticed at length elsewhere in this volume. The circles, it will be observed, appear to be disposed with some degree of regularity in respect to each other. The gateways of 3 of them open towards the east, that of the remaining 1 towards the south. Number 5. This unique little work is situated in the valley of Paint Creek, about 1 mile west of the village of Bainbridge, Ross County, Ohio, on the turnpike leading from Chillicothe to Cincinnati. Its character can only be understood from the plan. It affords but one of the 1,000 various combinations which the circular structures of the West assume. It can, of course, be regarded only as connected with the superstitions of the builders, for the reason that it could answer no good purpose for protection, nor subserve any of the P093 useful purposes for which enclosures are required, such as the limits of fields and possessions, or the boundaries of villages. Number 6. This work is situated near Mount Sterling, Montgomery County, Kentucky, and consists of a large truncated mound, 25 feet in height, flanked on the north and west by narrow grades or slopes. It is connected with a circular work, 350 feet in diameter, by an elevated way or terrace, 100 feet long. The circle has a small mound in its center, and a gateway opening to the east. 3 small mounds occur in close connection with it. The plan is from the Rafinesque manuscripts lest these comparatively little works should appear insignificant, from the small scale on which they are presented. It may be well enough to remark, that the circle formed by the stones composing the great temple of Stonehenge is but a little more than 100 feet in diameter, and that most of the circular earth and stone structures of the British Islands are considerably less in size than those here presented. Plate XXXIII. No 1.70. This group of ancient works is situated on the west side of Brush Creek, 6 miles southeast of Mount Sterling, Montgomery County, Kentucky. The work indicated by the letter A is 100 feet square, and is composed of a slight embankment, with an interior ditch. There is an entrance from the east. The elliptical mound C is about 200 yards distant from A, towards the east. It is 9 feet high, 270 feet in circumference, truncated, and surmounted by a smaller conical mound. Another small mound is connected with it, as shown in the plan. B is a circular work, 510 feet in circumference, with a ditch interior to the wall, and a gateway opening towards the east. The unexcavated ground in the interior is square in form, exhibiting an entire identity in this feature with various works in Ohio. See plates XXII, XXIV. D is a hexagonal enclosure, whole circumference 300 feet, each side 50 feet, with a gateway at the eastern corner. On the opposite side of Brush Creek is a large elliptical mound, E. This group occupies a broad, elevated plain. Numerous other works occur in the same county. P094. Spadesuit XXXIII. Number 1. Ancient works on Brush Creek, near Mount Sterling, Kentucky. Number 2. Ancient work near Winchester, Indiana. Number 3. Map of a part of T20, R14, Randolph Co., Indiana. Plate XXXIII. Note 2.71. The character of this work, which is situated in Randolph County, Indiana, is sufficiently well exhibited by the plan. In the same vicinity are other works of an interesting character, the relative positions of which are shown in the sectional map. The work of which the enlarged plan is here given is indicated by the letter A on the map. A precisely analogous work, of smaller size, is situated on Sugar Creek at C. At B is a copious spring, surrounded by an embankment. Plate 30. Number 1. Ancient work, Clermont County, Ohio. The work here presented is situated near the western border of Clermont County, Ohio, about 1 mile east from the town of Milford, which is built near the junction of the East Fork with the Little Miami River. It occupies the third terrace, which is here broad and fertile, and consists of those constantly recurring figures, the square and the circle. The plan will give a correct idea of its outline. In its form and combination, it closely resembles some of the more remarkable structures of the Scioto Valley, and was doubtless erected for a common purpose with them. It has, however, one novel and interesting feature. The parallels which lead off from the large irregular circle extend upon an isolated hill to the left, which is elevated perhaps 50 feet above the plain, where they end in a small circle, not more than 300 feet in diameter. From this circle diverging lines extend to the southwest, terminating in a maze of walls unlike any others which have yet fallen under notice. A portion of the parallels and the diverging lines just mentioned are much reduced, and when the crops are on the ground, are hardly traceable. From the hill an extensive prospect is afforded, bringing in view the sites of several large groups of works in the vicinity. It has been suggested that the structures upon the hill were devoted to rites analogous to those attending the primitive hill or grove worship of the East. An inspection of this work shows clearly that the irregularity of the great circle is due to the nature of the ground, and that the terrace bank bordering the old bed of the East Fork existed at the period of the construction of the work. The river now flows a considerable distance to the southward. P095 Spadesuit Thursive. Ancient Works, Number 1. Near Milford, Clermont Co., Ohio. Number 2. On E Fork Little Miami River, Clermont Co., Ohio. Number 3. On Massey's Creek, Green Co., Ohio. Number 3. 7 miles N from Xenia, Green Co., Ohio. About 4 miles above the Milford work, on the East Fork of the Little Miami, is a small rectangular work. It is entirely isolated. Its sides measure each 700 feet, and it has gateways at each corner and midway on each side. A very good survey of this work was made many years ago by General Lytle of Cincinnati, and published in Wharton's appendix to Dupaix's work on the Antiquities of Mexico. Plate 30. Number 2. The work indicated by the letter A is situated upon the opposite side of the Little Miami, from that last described. The plan, which is also from a survey by General Lytle, sufficiently explains its character. Several mounds occur in the vicinity of this work, and a few miles below, at Newtown, there is a considerable group of large mounds. About 20 miles above these remains, upon the East Fork of the Little Miami, is a singular work, a plan of which, B, is here given. It was also surveyed by General Lytle, and a plan of it appears both in Dupaix's work, and in the appendix to Hugh Williamson's work on the climate of America. Whether both plans are from the same survey is unknown, they however coincide in all important particulars. Without vouching for the entire accuracy of the plan, we may be permitted to say that there can be no doubt of the existence of a work of this general and extraordinary outline, at the point indicated. Its thorough investigation is an object greatly to be desired. Plate 3 Civ. NOS 3 and 4. Ancient Works, Greene County, Ohio. Number 3. This group is situated on Massey's Creek, about half a mile below the fortified promontory already described, Plate 12, Number 3. It has no features worthy of special notice. The walls of the semicircles are about 5 feet in height. Number 4. The polygon here presented is situated on the right bank of the Little Miami River, 7 miles above Xenia, Greene County, Ohio. It lies chiefly in S24, T4, and R8, and closely resembles several of the Kentucky works, plans of which are given on Plate 14. It was probably designed for defense. A P096 number of other works occur in this vicinity. One of considerable size is found at Old Town, near the former site of the old Miami towns, so famous in the history of our Indian Wars. Among the earthworks of the Ohio Valley, there is a small but very interesting class, which has hitherto most unaccountably escaped observation. They are not enclosures, nor can we with propriety designate them as mounds, according to the technical application of the term in this work. They bear some resemblance to the animal-shaped mounds of Wisconsin, to which public attention has recently been several times directed, but from their position, dependencies, and other circumstances, they seem clearly of a different origin and dedicated to a different purpose. For reasons which cannot fail to be obvious to every mind, after an examination of the illustrations which follow, they have been classed as works of sacred origin. Their character, so far as known, will appear from the examples here presented. What may have been their mythological signification, it is perhaps hopeless for us to inquire. They possess some truly remarkable analogies to remains of other portions of the globe, which will furnish the studious inquirer with matter for deeply interesting speculation. Plate XXXV. The Great Serpent, Adams County, Ohio. Probably the most extraordinary earthwork thus far discovered at the West, is the Great Serpent, of which a faithful delineation is given in the accompanying plan. It is situated on Brush Creek, at a point known as the Three Forks, on entry 1014, near the north line of Adams County, Ohio. No plan or description has hitherto been published, nor does the fact of its existence appear to have been known beyond the secluded vicinity in which it occurs. The notice first received by the authors of these researches was exceedingly vague and indefinite, and led to the conclusion that it was a work of defense, with bastions at regular intervals of features so extraordinary as to induce a visit, which resulted in the discovery here presented. The true character of the work was apparent on the first inspection. Spadesuit XXXV. Great Serpent, Adams Co., Ohio. It is situated upon a high, crescent-form hill or spur of land, rising 150 feet above the level of Brush Creek, which washes its base. The side of the hill next the stream presents a perpendicular wall of rock, while the other P097 slopes rapidly, though it is not so steep as to preclude cultivation. The top of the hill is not level but slightly convex, and presents a very even surface, 150 feet wide by 1,000 long, measuring from its extremity to the point where it connects with the tableland. Conforming to the curve of the hill, and occupying its very summit, is the serpent, its head resting near the point, and its body winding back for 700 feet, in graceful undulations, terminating in a triple coil at the tail. The entire length, if extended, would be not less than 1,000 feet. The accompanying plan, laid down from accurate survey, can alone give an adequate conception of the outline of the work, which is clearly and boldly defined, the embankment being upwards of 5 feet in height by 30 feet base, at the center of the body, but diminishing somewhat towards the head and tail. The neck of the serpent is stretched out and slightly curved, and its mouth is opened wide as if in the act of swallowing or ejecting an oval figure, which rests partially within the distended jaws. This oval is formed by an embankment of earth, without any perceptible opening, 4 feet in height, and is perfectly regular in outline, its transverse and conjugate diameters being 160 and 80 feet respectively. The ground within the oval is slightly elevated, a small circular elevation of large stones much burned once existed in its center, but they have been thrown down and scattered by some ignorant visitor, under the prevailing impression probably that gold was hidden beneath them. The point of the hill, within which this egg-shaped figure rests, seems to have been artificially cut to conform to its outline, leaving a smooth platform, 10 feet wide, and somewhat inclining inwards, all around it. The section AB will illustrate this feature. Upon either side of the serpent's head extend 2 small triangular elevations, 10 or 12 feet over. They are not high, and although too distinct to be overlooked, are yet too much obliterated to be satisfactorily traced. Besides a platform, or level oval terrace, at B, and a large mound in the center of the isthmus connecting the hill with the tableland beyond, there are no other remains, excepting a few mounds, within 6 or 8 miles none, perhaps, nearer than the entrenched hill in Highland County, see Plate V, 13 miles distant. There are a number of works lower down on Brush Creek, towards its mouth, but their character is not known. The point on which this effigy occurs commands an extensive prospect, overlooking the bottoms found at the junction of the 3 principal tributaries of the creek. The alluvial terraces are here quite extensive, and it is a matter of surprise that no works occur upon them. The serpent, separate or in combination with the circle, egg, or globe, has been a predominant symbol among many primitive nations. It prevailed in Egypt, Greece, and Assyria, and entered widely into the superstitions of the Celts, the Hindus, and the Chinese. It even penetrated into America, and was conspicuous in the mythology of the ancient Mexicans, among whom its significance does not seem to have differed materially from that which it possessed in the Old World. The fact that the ancient Celts, and perhaps other nations of the Old Continent, erected sacred structures in the form of the serpent, is one of high interest. Of this description was the great Temple of Aberry, in England, in many respects the most imposing ancient monument of the British Islands. P098. It is impossible, in this connection, to trace the analogies which the Ohio structure exhibits to the serpent temples of England, or to point out the extent to which the symbol was applied in America, an investigation fraught with the greatest interest both in respect to the light which it reflects upon the primitive superstitions of remotely separated people, and especially upon the origin of the American race. Plate 30. Number 1. The Cross, Pickaway County, Ohio. The work here figured is found near the little town of Tarleton, Pickaway County, Ohio, in the narrow valley of Salt Creek, a tributary of the Scioto River, 18 miles northeast from Chillicothe, on the Great Road to Zanesville. In position it corresponds generally with the remarkable work last described, though wholly unlike it in form. It occupies a narrow spur of land, at a prominent point of the valley. Its form is that of a Greek cross, 90 feet between the ends, and elevated 3 feet above the adjacent surface. It is surrounded by a slight ditch, corresponding to the outline of the elevation. In the center is a circular depression, 20 feet across and 20 inches deep. The sides of the cross correspond very nearly with the cardinal points. Immediately back of it, is a small circular elevation of stone and earth, resembling that in connection with the Granville effigy, number 2 of the plate, and denominated an altar in the description of that work. Several small mounds occur nearby, and upon the high hill, a spur of which is occupied by the cross, are several large mounds. Mounds are quite numerous in this little valley, and on the hills bordering it, but it is not known to contain any enclosures. Plate 30. Number 2. The Alligator, Licking County, Ohio. This strange work occupies a position somewhat analogous to that of the Great Serpent already described. It occurs about 1 mile below the town of Granville, Licking County, Ohio, upon a high and beautifully rounded spur of land, which projects boldly into the delightful valley of Raccoon Creek, a stream which, in conjunction with the South Fork, forms Licking Creek or River, the principal P099 tributary of the Muskingum. The hill or headland is 150 or 200 feet in height, and the effigy rests upon its very brow, conforming to its longitudinal as well as lateral curve. Its form is accurately indicated in the plan. It is known in the vicinity as the Alligator, which designation has been adopted, for want of a better, although the figure bears as close a resemblance to the lizard as any other reptile. It is placed transversely to the point of land on which it occurs, the head pointing to the southwest. Its precise bearing is 67 degrees west. The total length from the point of the nose following the curve of the tail to the tip, is about 250 feet, the breadth of the body 40 feet, and the length of the legs or paws, each 36 feet. The ends of the paws are a little broader than the remaining portions of the same, as if the spread of the toes had been originally indicated. The head, shoulders, and rump, are more elevated than the other parts of the body, an attempt having evidently been made to preserve the proportions of the object copied. The outline of the figure is clearly defined, its average height is not less than 4 feet, at the shoulders it is 6 feet in altitude. Upon the inner side of the effigy is an elevated circular space, covered with stones which have been much burned. This has been denominated an altar. Leading from it to the top of the effigy is a graded way, 10 feet broad. The earth has been excavated at various points of the figure, but nothing was disclosed except the fact that the framework is composed of stones of considerable size. The superstructure is of fine clay, which seems to have been brought from a distance, as no signs of excavation are apparent in the vicinity. Spade Suit 30. Number 1. The Cross, near Tarleton, Pickawayco, Ohio. Number 2. The Alligator, near Granville, Licking Co, Ohio. Number 3. Rock Millwork, Fairfield Co, Ohio. Number 4. Map of section of Newark Valley. The headland upon which this effigy occurs is so regular as almost to induce the belief that it has been artificially rounded. Its symmetry has lately been somewhat broken by the opening of a quarry in its face, the further working of which will inevitably result in the entire destruction of this interesting monument. 72 It commands a view of the entire valley for 8 or 10 miles, and is by far the most conspicuous point within that limit. Its prominence is, of necessity, somewhat exaggerated in the small map exhibiting a section of 6 miles of the Newark Valley, number 4 of the plate, in which it is indicated by the letter A. The extensive work E, in the vicinity of Newark, would be distinctly visible from this point, in the absence of the intervening forests. In the valley immediately opposite, and less than half a mile distant, is a large and beautiful circular work, C. To the right, 3/4 of a mile distant, is a fortified hill B, see Plate 9, and upon the opposing side of the valley is another entrenched hill, D, all of which, together with numerous mounds upon the hilltops and in the valley, are commanded from this position. It seems more than probable that this singular effigy, like that last described, had its origin in the superstitions of its makers. It was perhaps the high place where sacrifices were made, on stated or extraordinary occasions, and where the P100 ancient people gathered to celebrate the rites of their unknown worship. Its position, and all the circumstances attending it, certainly favor such a conclusion. The valley which it overlooks abounds in traces of the remote people, and seems to have been one of the centers of ancient population. Plate 30. Number 3. Rock Mill Works, Fairfield County, Ohio. 73. This work is remarkable as being the only one, entirely regular in its plan, which has yet been discovered occupying the summit of a hill. It is situated on the road from Lancaster, Fairfield County, Ohio, to Columbus, the capital of the state, 7 miles distant from the former place, near a point known as the Hocking River Upper Falls, or Rock Mill. It consists of a small square measuring 420 feet on each side, in combination with two small circles, 125 and 210 feet in diameter respectively. The hill is nearly 200 feet in height, with a slightly undulating plain of small extent at its summit. The works are so arranged that the small circle, enclosing the mound, overlooks every part and commands a wide prospect on every hand. Towards the brow of the hill, at prominent points, are two elliptical terraces or elevations of small size. The sides of the square enclosure correspond to the cardinal points. The walls, excepting those of the circular structures, are very slight, and unaccompanied by a ditch. The work is clearly not of a defensive origin, and must be classed with those of similar outline occupying the river terraces. At a short distance above this point, the Champaign country commences, and no other remains are found. The erections of the mound builders are almost exclusively confined to the borders of the water courses. There are very few enclosures, so far as known. In the Hocking River Valley, there are, however, numerous mounds upon the narrow terraces and on the hills bordering them. In the vicinity of Athens are a number of the largest size, and also several enclosures. See Plate XXIII. Mounds are found upon the high bluffs in the neighborhood of Lancaster, at points commanding the widest range. An examination of the valley with a view of bringing to light its ancient monuments would, without doubt, be attended with very interesting results. P101 Plate 30. Number 4. This little map exhibits a section of 6 miles of the Newark Valley, showing the relative positions of the Newark Group, Plate XXV, the fortified hill near Granville, Plate 9, and the Alligator, just described. But a small proportion of the mounds occurring within this range are shown on the map. These comprise the only works in the form of animals which have fallen under notice. The singular mound occurring within the Great Circle near Newark may perhaps deserve to occupy a place with them, that, however, has the internal characteristics of the sacrificial mounds, while the others, so far as our knowledge extends, cover no remains. The mound found within the work in Scioto County, Ohio, Plate XXIX, and described on a preceding page, may also rank with them. From the information which we possess concerning the animal effigies of Wisconsin, it does not appear probable that they were constructed for a common purpose with those of Ohio. They occur usually in considerable numbers, in ranges, upon the level prairies, while the few which are found in Ohio occupy elevated and commanding positions, high places, as if designed to be set apart for sacred purposes. An altar, if we may so term it, is distinctly to be observed in the oval enclosure connected with the Great Serpent. One is equally distinct near the Granville work, and another in connection with the lesser but equally interesting work near Tarleton. If we were to deduce a conclusion from these premises, it would certainly be, that these several effigies possessed a symbolical meaning, and were the objects of superstitious regard. Whether any other works of this description occur in the state or valley is not known. It is extremely likely, however, that a systematic examination of the whole field would result in the discovery of others equally remarkable, and perhaps disclose a connection between them and the animal effigies of the Northwest, already alluded to. The facts that none of these singular remains have been noticed, and that up to this time not a single intimation of their existence has been made public, show how little attention has been bestowed upon our antiquities, and how much remains to be accomplished before we can fully comprehend them. Such is the character of a large proportion of the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley. How far a faithful attention to their details has tended to P102 sustain the position assigned them at the commencement of this chapter, the intelligent reader must determine. The great size of most of the foregoing structures precludes the idea that they were temples in the general acceptation of the term. As has already been intimated, they were probably, like the great circles of England, and the squares of India, Peru, and Mexico, the sacred enclosures, within which were erected the shrines of the gods of the ancient worship and the altars of the ancient religion. They may have embraced consecrated groves, and also, as they did in Mexico, the residences of the ancient priesthood. Like the sacred structures of the country last named, some of them may have been secondarily designed for protection in times of danger, for, says Gamarra, the force and strength of every Mexican city is its temple. However that may be, we know that it has been a practice, common to almost every people in every time, to enclose their temples and altars with walls of various materials, so as to guard the sacred area around them from the desecration of animals or the intrusion of the profane. Spots consecrated by tradition, or rendered remarkable as the scene of some extraordinary event, or by whatever means connected with the superstitions, or invested with the reverence of men, have always been designated in this or some similar manner. The South Sea Islander, as did the ancient Sclavonian, encircles his tabooed or consecrated tree with a fence of woven branches. The pagoda of the Hindu is enclosed by high and massive walls, within which the scoffer at his religion finds no admittance. The sacred square of the Kaaba can only be entered in a posture of humiliation and with unshod feet, and the assurance that this is holy ground is impressed upon every one who, at this day, approaches the temples of the true God. The block idol of the poor Laplander has its sacred limit within which the devotee only ventures on bended knees and with face to the earth. The oak-crowned Druid taught the mysteries of his stern religion in temples of unhewn stones, open to the sun, in rude but gigantic structures, which in their form symbolized the god of his adoration. Conquerors humbled themselves as they approached the precincts which the voice of the Pythoness had consecrated. No worshipper trod the avenues guarded by the silent, emblematic Sphinx, except with awe and reverence, and Christ indignantly thrust from the sacred area of the temple on Mount Zion the money changers who had defiled it with their presence. Thou shalt set bounds to the people round about, set bounds to the mount and sanctify it, was the injunction of Jehovah from the holy mountain. Among the savage tribes of North America, none but the pure dared enter the place dedicated to the rude but significant rites of their religion. In Peru none except of the blood of the royal Incas, whose father was the sun, were permitted to pass the walls surrounding the gorgeous temples of their primitive worship, and the imperial Montezuma humbly sought the pardon of his insulted gods for venturing to introduce his unbelieving conqueror within the area consecrated by their shrines. Analogy would therefore seem to indicate that the structures under consideration, or at least a large portion of them, were nothing more than sacred enclosures. If so, it may be inquired, what has become of the temples and shrines which they P103 enclosed? It is very obvious that, unless composed of stone or other imperishable material, they must long since have completely disappeared, without leaving a trace of their existence. We find nevertheless, within these enclosures, the altars upon which the ancient people performed their sacrifices. We find also pyramidal structures, as at Portsmouth, Marietta, and other places, which correspond entirely with those of Mexico and Central America, except that, instead of being composed of stone, they are constructed of earth, and instead of broad flights of steps, have graded avenues and spiral pathways leading to their summits. If these pyramidal structures sustained edifices corresponding to those which crown the Mexican and Central American teocalli, they were doubtless, in keeping with the comparative rudeness of their builders, composed of wood, in which case, it would be in vain, at this day, to look for any positive traces of their existence. Footnotes to Chapter 3. 36. I have reason to agree with Stukely, that the circumstance of the ditch being within the vallum is a distinguishing mark between religious and military works. Sir R. C. Hoare on the Monuments of England. 37. Marked J in map, Plate 2. 38. This work is marked D in the map, Plate 2. Since this plate was engraved, it has been ascertained that a plan of this work was published in the Portfolio, in 1809. The two plans are substantially alike, except that the one in the Portfolio represents the parallels as terminating in a small circle, and as connected with the large circle, both of which features are erroneous. The walls of the parallels are much obliterated, where they approach the bank of the terrace. 39. Indicated by the letters B and C, in map, Plate 2. 40. These works are marked E and F respectively, in map, Plate 2. 41. Indicated by the letter K, in map, Plate 2. 42. To put, at once, all skepticism at rest, which might otherwise arise as to the regularity of these works, it should be stated that they were all carefully surveyed by the authors in person. Of course, no difficulty existed in determining the perfect regularity of the squares. The method of procedure, in respect to the circles, was as follows. Flags were raised at regular and convenient intervals, upon the embankments, representing stations. The compass was then placed alternately at these stations, and the bearing of the flag next beyond ascertained. If the angles thus determined proved to be coincident, the regularity of the work was placed beyond doubt. The supplementary Plan A indicates the method of survey, the field book of which, the circle being 3,600 feet in circumference, and the stations 300 feet apart, is as follows. Station. Bearing. Distance. 1 and 75 degrees east 300 feet. 2 and 45 degrees east 300 feet. 3 and 15 degrees east 300 feet. 4 and 15 degrees west 300 feet. 5 and 45 degrees west 300 feet. 6 and 75 degrees west 300 feet. 7 s 75 degrees west 300 feet. 8 s 45 degrees west 300 feet. 9 s 15 degrees west 300 feet. 10 s 15 degrees east 300 feet. 11 s 45 degrees east 300 feet. 12 s 75 degrees east 300 feet. 43. Indicated by the letter B, in Map 1, Plate 3. This and the succeeding work are represented by Mr. Atwater in the Archaeologia Americana, Volume IP 146, with what fidelity, an inspection of the respective plans will show. 44. Indicated by the letter A, in Map 2, Plate 3. 45. Mr. Atwater, Archaeologia Americana, Volume IP 143, describes the small mound at E, as composed entirely of red ochre, which answers very well as a paint. Its present composition is a clayey loam. It has been examined and found to contain an altar. 46. This work is designated by the letter H on the map, already several times referred to, Plate 2. 47. Their general character is indicated in map, Plate 2. 48. The site of the town of Frankfurt was formerly that of a famous Shawnee town. The burial place of the Indian town is shown in the plan. From it numerous relics are obtained: gun barrels, copper kettles, silver crosses and brooches, and many other implements and ornaments which, in accordance with aboriginal custom, were buried with the dead. Some of them, from being found in close proximity to the work above described, have erroneously been supposed to appertain to the race of the mound builders. 49 Archaeologia Americana, Volume IP 142. 50 This group is indicated by G in the map, Plate 2. 51 indicated by A, in map, Plate 2. 52 The proportions of the circles, etc., are necessarily somewhat exaggerated in the plan. Their relative positions are, however, very accurately preserved. 53 There are some singular structures in Sweden, which coincide very nearly with this remarkable little work. They are circles composed of upright stones, having short avenues of approach upon each side, opposite each other, in the manner here represented. See Sjöborgs Samlingar för Nordens Fornalsker, 1822. 54 A number of plans of these works, as well as of those at Marietta, have been published, but they are all very defective, and fail to convey an accurate conception of the group. The map here given is from an original and very careful and minute survey made in 1836, by Ches Whittlesey, ESQ, topographical engineer of the state of Ohio, corrected and verified by careful resurveys and measurements by the authors. It may be relied upon as strictly correct. A large portion of the more complicated division of the group has, within the past few years, been almost completely demolished, so that the lines can no longer be satisfactorily traced. It is to be hoped that care may be taken to preserve the remainder from a like fate. The principal structures will always resist the reducing action of the plow, but, from present indications, the connecting lines and smaller works will soon be levelled to the surface, and leave but a scanty and doubtful trace of their former symmetry. A sectional map of the Newark Valley is given in a subsequent plate, on which the relative positions of this and other works of the vicinity are indicated with approximate accuracy. 55 Great as some of these works are, and laborious as was their construction, particularly those of Circleville and Newark, I am persuaded they were never intended for military defenses. General Harrison's Discourse. 56 The following passages, embodying some interesting facts respecting these works, were communicated by Idill, ESQ, now and for many years a resident of Newark. You are aware that the principal part of these remains are situated in the valley between the Raccoon Creek and the South Fork of Licking Creek. The valley is here nearly 2 miles wide, from stream to stream. To the east of the lines of embankment and on the second bottom of the creek are numerous mounds. Some of these are very low, so low, indeed, that a careless observer would hardly distinguish them from the common surface. Some of them are surrounded by a low circular wall of earth which, with a little attention, can be distinctly traced. In the year 1828, when constructing the canal, a lock was located on the site of one of these low mounds. In excavating the lock pit, 14 human skeletons were found about 4 feet beneath the surface. These were very much decayed, and supposed by some to have been burnt. It was probably the natural appearance of decomposition which led to this opinion. On coming to the air they all mouldered into dust. Over these skeletons, and carefully and regularly disposed, was laid a large quantity of mica in sheets or plates. Some of these were 8 and 10 inches long by 4 and 5 wide, and all from half an inch to an inch thick. It was estimated that 15 or 20 bushels of this material were thrown out to form the walls or supports of the lock. From a mound some 4 feet high, a few rods to the south of this, a large Volvaria, seashell, was taken. On the opposite side of the creek I found, in one place, 24 flint axes, or imperfect arrowheads. These were found on the third bottom, on a promontory projecting towards the works in question. A very great quantity of broken flints were found here, enough to load a cart. They were of the same variety of flint, chert, or hornstone, which abounds on Flint Ridge. On that ridge there is the appearance of a great deal of digging. Deep holes cover the ground for the extent of a mile. Many have supposed that these were mines of the precious metals, and no small amount of money and time has been expended in the search. I am of the opinion this place is the source of all the arrowheads, flint axes, and other implements of that material, which have been used over a wide extent of territory. Separate from these valley works, and 2 miles to the west of them, is an irregular enclosure on a hill. The walls are of earth about 3 feet high, and enclose an area of some 30 or 40 acres, extending from the top to the very foot of a high, long, and sloping hill. Again, 2 miles distant in a northwest direction, the summit of a high hill is surrounded by a similar embankment. 57. The map here presented is drawn from a careful survey of these works, made in 1837, by Charles Whittlesey, Esq., topographical engineer of the state, under the law authorizing a geological and topographical survey of Ohio. It has never before been published, and its fidelity, in every respect, may be relied on. It will be seen that the supplementary or small covered way represented on the plan in the Archaeologia Americana, does not appear. What was taken for a graded way is simply a gully, worn by the rains. The topography of the map, and the accompanying sections, are features which every intelligent inquirer will know how to appreciate. 58. The description of the 2 principal truncated pyramids embodies the substance of an account of the same, published by Drive S. P. Hildreth of Marietta, in the American Pioneer for June, 1843, the entire fidelity of which has been attested by actual survey. 59. Such is the result of careful admeasurements made by Dr. John Locke, whose accuracy in matters of this kind, as in all others, is worthy of emulation. 60. A very laudable disposition has been manifested, on the part of the citizens of Marietta, to preserve the interesting remains in their midst. The directors of the Ohio Land Company, when they took possession of the country at the mouth of the Muskingum, in 1788, adopted immediate measures for the preservation of these monuments. To their credit be it said, one of their earliest official acts was the passage of a resolution, which is entered upon the journal of their proceedings, reserving the 2 truncated pyramids and the great mound, with a few acres attached to each, as public squares. They placed them under the care of the future corporation of Marietta, directing that they should be embellished with shade trees, when divested of the forest which then covered them, which trees, it was added, should be of native growth, and of the varieties named in the resolution. The great mound with its surrounding square was designated as a cemetery, and placed under the control of trustees. 10 years ago, these structures being yet unenclosed and much injured by the rains washing through the paths caused by the cattle that roamed over them, the citizens raised a sum of money adequate to the purpose, and fully restored them. The magnificent avenue named, not inappropriately, by the directors, Sacra Via, or Sacred Way, but now generally known as the Covered Way, was also preserved by a special resolution of the company, never to be disturbed or defaced, as common ground, not to be enclosed. One of the streets of Marietta, Warren Street, passes through this avenue. It is, of course, impossible to resist encroachments upon the walls of the enclosures, which are rapidly disappearing. Had a similar enlightened policy marked the proceedings of all the early companies and settlers of the West, we should not now have occasion to regret the entire obliteration of many interesting remains of antiquity. Or did a similar disposition exist generally, there would be less necessity for a careful, systematic, and immediate survey of our remaining monuments. The works at Chillicothe, Circleville, Cincinnati, and St. Louis, might have been preserved with all ease, and would have constituted striking ornaments to those cities, to say nothing of the interest which would attach to them in other points of view. It is proper to observe, that the facts embraced in this note were kindly communicated by Drive S. P. Hildreth, of Marietta. 61. The account of an English adventurer named Ashe, respecting some extraordinary remains which he professed to have discovered here, it is hardly necessary to say, is entitled to no credit whatever. The remark holds good of similar accounts, by the same hand, of some of the works at Newark, 100 miles above, on the upper tributaries of the Muskingum. 62. From the Survey and Notes of James McBride, ESQ 63. From the Survey and Notes of Charles Whittlesey, ESQ 64. From the Plan and Notes of Charles Whittlesey, ESQ 65. From the Survey and Notes of James McBride, ESQ 66. From the Survey and Notes of James McBride, ESQ 67. It consists of a ditch dug down to the edge of the river, the earth from which has been thrown up principally upon the lower or down river side. The breadth between the parapets is much greater near the water than at any other point, so that it might have been used for the purpose of affording a safe passage to the river or as a sort of harbor in which canoes may have been drawn up or both. This waterway resembles that found at Marietta though smaller. Long's Second Expedition, Volume IP 60. 68. The reader is requested to compare the plan of this work given by Mr. Atwater in the Archaeologia Americana, with the one here presented. 69. Previous to the entire destruction of this mound, and at the time when about one half of it remained, it was examined by Mr. McBride, from whose original notes the following observations respecting it are taken. The mound was composed of rich surface mold, evidently scooped up from the surface, scattered through which were pebbles and some stones of considerable size, all of which had been burned. Upon excavation, we found a skeleton with its head to the east, resting upon the original surface of the ground, immediately under the apex of the mound. Some distance above this was a layer of ashes of considerable extent, and about 4 inches thick. The skeleton was of ordinary size, the skull was crushed, and all the bones in extreme decay. Near the surface were other skeletons. The inhabitants of the neighborhood tell of a copper band with strange devices, found around the brow of a skeleton in this mound, and also of a well-carved representation of a tortoise of the same metal, 12 or 14 inches in length, found with another skeleton. 70. From the Rafinesque manuscripts. 71. From the Survey of James McBride. 72. The proprietor of this structure, Ashel Aylesworth, ESQ, we are happy to say, has determined to permit no further encroachment upon it. It is to be hoped that the citizens of Granville will adopt means to permanently and effectually secure it from invasion. 73. This work should have been figured on a preceding plate. Its position, in connection with the effigies here described, was determined by accidental circumstances. P. 104. Chapter 4. Monuments of the Southern States. We are in possession of very little authentic information respecting the monuments of the southern United States. 74. All accounts concur in representing them as very numerous and extensive, and as characterized by irregularity unknown, or known but to a limited degree, amongst those which occur further north, on the Ohio and its tributaries, and upon the Missouri and upper Mississippi. This extraordinary regularity, as well as their usually great dimensions, have induced many to regard them as the work not only of a different era, but of a different people. Mounds of several stages, closely resembling the Mexican teocalli in form and size, broad terraces of various heights, elevated passages and long avenues, are mentioned among the varieties of ancient structures which abound from Florida to Texas. The mounds are often disposed with the utmost system in respect to each other. Around some of the larger ones, others of smaller size are placed at regular intervals, and at fixed distances. Some have spiral pathways leading to their tops, and others possess graded ascents like those at Marietta Point 75. It is to be observed, however, that while mounds are thus abundant, enclosures are comparatively few, especially those which seem to be of a military origin. A few have been noticed in South Carolina, on the Wateree River, which partake of the character of military works, and of which some account will shortly be given. The following plans from original and hitherto unpublished surveys will serve to illustrate, to a limited degree, the character of a portion of the southern remains. P105 Spade Suit XXXVII. Ancient Works on the Wateree River, Kershaw District, South Carolina. Plate XXXVII. Remains on the Wateree River, Kershaw District, South Carolina. It is unquestionable that the race of the Mounds occupied a portion of the state of South Carolina, and although the traces of their occupation are far from abundant, they are still sufficiently numerous to deserve notice. The only reliable information we have concerning them, is contained in a Ms. letter from William Blanding, M.D., late of Camden, South Carolina, a gentleman distinguished for his researches in natural history, to Samuel George Morton, M.D., of Philadelphia, the eminent author of Crania Americana, by whose permission it is embodied in this connection. The observations of Dr. Blanding were confined to a section of the valley of the Wateree River, embracing about 25 miles in the immediate vicinity of Camden, and mainly included in the Kershaw district. The first monument deserving of notice is Harrison's Mound, A in the map. It is the highest in position of any on the river, and is situated on the west side of the same, in the Fairfield district. It is about 480 feet in circumference at the base, 15 feet high, and has a level area 120 feet in circumference at its summit. The next relic of antiquity is the Indian mortar, B in the map, in the Kershaw district. It is a regular bowl-shaped excavation in a solid block of granite, holding upwards of half a bushel, and is evidently the work of art. It P106 was used as a mortar by the early settlers, and is still devoted to the same purpose. The part of the rock projecting out of the ground is equivalent to 8 or 10 tons. Next is an old Indian town or camp near the mouth of Beaver Creek, see in the map. A little below the mouth of the creek is an old fortification, of oblong form, consisting of a wall and ditch, D in the map. The embankment is now not more than 3 feet high above the level of the plain. The ditch is distinct. Nearly opposite this work, on the west side of the river, are the traces of an old Indian village, remarkable for its arrowheads, fragments of pottery, etc. Proceeding down the river, we come to a point near the head of the canal, where the land rises to the extraordinary height of 500 feet, forming a long, narrow hill. Upon the point of this hill nearest the river, stands what is called the Indian Grave, F in the map. It is composed of many tons of small round stones, weighing from 1 to 4 pounds each. The pile is 30 feet long from east to west, 12 feet broad, and 5 feet high, so situated as to command an extensive view of the adjacent country, stretching as far as Rocky Mount, 20 miles above, and for a long distance below on the river. It may be suggested that this is the elevated burial place of some great chief, or that it was designed as some sort of an observatory. The Catawba Indians can give no account of it, nor will they venture a conjecture as to its purposes. A mound, G, is situated opposite the stone heap, on the other side of the river. The shoals in the immediate vicinity seem to have been a favorite haunt of the ancient and more recent races. Here to this day is to be found an abundance of fish and game, and the vicinity is marked by numerous aboriginal relics. Here also is the highest boundary of the long-leaved pine, and the limit of the alluvial region. Below, the river becomes sluggish, and during high water leaves its banks and spreads over large tracts of land. The mound next below, H, was 250 feet in circumference at the base, 75 feet at the top, and 13 feet high. It was situated about 100 yards from the river on land subject to overflow. 3 other small mounds surrounded it. In 1826 it was leveled, and the material used for manuring the adjacent lands. A part of the treasures which it contained were saved, but the rest are scattered or destroyed. The mound presented, upon excavation, a succession of strata, varying in thickness from 6 inches to 1 foot, from top to base. First vegetable loam, then human and animal bones, followed by charcoal of reeds, vessels of clay and fragments of the same, some holding not more than 1 pint, arrowheads and stone axes, then earth, etc., alternately. In one small vessel was found a tag or needle made of bone, supposed to have been used in making dresses. Near it was found the skeleton of a female, tolerably entire, but which fell in pieces on exposure. A stratum of dark-colored mold was mixed with these articles, perhaps decomposed animal matter. The superstructure of the mound was the alluvial loam, and constituted tolerable manure. It was mixed with great quantities of mica, some pieces 3 or 4 inches square. Marine shells, much decomposed, were found in this as in other mounds, mixed with the bones, from top to bottom. Descending the river, near Mound Creek, we come to a large mound, enclosed P107 in a circle, and accompanied by a smaller one. It is perhaps the largest and most perfect on the river. It is 500 feet in circumference at the base, 225 feet in circumference at the summit, and 34 feet high, slightly oblong. It is covered with stumps, briars, etc., having recently been brought under cultivation. In April last, while plowing over the small mound, an urn was discovered, a sketch of which is enclosed. It holds 46 quarts, or nearly 12 gallons. It had a cover fitting closely over the body for about 6 inches, this was broken by the plow. The vessel was curiously ornamented, and is probably the largest ever discovered in the valley. It contained a number of large shell beads, much decomposed, about the size and shape of nutmegs. It also contained another article of the same material, about the size of a man's palm, 1/4 of an inch thick, and carved in open work, probably designed for suspension around the neck as a badge or ornament. The ditch around this mound is slight. Still further down the river, upon the opposite side, and some distance south of the road from Camden to Columbia, is the most remarkable ancient work in the valley. It is called the Indian Ditch. It occurs at the great bend of the river, and consists of an embankment and ditch carried across the isthmus, cutting off, and, with the river, enclosing some hundreds of acres of fine alluvial land. It is about 1 mile in length, and the circuit of the river from one end to the other is between 3 and 4 miles. 21 years ago, when I first visited it, this ditch was about 8 feet deep and the wall of corresponding dimensions. A primitive forest was then growing upon its southern portion, but it is now all under the plow and fast disappearing. The bank is exterior to the ditch, which circumstance seems to conflict with the notion that the work was constructed for defense. It has been suggested, but with no good reason, that it was designed for a cut-off or artificial channel for the river. Whatever its purpose, it was a great undertaking for a rude or savage people. On the opposite side of the river, about 200 yards below the mouth of Pine Tree Creek, is a group of mounds, surrounded by a low embankment, J. One of them has been nearly washed away by the river, and the others have been much reduced by cultivation. The largest is yet 12 or 15 feet high, with a very wide base. From these mounds are disclosed arrowheads, axes, urns, and other vestiges of art, accompanied by human bones and the bones of wild animals, and marine shells, all much decayed. As the water washes away the side of the mound on its bank, charcoal, urns, bones, etc., in successive strata, are exposed, as though it had constituted a cemetery, receiving deposits from time to time, from its commencement to its completion. The strata vary in thickness from 6 to 18 inches, and are mixed with much mica, sometimes in large plates. It was long under cultivation in corn, then indigo, and in 1806, when I first saw it, in cotton, which is still cultivated on it. On the large mound stood the overseer's house, around it, on the smaller piles, were the Negro quarters. In the bend of the river nearly opposite the south end of the Indian ditch, is a mound, perhaps 15 feet high, k. Little is known respecting it, having been for many years the site of an overseer's house. I obtained a circular stone, P108 with concave sides and finely polished, which had been found here, also 2 large urns, one holding 12, the other 20 quarts, with a number of other aboriginal relics. At the mouth of Town Creek, some distance below, there was formerly, no doubt, an Indian town or camp, judging from the quantity of relics found here. A very fine description of clay is found at this spot, which is resorted to by the Catawba Indians every spring and autumn, for the purpose of manufacturing pottery from it. Boykin's Mound, M., is 1 mile lower down the river upon the same bank. It is now nearly washed away by the river. 20 years ago, when I first saw it, large trees covered it, and it was entire. 4 years afterwards I visited it, when only about 1/3 remained, which on the side next the river beautifully exhibited the various strata composing it. It had the usual layers of earth, pottery, charred reeds, etc. Some few of the vases were entire, containing fragments of bones, and were well arranged in tiers, one above the other. Last of the series is Nixon's Mound, N. It is much reduced, and is not now more than 10 feet high. From this to the sea I know of no similar relics. Paint Hill and Kirkwood, in the neighborhood of Pine Tree Creek, must have been much frequented, judging from the numerous relics occurring on and around them, the former for its pure water, the latter for its fine clay. Hobkirk's Hill, near Camden, abounds in aboriginal relics. I have procured several large pipes from these localities, all of which exhibit a skill in workmanship surpassing that of the present race. The entire section in which the above remains occur is exceedingly fertile, and capable of sustaining a large agricultural population. Plate 38. No 1.76 Ancient Works on the Etowah River, Alabama. This work occurs within the present limits of the state of Alabama, upon the banks of Etowah River, a branch of the Coosa. It is situated upon an alluvial bottom, at an angle or bend of the stream, and its defenses consist of a semicircular ditch, the flanks of which rest on the river. This ditch is 25 p109 or 30 feet in width, by 8 feet in depth, and is interrupted by no less than 7 passageways, placed at irregular intervals, and formed by leaving the earth unexcavated at the points where they occur. It is a remarkable fact that no embankment accompanies the ditch, although the work is not entirely singular in that respect. Within the enclosure thus formed by the river on the one hand and the ditch on the other, are several mounds, one of which is of great size and extraordinary character. It measures upwards of 75 feet in height, and is 1,200 feet in circumference at its base. It is truncated, the area at its summit having a diameter of 140 feet. A graded avenue, which may be ascended on horseback, leads to its top from the east. Upon its northern and southern sides, at the height of 40 feet, are triangular platforms or terraces, which are also reached by graded ascents from the plain. The supplementary Plan A exhibits the outlines of the monument. Upon its top, trees are growing, which, at the height of a man's head from the ground, measure little under 11 feet in circumference. A fallen oak measured by Mr. Cornelius in 1818 was found to be, at the distance of 6 feet from the branching of the roots, 12 feet 4 inches in circumference, exclusive of the bark. There are 2 other truncated mounds, to the southwest of the Great Mound, but of less dimensions. One of these has a perpendicular altitude of 30 feet, and its summit was fortified, with a parapet and palisades, by the Cherokees in their war with the Creeks. The earth taken from the ditch above mentioned was probably used in the construction of these mounds. Spade Suit 38th. Ancient Works, Number 1. On the Etowah River, Alabama. Number 2. Chickasaw Surveys, Lafayette Co., Mississippi. Number 3. On Clear Creek in Lafayette Co., Mississippi. Number 4. Prairie Jefferson, Morehouse Parish, Louisiana. An analogous work of some interest, Fig. 21, but partially destroyed by the Tennessee River, upon the bank of which it stands, occurs near the town of Florence, in Alabama. It consists of a large mound, hexagonal in form, truncated, and 45 feet in height by 440 feet in circumference at the base. The level area at the summit is 150 feet in circumference. It appears to be composed of the ordinary surface loam, and is carried up with great regularity. So far as it has yet been examined, no traces of bones or other foreign substances have been discovered. Fig. 21. Partly surrounding the mound is a wall 270 feet distant from its base, which extends from the main river below, to a branch formed by Cane Island above, constituting a segment of a circle, the center of which would be in the Tennessee River. The wall is about 40 feet across the top, and, making allowances for the ravages of time, must have been originally from 12 to 15 feet high. It is now about 8 feet in height. The mound and wall bear the same marks of antiquity, both being covered with large timber of the same age and description with that found growing on the surrounding lands. The wall has what appears to be a ditch on the outside. P. 110. These works are situated on the river bottom, and are half surrounded by a very high ridge, which runs parallel to the Tennessee River, about 400 yards distant. This ridge, upon which the principal part of the town of Florence is situated, overlooks and entirely commands the whole. The mound, with its surrounding wall, thus situated and exposed to attack, could hardly have been designed as a place of defense. It must have been appropriated to another purpose. 77 Plate 38. NOS 2 and 3. These works are specially interesting from the fact that they partake more of the character of the works in the valley of the Ohio, than any other southern structures with which we are acquainted. The accompanying descriptions were furnished by Reverend R. Morris, of Mount Sylvan Academy, Lafayette County, Mississippi. The plans are from surveys by the same gentleman. Number 2. This work is situated in T4S, R7W, of the Chickasaw Surveys, 5 miles southeast of the Tallahatchie River. It occupies a point of high land, overlooking the valley of a small creek, and consists of a simple embankment of earth, about 3 feet in height, with an exterior ditch of corresponding dimensions. It is a polygon in form, and at first glance appears entirely irregular. It will be observed, however, that the line CD corresponds in length with HI, and also that EF is exactly equal to FH, coincidences which could not possibly be accidental. The side CSJ, fronting on the creek, is not entrenched, being sufficiently protected by the high bluff bank. There are no interruptions in the embankment, the ends of which terminate within a short distance of the bluff on the right, leaving passageways 15 or 20 feet wide. A ditch, however, extends from I to J, at the southeast angle, but it is a question whether it was not formed by the water overflowing the artificial ditch at I. The angles of this work are not rounded, but sharp as if newly dug. There are 2 points, indicated by the letter S on the plan, one on a spur of land within the enclosure, and the other at the extreme point of the headland on which the work is situated, where there are excavations from which the earth is thrown up on the outer side. They resemble short sections of the wall and ditch, and suggest the notion of sentry posts, or signal, or alarm stations. Within the work are several low, irregular mounds, all of which are flat on the top, except K, which is basin-shaped, the concavity being about 2 feet deep by 15 across. Excavations, at any point around these mounds, disclose ashes, P111 charcoal, and sooty earth. The charcoal is of oak wood and very bright. Abundant fragments of the black pottery, glazed inside, and so common in this region, are found in and around this work. At the time of my visit, I found several arrowheads and a wedge-shaped stone. A few years ago a carved pipe was found here and a piece of heavy metal, which was tested for gold and afterwards mislaid. Inasmuch, however, as the Indians lately occupied this ground in great numbers for several years, these minor relics may be regarded as having pertained to them. The bluffs around this work are of extraordinary height for this region, and the whole position seems well designed for defense. The regularity and apparent freshness of the structure, and its correspondence, in some striking respects, to our modern system of defense, almost induce me to ascribe to it an European origin. This supposition is further favored by the well-known fact that Hernando de Soto passed through here, and probably erected works at various points. Number 3. This work is situated on the left bank of Clear Creek, near Mount Sylvan, Lafayette County, Mississippi. It occupies a high point of land, overlooking the creek bottom. Upon the right is a bluff bank, 40 feet high. Towards the north the ground is somewhat broken, and upon the left it slopes gradually to a hollow. There are no hills or elevated points commanding the work within a mile or more. The ground within the enclosure is level. The structure itself is quadrangular in form, and consists of a slight embankment of earth, about 3 feet high by 30 feet broad at the base, and 12 feet broad on the top. It has no ditch, exterior or interior to the embankment, although upon both sides there are evidences of the removal of the earth, leaving slight depressions, as shown in the section. At the gateway G, the original level of the ground is preserved. Various forest trees are growing upon the walls, consisting of black oak and hickory. Some of the oaks are upwards of 18 inches in diameter. At the foot of the bluffs, to the right of the work, are numerous and copious springs of water. There are no mounds within the enclosure, although there are 2 a little way outside of the walls, occupying the positions indicated in the plan. Point 78. The one nearest the gateway, number 1, has trees growing upon it, 20 inches in diameter. Fragments of pottery are scattered in abundance upon and around it. Mound number 2 I have carefully examined. It is situated upon sloping ground, and is perhaps 1 foot high on the upper, and 3 feet on the lower side, by 20 feet base. In the center is a regular concavity 1 foot deep and 12 feet across, and in this respect it is different from any I have elsewhere observed. The first excavation was made upon the lower side, where were found several P112 arrows, a human skeleton, a mature subject, and a large quantity, nearly a half bushel, of coarse pottery. It is of the same kind with that so abundant in the Clear Creek Valley, where it would be easy to fill a cart in a day. None of the vessels were whole, and I may here remark that I have not been able to recover any of the pottery entire. All, not excepting the clay pipes, are invariably broken. Among the fragments of pottery was found a piece of hard-burned clay, resembling in form a sweet potato, split longitudinally. The next excavation was made in the center or lowest part of the concavity above mentioned. The removal of the vegetable accumulation disclosed a layer of yellow clay, 4 inches thick, beneath which, and nearly upon the original level of the earth, was found a hard-burned stratum, perfectly black, and apparently mingled with ashes. It was with difficulty broken up. Beneath this hearth was a spongy unstratified mass, in which, to the depth of 6 inches, were mingled fragments of earthenware. Beyond this, nothing was discovered. There were no traces of bones upon the hearth, and but few fragments of pottery. Large trees are growing upon this mound. Mound number 3 is about 4 feet high, and is situated upon the creek bottom, not far from the stream. I opened it nearly a year since. About 2 feet from the surface was found the skeleton of a child, much decayed, and unaccompanied by remains of any sort. A little below the surface was found a stone tool, resembling a carver's flesh knife, and a leaden-ounce bullet. There is much pottery upon and around this mound, but little, if any, within it. It was not thoroughly excavated, but so far as examined there were discovered no traces of fire, it being, in this respect, peculiar. Every other mound which I have investigated has been found to contain ashes and charcoal. Whether either of the works above described had a military origin is sufficiently doubtful, although the last named has some of the characteristics of a work of defense. There is nothing, however, in its position or structure so different from hundreds of other works as to warrant us in assigning to it a later date or a different origin. As a military work, it is vastly inferior to many with which we are acquainted, and its regularity is not sufficiently marked to entitle it to any special consideration on that account. It clearly belongs to that great family of remains, of which so many examples have already been presented. Throughout the entire field of their occurrence, these maintain certain characteristic features, some of which are well exhibited in the particular work here mentioned. Had Hernando de Soto erected 1/10 of the works which have been ascribed to him, in the states bordering the Gulf, in Tennessee, and even in Kentucky, he must have found ample demands on his time and exertions. It is most likely, however, that the intervals between his tedious and toilsome marches were occupied more profitably, if not less laboriously, than in the erection of vast earth structures of this description, which, when finished, could not possibly have served him any useful purpose. His handful of weary followers probably found in a small stockade of logs a better defense, and one more obviously within their capabilities of construction. In addition to the above plans, Mr. Morris has kindly communicated accounts of several other interesting works, of none of which, however, he was able to P113 make surveys. One of these is situated 3 miles east of Panola, Mississippi, and closely resembles number 3, plate 38. It is accompanied by several remarkable mounds. A few miles southeast of Delta there is a square enclosure of some 20 acres area. It contains several mounds, one of which is 40 feet in height, truncated, and ascended by a graded way. Within this enclosure there is also a square excavation, 15 feet deep, and 100 feet in diameter. It is surrounded by a low embankment of earth, 3 feet in height. Plate 38. Number 4. Ancient Works, Prairie Jefferson, Louisiana. This group of ancient works occurs on Prairie Jefferson, Morehouse Parish, Louisiana. They are minutely described by Professor C.G. Forshee, in a letter to Professor Silliman of New Haven, published, with the accompanying plan, in the American Journal of Science and Arts, Volume 6. p. 38. For some interesting facts in addition to this account, Acknowledgement is due to Dr. Harrison, proprietor of the plantation upon which these remains are situated. The works, consisting of a series of mounds and terraces, accompanied by lines of embankment and by excavations, are found near the southwestern portion of the prairie, and partly in what is now woodland, though probably at no very remote date free from forests. The mounds are disposed with some degree of regularity in respect to each other, and are of the following dimensions: length, feet width, feet height, feet a base, 180 135 48 a summit, 5145 b summit, 210 75 5 c base, 132 132 4 d summit, 120 124 e summit, 60 42 10 on summit length, feet front length, feet rear length, feet wide length, feet high f 60 78 42 12 g 60 39 51 12 h 60 60 54 7 I 36 27 45 10. The embankment between E and F is 135 feet long, 15 feet broad at the base, and 4 high. The embankment JKL is 1,050 feet long, 12 feet broad and from 1 to 3 feet high. The Great Mound E has been denominated the Temple. It has a level area on its summit 51 feet long and 45 broad, which is reached from the west by the winding graded path X. All its angles are much rounded, still its four faces are very plainly marked. Since it has been cleared of trees, several P114 slides have marred its symmetry. These slides, as also excavations made in it, have shown that it consists of a series of strata or tables, one above the other, each surmounted by a burned surface, resembling rude bricks. No bones have been found in it. Any extended examination of its contents is avoided, from a desire to preserve its proportions. From the summit a good view may be had of the surrounding works and country. The mounds which face the temple on the west have great uniformity of figure and dimensions, and are highest in the rear, except E and I, which are nearly level on top. E, F, H, and I have terraces in front, and all incline gently to the plain, which exhibits marks of excavation. In the rear and on the sides they are for the most part very abrupt. The pond in the rear is evidently artificial, and formed by removing the earth for building purposes. Extending around this pond are an embankment and ditch, JKL, the latter produced by the excavation of the earth for the embankment, which seems to have constituted a sort of levee around the pond to the high grounds at J and L. The mounds C, D have great similarity in their magnitude, form, and general position in respect to the temple, but situated, as they are, in cultivated fields, their definite outlines are fast disappearing. B, however, differs essentially from the other mounds of the system. It is perfectly level on its summit, of gentle declivity and moderate height, and has been fitly chosen as the site of a dwelling house, which fronts the area surrounded by the mounds. The several ponds have outlets for the water at particular points, which were probably controlled as the mound builders desired. The long embankment, MNO, is abruptly cut off at O, but is continued again towards P, diminishing in magnitude as the land grows higher, until it almost disappears at S. The swale or low strip of ground which borders this embankment on the left, continues up to very near the pond at S, but has no actual connection with it. It does not appear that the large pond, within this grand levee, is artificial. The smaller ones, however, were manifestly produced by throwing up the earth around them, as at MN, S, TU, and VW. The necessity for these artificial ponds is apparent from the fact, that there are no streams or supplies of water nearer this prairie than 5 miles. Hence the excavations, usually made without apparent design in constructing the mounds, are at this place so economized as to produce the ponds in the immediate neighborhood. Here the conformation of the ground, which is gently undulating, rendered it easy to construct large ponds or lakes, to contain a perennial supply of water. This has plainly been the object of the extensive levees or embankments traced in the map. The general inclination of the land is southward, and the drains in its surface were with some skill called into aid. A similar mode of retaining a supply of water has already been remarked, in the case of a fortified hill, in Ohio. See page 15. The ancient inhabitants of Central America resorted to the same method. Their aguadas, lined with pavements and enclosed by embankments, are among the most interesting remains of ancient art. P 115 Plate 36. Ancient Monuments, Madison Parish, Louisiana. The accompanying plans are from original surveys made by James Hoff, Esq., of Hamilton, Ohio, for Mr. McBride, and may, it is believed, be relied upon as entirely accurate, in every essential respect. 79 Spade Suit 36. Ancient Monuments, Madison Parish, Louisiana. The group here presented is situated upon the right bank of Walnut Bayou, in Madison Parish, Louisiana, 7 miles from the Mississippi River. It consists of 7 large and regular mounds, and a graded or elevated roadway half a mile in length. The plan exhibits the relative positions of the remains and their predominating features, and obviates the necessity of a particular description, which at best would be intricate and obscure. The largest mound of the group, A, is distant 250 yards south from the bayou, which here extends in a direction nearly east and west. The principal structure is 225 feet long, by 165 feet broad at the base, and 30 feet in height. The summit is level, presenting an area of 120 feet long, by 75 broad. On the side next the bayou towards the north, at the height of 10 feet, is a terrace 10 feet wide and extending the entire length of the mound. On the south side is a roadway 20 feet wide, commencing at a point 60 feet from the base of the mound, and leading with a regular grade to its top. At either end of the mound is an inclined platform or apron, 75 feet long by 60 wide. These are 6 feet in elevation at the point joining the mound, but decline gradually to 3 feet at the outer ends, where they terminate abruptly. B is a mound similar to the one just described, but less in size. It is 180 feet long, 120 broad, and 15 high. The level area on the top is 120 feet long and 60 wide. A graded road leads to its summit from the north. At the east end is an inclined platform, 70 feet long by 60 broad, 8 feet high where it joins the mound, and sloping to 5 feet at its outer extremity. At the west end is a similar elevation 120 feet long by 60 broad. C is a singular work, consisting of a central mound 96 feet square at the base, and 10 feet high, with a level area 48 feet square on the top. Connected by elevated terraces with this mound, are 2 others of similar construction, P116 each 60 feet square and 8 feet high. The terraces are 40 feet broad, 4 high, and 125 and 75 feet long respectively. The character and dimensions of the remaining mounds are sufficiently indicated in the plan. There is however another singular structure connected with the group, which deserves special notice. It consists of a terrace extending due west from the principal mound above described, parallel to the bayou. It is elevated 3 feet above the general level of the plain, and is 75 feet wide by 2,700 feet in length. Upon either side of this terrace, and parallel to it, are broad excavations, at present about 3 feet deep. These excavations are not far from 2,000 feet long, by from 150 to 300 feet wide. There are no other perceptible excavations in the vicinity, and it is reasonable to conclude that most, if not all of the material for the construction of the works was taken from these points. The ground occupied by these remains is for the most part under cultivation. It was originally covered with a heavy growth of the black walnut, a species of timber scarcely known on the alluvial lands of the Mississippi, so far south. It was first cleared by a Mr. Harper, in 1827. Broken pottery is found in abundance around these monuments, and fragments of human bones, much decomposed, are observed intermixed with the earth. Upon the mounds, in many places, the earth is much burned. There are no other remains of magnitude in the immediate vicinity. Fig 22. The works here represent ed. Fig 22, are situated in Bolivar County, Mississippi, near Williams's Bayou in the Choctaw Bend, 1.5 miles from the Mississippi River. They consist of two truncate pyramidal structures of the Char-a-Tur already described, accompanied by two small conical mounds, the whole surrounded by a circular embankment of earth, without a ditch, 2,300 feet in circumference, and 4 feet high. A gateway opens into the enclosure from the east. Mound A is 150 feet square at the base, 75 feet square on top, and 20 feet high, with a graded ascent from the east. B is 135 feet square at base, 50 feet at top, and 15 feet high. The ascent in this instance is from the north. The two small conical mounds are about 30 feet in diameter, and 5 feet high. The sides of the pyramidal structures do not vary 2 degrees from the cardinal points P117 of the compass, a feature not observed in any of the others above noticed. They all, however, appear to have been placed with some reference to these points, probably as near as they could be located without instruments. At the junction of the Washita, Tenza, and Catahoula rivers in Louisiana, is a most remarkable group of ancient remains, of which no plan has yet been published. They have nevertheless been often referred to, and are described as consisting of a number of mounds, some rectangular and others round, embraced within a large enclosure of not far from 200 acres area. 80 The principal mound is said to be circular, 400 feet in diameter at the base, 90 feet in height, truncated, and having a level area at its summit, 50 feet in diameter. The summit is reached by a spiral pathway, which winds with an easy ascent around the mound, from its base to its top. This pathway is sufficiently broad to permit 2 horsemen to ride abreast. From the summit a wide prospect is commanded. Here, upon penetrating the earth to a slight depth, strong traces of fire are visible. The ground upon which the mound stands is somewhat elevated above the surrounding plain, which is low and marshy. 81 The great mound at Seltzertown, near Washington, Mississippi, is one of very singular construction. It consists of a truncated pyramid 600 feet long by about 400 broad at its base, covering nearly 6 acres of ground. Its sides correspond very nearly with the 4 cardinal points, its greatest length being from east to west. It is 40 feet in perpendicular height, and is surrounded P118 by a ditch at its base, of variable dimensions, but averaging perhaps 10 feet in depth. It is ascended by graded avenues. The area on the top embraces about 4 acres. Near each of the ends, and as nearly as may be in the longitudinal center of the elevation, is placed a large conical mound. The one towards the west is represented to be not far from 40 feet in height, and truncated, with a level area at its summit of 30 feet diameter. The opposite mound is somewhat less in size, and is also truncated. 8 other mounds are regularly placed at various points. They are of comparatively small size, measuring from 8 to 10 feet in height. The ground here is considerably broken, and it has been supposed by some, from the fact that it slopes in every direction from the base of the monument, that the structure is simply a natural elevation modified and fashioned into its present form by the hands of man. 82 Human bones have been exposed by the washing away of the sides of this structure. The above examples, it is believed, may be taken as very fair illustrations of the general form and external characteristics of the southern monuments. There are no perfect pyramids. With the exception of a portion, probably the larger portion, of the conical mounds, which are abundant, but overshadowed by the more remarkable structures which surround them, all appear to be truncated, and to have, in most instances, graded ascents to their tops. As already remarked, they do not seem to have been connected with any military system. Their form and structure, so far as developed, pointing to a religious origin. Some have been noticed as having parapets raised on their summits, as if to protect the area in case of assault, and hence it has been concluded that the larger elevations were forts or citadels. This feature was observed in many of the teocalli of the Mexicans. It is possible that they may have been designed secondarily for defense. That the Mexicans fought with the greatest determination around the bases of their temples, from their terraces and their summits, we have abundant evidence in the records of the conquerors. However well these elevations may have served for places of retreat in case of sudden attack, it is obvious that they were in no wise adapted to resist anything like a regular siege or a continued investment. The absence of sources for procuring water, and the narrow compass to which the besieged must necessarily be limited, seem sufficient in themselves to p. 119 successfully combat this hypothesis. The defensive works on the Ohio, on the contrary, possess all the requisites for resisting an enemy and for sustaining a protracted defense. We must seek therefore in the contents, as well as in the form and position of these works, for the secret of their origin and purposes. And it is at this stage of our inquiry, that the lack of a systematic and extended investigation, conducted on philosophical principles, is most sensibly felt. Some of these structures, it is stated, where their formation is disclosed by slides or the wasting action of the rivers, exhibit alternate layers or platforms of earth and burned clay, from base to summit. Others are represented as having alternate layers of earth and human bones in various stages of decomposition. And others still, we are assured, have various horizontal strata of earth and sand, upon which are deposited at various points human remains, implements, pottery, and ornaments. Many of the remains of art exhibit great skill in their construction, more especially the pottery and articles of similar composition. The conical mounds, so far as we are informed, have many features in common with those of a higher latitude. How far the coincidences between them may be traced can only be settled by future inquiries. From what has been presented above, it will readily be seen that it is impossible, with our present limited knowledge concerning them, to form anything like a determinate or satisfactory conclusion respecting the numerous and remarkable remains of the South. The immense mounds that abound there may be vast sepulchres in which the remains of generations were deposited. They may have been the temples and high places of a superstitious people, where rites were celebrated and sacrifices performed, or, they may have answered as the places of last resort, where, when pursued by foes, the ancient people fled to receive the support of their gods and to defend the altars of their religion. Perhaps all of these purposes were subserved by them. What significance may attach to their form, whether there exists any dependence between their exterior features and their contents, the dates of the different deposits found in them, indeed, whatever of design and system which these works may have possessed, and how far they may serve to reflect light upon the character and customs of the people who built them, their religion, their modes of burial, and their arts all remain to be determined by careful and systematic investigation, conducted with a view to develop facts rather than to excite wonder. Such an investigation must also finally determine whether these are the remains of the same people whose works are scattered through the more northern states, and whether they were probably contemporaneous in their origin, and, if the works are of the same people, and not contemporaneous, whether the course of migration was southward or the reverse, whether the less imposing structures of the Ohio are the remains of a ruder and more warlike but progressive people, or the weaker efforts of a colony, pressed by foes and surrounded by difficulties. It may disclose the curious and important fact, that upon the Ohio and Mississippi first originated those elements which afterwards, in a regular course of progress, developed themselves in the gorgeous semi-civilization of Mexico and Peru. Or it may, on the contrary, make known the no less interesting fact, that from these centers radiated colonies, which sustained P-120 themselves for a period, and finally disappeared, leaving perhaps only a few modified remnants in the region bordering upon the Gulf. Subsequent to the preparation of the foregoing pages for the press, and at too late a date to permit the introduction, in another connection, of the facts it embodies relating to the aboriginal monuments of the South, a manuscript work on the Southern Indians, by William Bartram, was placed in the hands of the investigators, by Dr. Morton, of Philadelphia. The character and history of the Smiths have been sufficiently explained in the preface, to which the reader is referred. As already observed, it relates principally to the manners, customs, government, and religion of the Muskogulges and other southern Indian tribes, but it also embraces many interesting and important facts respecting the remains under consideration. Taken in connection with those presented by the same author in his travels in North America, they serve very much to explain the character and illustrate the secondary if not the primary purposes to which the southern monuments were applied. The accompanying illustrations are reduced facsimiles of Bartram's original pen sketches. In introducing them he observes, in language somewhat quaint but forcible, the following rough drawings of the ancient Indian monuments, consisting of public buildings, areas, vestiges of towns, etc., will serve to illustrate what I have elsewhere said respecting them. They are, to the best of my remembrance, as near the truth as I could express. However, if I have in any respect erred, I hope my mistakes may be corrected by the observations of future and more accurate and industrious travelers. But as time changes the face of things, I wish they could be searched out and faithfully recorded, before the devastations of artificial refinements, ambition, and avarice, totally deface these simple and most ancient remains of the American aborigines. Chunkyards. The chunkyards of the Muskogulges or creeks are rectangular areas, generally occupying the center of the town. The public square and rotunda, or Great Winter Council House, stand at the two opposite corners of them. They are generally very extensive, especially in the large, old towns. Some of them are from 600 to 900 feet in length, and of proportionate breadth. The area is exactly level and sunk 2, sometimes 3, feet below the banks or terraces surrounding them, which are occasionally 2 in number, one behind and above the other, and composed of the earth taken from the area at the time of its formation. These banks or terraces serve the purpose of seats for spectators. In the center of this yard or area, there is a low, circular mound or eminence, in the middle of which stands erect the chunk pole, which is a high obelisk or four-square pillar declining upwards to an obtuse point. This is of wood, the hard, or inward resinous part of a sound pine tree, which is very P121 durable. It is generally from 30 to 40 feet in height, and to the top is fastened some object which serves as a mark to shoot at, with arrows or the rifle, at certain appointed times. Near each corner of one end of the yard, stands erect a less pole or pillar, about 12 feet high, called a slave post, for the reason that to them are bound the captives condemned to be burnt. These posts are usually decorated with the scalps of slain enemies, suspended by strings from the top. They are often crowned with the white dry skull of an enemy. It thus appears that this area is designed for a public place of exhibition, for shows, games, etc. Formerly, there is little doubt, most barbarous and tragical scenes were enacted within them, such as the torturing and burning of captives, who were here forced to run the gauntlet, bruised and beaten with sticks and burning chunks of wood. The Indians do not now practice these cruelties, but there are some old traders who have witnessed them in former times. I inquired of these traders for what reason these areas were called chunk yards. They were in general ignorant, yet, for the most part, concurred in a lame story that it originated in the circumstance of their having been places of torture, and that the name was but an interpretation of the Indian term designating them. I observed none of these yards in use in any of the Cherokee towns, and where I have mentioned them, in the Cherokee country, it must be understood that I saw only the remains or vestiges of them among the ruins of ancient towns. In the existing Cherokee towns which I visited, although there were ancient mounds and signs of the yard adjoining, yet the yard was either built upon or turned into a garden plat, or otherwise appropriated. Indeed, I am convinced that the chunk yards now or lately in use among the Creeks are of very ancient date, and not the work of the present Indians, although they are now kept in repair by them, being swept very clean every day, and the poles kept up and decorated in the manner I have described. The following plan, Fig. 23, will illustrate the form and character of these yards. Fig. 23. A. The great area, surrounded by terraces or banks. B. A circular eminence, at one end of the yard, commonly 9 or 10 feet higher than the ground round about. Upon this mound stands the great rotunda, hothouse, or winter council house of the present Creeks. It was probably designed and used by the ancients who constructed it, for the same purpose. C. A square terrace or eminence, about the same height with the circular one just described, occupying a position at the other end of the yard. Upon this stands the public square. The banks enclosing the yard are indicated by the letters BBBB, C indicates the chunk pole, and DD the slave posts P122. Sometimes the square, instead of being open at the ends, as shown in the plan, is closed upon all sides by the banks. In the lately built or new creek towns, they do not raise a mound for the foundation of their rotundas or public squares. The yard, however, is retained, and the public buildings occupy nearly the same position in respect to it. They also retain the central obelisk and the slave posts. In the Cherokee country, all over Carolina and the northern and eastern parts of Georgia, wherever the ruins of ancient Indian towns appear, we see always, besides these remains, one last, conical, pointed mound. To mounds of this kind I refer, when I speak of pyramidal mounds. To the south and west of the Altamaha, I observed none of these, in any part of the Muskogulch country, but always flat circular or square structures. The vast mounds upon the St. Johns, Alachua, and Mosquito rivers, differ from those among the Cherokees, with respect to their adjuncts and appendages, particularly in respect to the great highway or avenue, sunk below the common level of the earth, extending from them, and terminating either in a vast savanna or natural plain, or an artificial pond or lake. A remarkable example occurs at Mount Royal, from whence opens a glorious view of Lake George and its environs. Fig. 24. Fig. 25. Fig. 24 exhibits a view of the great mound last referred to. Fig. 25 is a plan of the same structure with its accompanying avenue, which leads off to an artificial lake or pond, on the verge of an expansive savanna or natural meadow. A. The mound, about 40 feet in perpendicular height. B. The highway leading from the mound in a straight line to the pond. C. About half a mile distant. What may have been the motive for making this pond I cannot conjecture, Since the mound and other vestiges of the ancient town are situated close on the banks of the river St. Juan.83, it could not therefore be for the conveniency of water. Perhaps they raised the mound with the earth taken out of the pond. The sketch of this mound also illustrates the character of the mounds in the Cherokee country, but the last have not the highway or avenue, and are always accompanied by vast square terraces P123 placed upon one side or the other. On the other hand, we never see the square terraces accompanying the high mounds of East Florida. From the above quotations it appears that, less than 1 century ago, a portion of the monuments of the South were in actual use by the Indians. It will be observed, however, that our authority ascribes their construction to an anterior race and assigns to them a high antiquity. In his travels he remarks that the region in which they are most abundant, lying between the Savannah and Ocmulgee rivers on the east and west, and between the sea coast on the south and the Appalachian Mountains on the north, was occupied subsequently to the arrival of Europeans, by the Cherokees, who were afterwards dispossessed by the Creeks, that all this country was probably, many ages preceding the Cherokee invasion, inhabited by a single nation or confederacy governed by common laws. Possessing like customs, and speaking the same language, but so ancient that neither the Creeks nor the Cherokees, nor the nations they conquered, could render any account by whom or for what purposes these monuments were erected. He nevertheless inclines to the belief, and not without reason, that the uses to which these structures were appropriated, by the existing Indian tribes, were not widely different from those for which they were originally constructed. Upon this point he adds, the mounds and large areas adjoining them seem to have been raised in part for ornament and recreation, and likewise to serve some other public purpose, since they are always so situated as to command the most extensive prospect over the country adjacent. The square terraces may have served as the foundations of fortresses, and perhaps the great pyramidal mounds answered the purpose of lookouts, or were high places for sacrifice. 84. Whatever date or origin we may ascribe to these monuments, we cannot overlook the singular attachment to the square and the circle exhibited by the Creeks in the public edifices known to have been constructed by themselves. That these forms had some significance at the outset can hardly be doubted, although their perpetuation may have depended upon custom. The circumstance that the eternal fire was only maintained in the circular structure, designated by Bartram as the rotunda, goes far to support the conclusion that its form was symbolical, and referred to the sun. That these tribes were sun worshippers is well known, the inferences drawn from analogy are therefore sustained by collateral facts. In their less imposing structures, may we not discern the type of the great circles and squares of Ohio, the traces of a system of idolatry which has dotted the valleys of the West with giant temples, symbolizing in their form the nature of the worship to which they were dedicated? Footnotes to Chapter 4. 74. The inability to add very largely to our stock of information respecting the monuments of the southern United States, is less a matter of regret, since it is ascertained that Dr. M. W. Dickason of Philadelphia, whose researches in natural science have created no little interest, has devoted much of his time to their investigation. His inquiries have been conducted on a large scale, and will serve to reflect much new light upon our antiquities. It is to be hoped the public will soon be put in possession of the results of his labors. 75. Most of the accounts of the monuments of the South met with in various works, treating directly or incidentally of our antiquities, are derived from Bartram, whose animated descriptions of those which fell under his notice are not always easily recognized, in the various forms under which they are presented. Near the conclusion of his work, he sums up his observations in this department as follows: the pyramidal hills or artificial mounds, and highways or avenues leading from them to artificial lakes or ponds, vast tetragon terraces, chunk yards, and obelisks or pillars of wood, are the only monuments of labor, ingenuity, and magnificence, that I have seen worthy of notice or remark. The region lying between the Savannah River and Ocmulgee, east and west, and from the sea coast to the Cherokee or Appalachian Mountains, north and south, is the most remarkable for these high conical hills, tetragon terraces, etc. This region was possessed by the Cherokees since the arrival of the Europeans, but they were afterwards dispossessed by the Muskogulges, and all that country was probably many ages preceding the Cherokee invasion inhabited by one nation or confederacy, who were ruled by the same system of laws, customs, and language, but so ancient that the Cherokees, Creeks, or the nation they conquered, could render no account for what purposes these monuments were raised. The mounts and cubical yards adjoining them seem to have been raised in part for ornament and recreation, and likewise to serve for some other public purpose, since they are always so situated as to command the most extensive prospect over the country adjacent. The tetragon terraces seem to be the foundations of fortresses, and perhaps the great pyramidal mounts served the purposes of lookout towers and high places for sacrifice. The sunken area called by white traders the chunk yard very likely served the same conveniency that it has been appropriated to by the more modern and even present nations of Indians, that is, the place where they burnt or otherwise tortured their captives that were condemned to die, as the area is surrounded by a bank, and sometimes two of them, one behind and above the other, as seats to accommodate the spectators at such tragical scenes, as well as at the exhibition of shows, dances, and games. From the River St. Juans, southwardly to the point of the peninsula of Florida, are to be seen high pyramidal mounts, with spacious and extensive avenues, leading from them out of the town, to an artificial lake or pond of water. These were evidently designed for ornament or monuments of magnificence to perpetuate the power and grandeur of the nation, and not inconsiderable neither, for they exhibit scenes of power and grandeur, and must have been public edifices. Travels in North America, p. 518. 76 from the Rafinesque MSS. The scale on which the plan is drawn is not given. It is probably about 500 feet to the inch. An account of this work, substantially the same with that given by Professor Rafinesque, was published by Mr. E. Cornelius, in Silliman's Journal, volume IP 223. Mr. Cornelius was accompanied in his visit by several Indian chiefs, who, he says, gazed upon the remains with as much curiosity as any white man. I inquired, continues Mr. C., of the oldest chief, if the natives had any tradition concerning them, to which he answered in the negative. I then requested each to say what he supposed was their origin. Neither could tell, but all agreed in saying, they were never put up by our people. 77 Western Messenger. 78 The notices of these mounds, although falling with more propriety within the scope of the chapter on mounds, can hardly be omitted from the above connection. It will shortly be seen that the mound first described, number 2 of the plan, probably belongs to the class of altar or sacrificial mounds, or those which were connected with the superstitions of the builders. The human remains found in that, as in mound number 3, were, most likely, deposited subsequent to their erection. It is not impossible that the mound last named is of a later date than those upon the higher ground. 79 The perfect regularity which the plans exhibit, it will readily be understood, does not actually exist. The angles of all these structures are more or less rounded. The predominant features, nevertheless the terraces, platforms, and graded ways are truly represented. All of these works seem to have been originally molded with the utmost care, and possess the highest degree of regularity of which the materials were capable. They were undoubtedly faced with turf, which seems better than solid masonry to resist the ravages of time and the elements. 80 Stoddard, in his History of Louisiana, p. 349, gives an account of some works near the junction of the Washita, Catahoula, and Tenza, probably the very ones in question. His account is subjoined: not less than 5 remarkable mounts are situated near the junction of the Washita, Catahoula, and Tenza, in an alluvial soil. They are all enclosed in an embankment, or wall of earth, at this time 10 feet high, which contains about 200 acres of land. 4 of these mounds are nearly of equal dimensions, about 20 feet high, 100 broad, and 300 long. The 5th seems to have been designed for a tower or turret. The base of it covers an acre of ground, it rises by 2 stages or steps, its circumference gradually diminishes as it ascends, its summit is crowned by a flattened cone. By measurement the height of this tower is found to be 80 feet. Perhaps these works were designed in part for defense, and in part for the reception of the dead. There is a slight discrepancy in the dimensions of these works, as given by Professor Rafinesque and Mr. Stoddard. Both agree, however, respecting their vast size, and general character. 81. This monument is not singular. Mounds with spiral pathways are frequent at the south, and are occasionally found at the north. Bartram describes one on the Savannah River in Georgia. These wonderful labors of the ancients stand in a level plain near the bank of the river. They consist of conical mounds of earth and 4 square terraces, etc. The great mound is in form of a cone, about 40 or 50 feet high, and the circumference of its base is 200 or 300 yards. It is entirely composed of the loamy rich earth of the low grounds. The top or apex is flat. A spiral path or track leading from the ground up to the top is still visible. There appear 4 niches excavated out of the sides of this hill, at different heights from the base, fronting the 4 cardinal points. These niches or sentry boxes are entered into from the winding path, and seem to have been meant for resting places or lookouts. Bartram's Travels in America, p. 323. The niches here mentioned have been occasionally observed in Mississippi and Louisiana, placed at right angles in respect to each other, and not always, though sometimes, corresponding to the cardinal points. It has been suggested that they were designed as recesses for idols, or places where altars were erected. It seems likely that proper investigation would throw light upon this point. 82. Breckenridge's View of Louisiana, Appendix. Mr. J. R. Bartlett, in a recent memoir on the progress of ethnology, presents, on the authority of Dr. M. W. Dickason, some new facts respecting this mound. On digging into it, vast quantities of human skeletons were found, also numerous specimens of pottery, including vases filled with pigments, ashes, ornaments, etc. The north side of the mound is supported by a wall of sun-dried bricks, 2 feet thick, filled with grass, rushes, and leaves. A shaft has been sunk in the mound to the depth of 42 feet, without reaching the original soil. Dr. Dickason also mentions angular tumuli, the corners of which were quite perfect, formed of large bricks, bearing the impression of the human hand. We have the same authority for the fact that the great enclosure at the Trinity in Louisiana, which contains 150 acres, is partially faced with sun-dried bricks. Also that ditches and ponds are sometimes found, in the same state, lined at the bottom and sides with bricks. These bricks are stated to be from 16 to 18 inches in length, and of proportionate breadth. 83. The remains here described are referred to in Bartram's published travels as follows: they are situated upon an eminence, near the banks of the lake, and command an extensive and charming prospect of the waters, islands, east and west shores of the lake, the capes, the bay, and Mount Royal, and to the south the view is in like manner infinite, where the skies and waters seem to unite. On the site of this ancient town stands a very pompous Indian mount, or conical pyramid of earth, from which runs in a straight line a grand avenue or Indian highway through a magnificent grove of magnolias, live oaks, palms, and orange trees, terminating at the verge of a large green level savanna. Travels. P 101. 84 Travels in North America, P 518. P 124 Chapter V Monuments of the Northwest. It has already been observed that the ancient monuments of the southern United States, although partaking of the general character of those of the central region, are nevertheless in many respects peculiar. While enclosures are comparatively few, mounds are abundant and of great size and symmetry, and possess a regularity of arrangement which we look for in vain among the corresponding structures of a higher latitude. Proceeding to the north and northwest, we find the earthworks assuming a new form and character, in many respects so unlike those both of the central and southern divisions of the country, that we are almost induced to assign them a different origin. As at the south, there are few enclosures or works of defense, but, instead of regular pyramidal structures, the mounds generally assume the shape of animals, presenting 1,000 singular forms and combinations. These effigies are situated upon the undulating prairies and level plains, and are accompanied by conical mounds and occasional lines of embankment, but the latter, except in a very few instances, have no obvious design, and enter into none of the combinations which we notice in the works of the Ohio Valley. The interesting field occupied by these remains has not fallen within the range of the investigations of the authors, who are therefore unable to present much that is new respecting them. Still, it will be necessary to embody the facts thus far disclosed in a general manner, in order to an adequate comprehension of the scope and character of our antiquities. And here, at the outset, we have again to regret the small amount of information respecting these works in possession of the public, as well as its unsatisfactory nature, resulting from the necessarily limited and disconnected observations of those who have paid any attention to the subject. These observations have been made by men of inquiring minds, in the scanty intervals of professional business, and are consequently too detached to justify or sustain any general conclusions. They have served rather to excite than to gratify curiosity, and in this way they may have the good effect of leading to a full and careful survey of the entire field. The first public notice of the existence of these singular relics at the Northwest, was made by Richard C. Taylor, Esq., in the American Journal of Science and Art, for the month of April, 1838. His paper, which was accompanied by several illustrations, attracted considerable attention, and was followed, in the same journal for 1843, by a more extended account, very well illustrated, from the hand of S. Taylor, Esq. A later notice by Professor John Locke constituted a short chapter in the Report on the Mineral Lands of the United P. 125 States, presented to Congress in 1840 and published in 1844. These, with a few unsatisfactory notices in the public prints, comprise the only sources of information which we possess, and from them the following facts are mainly derived. The field in which these remains occur, so far as observed by the above authorities, is embraced within the lower counties of Wisconsin, and extends from Prairie du Chien on the Mississippi, by the way of the Wisconsin and Rock Rivers, eastward towards Fond du Lac on Lake Winnebago, and Milwaukee on Lake Michigan. The country thus indicated is about 150 miles in length by 50 in width. The Great Indian Trail or Warpath, from Lake Michigan near Milwaukee to the Mississippi above Prairie du Chien, which has for the most part been adopted as the route of the United States military road, passes through this chain of earthworks. They are found in abundance by the sides of this great natural pathway, which has been for ages and must forever remain the route of communication between the Great Lakes and the Great River. They occur principally in the vicinity of the large watercourses, observing in this respect a marked conformity with the remains of other sections, and are invariably placed above the influence of freshets or inundations. Like those of the Ohio Valley, they are seldom found upon hilly or sterile lands, but mainly upon the rich undulating plains, or on the levels corresponding to the alluvions of the Ohio. They consist of elevations of earth, of diversified outline and various size, for the most part constituting effigies of beasts, birds, reptiles, and of the human form, but often circular, quadrangular, and of oblong shape. The circular or conical tumuli differ from those scattered over the whole country in no outward respect, excepting that they are much smaller in their average dimensions, the largest seldom exceeding 15 feet in height. Those in the form of parallelograms are sometimes upwards of 500 feet in length, seldom less than 100, but in height they bear no proportion to their otherwise great dimensions, and may probably be better designated as walls, embankments, or terraces, than mounds. These works are seldom isolated, but generally occur in groups or ranges, sometimes, though not always, placed with apparent design in respect to each other. In these groups may be observed every variety of form, the circular, quadrangular, and animal-shaped structures occurring in such connection with each other as to fully justify the belief that they are of contemporaneous origin. At first glance, these remains are said to resemble the sites or ground plans and foundation lines of buildings, and it is not until their entire outline is taken into view, that the impression of an effigy becomes decided. This is not surprising, in view of the fact that they are usually of inconsiderable height, varying from 1 to 4 feet, in a few cases, however, rising as high as 6 feet. Their outlines are, nevertheless, represented to be distinctly defined in all cases where they occupy favorable positions. Their small altitude should cause no doubt of the fidelity of the representations which have been made of these figures, since a regular elevation of 6 inches can be readily traced upon the level prairies and bottomlands of the West, especially when it is covered with turf. The following illustrations, selected from those presented by the authorities above mentioned, will serve to explain the character of P-126. These remains. It is to be regretted that explanatory sections do not accompany the plans, so as to exhibit, at one view, the altitude as well as general outlines and dimensions of the figures. Spadesuit XL. Ancient monuments 7 miles east of the Blue Mounds, Dadeco, Wisconsin. Plate XL. Ancient monuments, Dade County, Wisconsin. This group of mounds is figured and described from actual survey, by Mr. R. C. Taylor. 85. It occurs about 18 miles west of the Four Lakes, and 7 miles east of the Blue Mounds, in Dade County, Wisconsin. It is situated on the Great Indian Trail already noticed, and consists, as will be observed, of effigies of 6 quadrupeds, 6 mounds in the form of parallelograms, 1 circular tumulus, 1 effigy of the human figure, and a small circle. The area comprehended in the map is something less than half a mile in length. The dimensions of the figures and their relative positions are indicated in the plan. It is not easy to make out, from the effigies, the character of the animals intended to be represented. It has been suggested that they were designed to represent the buffalo, which formerly abounded in the vicinity, but the absence of a tail and of the characteristic hump of that animal would seem to point to a different conclusion. They display a closer resemblance to the bear than to any other animal with which we are acquainted. These figures seem to be most prevalent, and, though preserving about the same relative proportions, vary in size from 90 to 120 feet. In many other places, as at this point, they occur in ranges, one after the other at irregular intervals. In the midst of this group is the representation of a human figure, placed with its head towards the west, and having its arms and legs extended. Its length is 125 feet, and it is 140 feet from the extremity of one arm to that of the other. The body is 30 feet in breadth, the head 25 feet in diameter, and its elevation considerably greater than that of most of the others, being not much less than 6 feet. The human figure is not uncommon among the effigies, and is always characterized by the extraordinary and unnatural length of its arms. The conical mound in the center of this group is the most elevated work, and commands a view of the entire series. These works are situated upon a high open prairie, on the dividing ridge between the waters of the Rock and Wisconsin rivers. Half a mile westward of this remarkable group, and on the same elevated prairie, occurs a solitary mound, about 90 feet in length, representing an animal in all respects like those just described, but lying with its head towards the southwest. P-127 along the space of 20 miles from this position, observes Mr. R. S. Taylor, extending to the Four Lakes eastward, similar monuments, intermixed with plain tumuli, are seen at almost every mile, in the lowest situations as well as crowning the highest swells of the prairies, and they are still more numerous all around those beautiful but almost unknown lakes. It would be a ceaseless repetition of similar forms to figure many of these. Spadesuit XLI. Number 1. Group of works 10 miles west of Madison, Dadeco, Wisconsin. Number 2. Group of works 8 miles east of the Blue Mounds, Dadeco, Wisconsin. Number 3. Enlarged plan of Mound A, Group Number 1, on this plate, showing the method of survey. Plate XLI. Ancient Works, Dade County, Wisconsin. Number 1. This group is figured both by Mr. R. C. Taylor and Professor Locke, whose plans agree with great exactness. It occurs 10 miles west of Madison, Dade County, Wisconsin. The old Indian Trail, now the military road, runs between the nose of one animal and the tail of the other. They lie on the borders of an undulating prairie, at the edge of the woodland, upon a gentle slope. A short distance, 500 or 600 feet, to the west of them is a natural swell of ground, with an artificial circular tumulus on the top of it, overlooking the two figures. Number 3 on the same plate illustrates the method of survey adopted by Professor Locke, and also gives an enlarged plan of the more perfect figure of the group. 86 These effigies are the favorite resort of badgers, which, finding them raised and dry, have selected them for their burrows. Mr. Taylor suggests that these figures were intended to represent the fox. Professor Locke, on the other hand, remarks that they have an expression of agility and fleetness, and may have been intended to represent the cougar or American tiger, an animal still existing in that region. Number 2 This group of works closely resembles that last described. One of the effigies, C, was opened by Professor Locke. It was composed of sand without any change to mark the original surface, although it is now overgrown with grass and covered with a thin black mold. The whole of the descent near the bottom of which the figure lies, has evidently been formed from the disintegration of the sandstone bluff contiguous, and at the time of the formation of this tumulus, it was most probably destitute of loam at this point, as it now is at a point nearer P-128 the bluff. A section of the embankment, near the gap, exhibited a thin line of loam, even with what might be supposed to have been the surface of the ground. Alluvial stratification is positive proof that a formation is not artificial, but the absence of a base of mold is not proof of the same thing, for the surface of the earth may have been removed before the erection of the mound. In examining the tumuli of Wisconsin, I did not at any place discover a ditch or cavity from which the earth to construct them had been taken. They are uniformly raised from a smooth surface, always above inundation, and guarded from temporary currents produced by showers. The backs of the effigies are uniformly placed uphill. Plate XLII. Number 1 This group of works is sufficiently well explained by the plate itself. It is situated about 2 miles from the group last described, on the road to Madison. The large figure in the supplementary plan is about 2,000 feet southwest of the embankment represented in the plan. It appears to be solitary, lies on a low, level ground, and seems to be mutilated. If intended to represent an animal, the head is evidently too large, and the attitude stiff and rectangular. Spade suit XLII. Number 1. Group of remains, 10 miles east of the Blue Mounds, Dadeco, Wisconsin. Number 2. Group of works, north bank of Wisconsin River, Richland Co., Wisconsin. Number 2. This singular group of works is situated upon Section 2, Township 8, near the north bank of Wisconsin River, 1.5 miles west of the principal meridian, Richland County, Wisconsin. It is minutely described by Mr. S. Taylor. The figures composing the group are so arranged as to constitute a sort of enclosure of about half an acre area, which Mr. Taylor terms the citadel. The ground is here prominent. To the north, south, and west of the embankments it has a graded descent. To the east it spreads into a broad plateau, upon which, as well as to the southward, are numerous other embankments of various forms and dimensions. From the top of the principal mound, occupying the center of the group, and within 400 yards to the westward, may be seen at least 100 elevations similar to those forming the boundaries of the citadel. The elevation of these embankments generally is no more than 30 inches, and of the lesser mounds 20 inches, while the altitude of the large mound overlooking the whole group is 10 feet. Exterior to the group, upon the east and northeast sides, excavations from which the earth had been removed are plainly indicated, and it was here, no doubt, that a portion of the material composing the structures was obtained. Notwithstanding the rank growth of vegetation upon these works, and the probability that they have been much reduced from their original height, the angles and terminations are quite visible. Near the northeast part of the group, part of the embankment appears to have been destroyed. P129. The supplementary section, A, exhibits the excavation made by Mr. Taylor in the large central mound. A shaft was sunk about midway from the top to the bottom of the mound. At the depth of 8 feet the original sod was reached. It here assumes a different appearance from that which it possesses at the exposed surface, is hard and compact, resembling what is technically denominated hard pan, caused perhaps by the pressure of the superincumbent earth. The mound is composed of ferruginous sand, and as it is free from any admixture, and is destitute of any appearance of stratification, it must have been built at one time, and not by contributions at intervals. The original sod is here about 6 inches thick, beneath it is the regular stratification of the plain. A shaft was carried along the original level for the space of 14 feet, and some distance beyond the center of the mound, but no remains of any kind were discovered. Plates Lyene. Number 1. This interesting group of remains is situated in the village of Muskota, English Prairie, Grant County, Wisconsin. It is described as follows, by Mr. S. Taylor: the late cultivation of these grounds has in a measure obliterated these works, many of them being in the streets and commons, and the village in its future increase may destroy them entirely. In the group are 3 figures in the form of a cross bird. In the center of the largest of them is a depression, perhaps caused by an Indian cache. The outlines of the various figures are easily traced, although their elevation at this time does not exceed 30 inches. From the excavations around many of them, it is apparent that they must have been constructed with materials obtained adjacent to them. Some of these mounds, however, seem to have successfully resisted the abrasions of time. Those towards the southwestern portion of the group are 6 feet in height. The distance, from one to the other of the group here represented, is about 460 yards. The site is a beautiful arenaceous loam, free from trees and shrubbery, so that a view of the entire group is commanded from the summit of some of the more prominent mounds. Human bones have been found in many of these. Spadesuit Ancient Works No. 1. Grand Co. Wisconsin. NOS 2-13. Various localities. Number 2 is situated on the northeast part of Seconds 35N, and is within a mile of the Wisconsin River. It occupies an eminence, and is the center of a group of mounds, 15 in number, extending the distance of 300 yards, and placed at intervals of about 25 feet apart. It appears to have been originally constructed as represented by the dotted lines, having at those points an elevation of about 3 feet. Additional earth seems then to have been heaped upon the head and breast, elevating those points to the height of 6 feet. P130 number 3 occurs about a mile to the westward of group number 1, just described. It represents a human figure having 2 heads, which gracefully recline over the shoulders. It is well preserved. The arms are disproportionately long, their full length is not exhibited in the plan for want of room. The various parts of the figure are gracefully rounded, the stomach and breast are full and well proportioned. Dimensions: widths, from one armpit over the breast to the other, 25 feet, over arm at shoulders, 12, and tapering to 4 feet at the extremities, over hips, 20, over legs, near the body, 8, and tapering to 5, over figure above the shoulders, 15, over each neck, 8, over the heads, 10. Lengths, of body, 50 feet, arms, 130, neck and heads, 15. Elevations, of breast, shoulders, and abdomen, 36 inches, arms at the junction of the shoulders, same height, diminishing towards their extremities to 10 inches, the thighs near the trunk are 20, at the feet but 10 inches in height. Number 4 lies about 4 miles west of the village of Muskota. It may have been intended to represent a bird, a bow, an arrow, or the human figure. In the forest near this work are extensive groups of ancient monuments. Number 5 is situated on the Wisconsin River, east of the 4th principal meridian. The length of this figure is 150 feet, elevation 3 feet. Mr. S. Taylor suggests that it is intended to represent the frog. It approaches nearer the form of a turtle. There are other works of a similar shape nearby, also some in the form of a cross, mammillary mounds, and parallelograms. Number 6 occurs near group number 1 of this plate. It seems to have been intended to represent some fleet animal. It is 100 feet in length, and 18 inches high. Number 7 is found not far from that last described, and is supposed by Mr. Taylor to represent the turtle. It is 76 feet in length, and its greatest height is 30 inches. It is a common figure in Wisconsin. Number 8 was situated in Richland County, Wisconsin. Mr. Taylor thinks it was intended to represent a bear. It was 56 feet long, and 20 inches high. It has lately been destroyed by the passage of a road over it. Number 9 occurs in the vicinity of number 2, and is the terminating figure of the series of which that is the center. Earthworks of this form are common in Richland County. Number 10, near Blue River, English Prairie, length 84 feet, height 6 feet, supposed to represent a bear. Number 11 is found near number 4. It is very perfect in outline, 79 p. 131 feet long, and 24 broad. Throughout this region, observes Mr. S. Taylor, embankments of this form are very numerous, some have 2 parallel projections from the back of the head, in the present case they seem to be so blended as to represent but one. Number 12, 1 mile from the English Prairie, represents, according to Mr. S. Taylor, a species of mounds which, under various modifications, are very numerous, comprising about 1/5 of the embossed works of the region in which it occurs. The elevation of the figure, as well as of the group of which it forms a part, is about 4 feet. Between the base of the trunk and the southern wing, is a mound 21 feet in diameter, and 5 feet high. Supposed to represent a bird with wings partially expanded. Number 13, designated the horned bird by Mr. Taylor, is situated in the county of Grant, upon S16, T8, R1, W, where an extensive group of several hundreds may be seen. Plate XLIV. Number 1. The only enclosure in Wisconsin at all resembling those of a lower latitude, or which seems to partake of a defensive character, is situated upon the west branch of Rock River, Township 7, of Range 14 East, in the Milwaukee Land District. It is known as the City or Ruins of Estalon. Several brief notices of this work have appeared in the public prints. The only account, however, which is at all satisfactory, was communicated, together with an illustrative map, by Mr. S. Taylor, to the American Journal of Science and Arts, in 1843. Spade Suit XLIV. Ancient Work Number 1. On Rock River, Wisconsin. NOS 228. Various localities. This work, although possessing several features peculiar to itself, has others closely resembling those that characterize the works bordering the Gulf. It is described as situated in a beautiful rolling country, conveniently interspersed with timber, and watered by Rock River and its tributaries. It is said to consist of a brick wall 5 feet high by 25 feet base, enclosing an area of 20 acres, and having the general outline of an oblong square. Upon 3 sides the wall is interrupted, at intervals of from 2 to 5 rods, by bastions of the same height as the main wall, and extending 17 feet beyond it. The inner wall, extending along the bank of the river, is much lighter than those upon the remaining sides, and is destitute of the singular feature last mentioned. Within this enclosure are a number of truncated pyramids, 40 or 50 feet square upon the top, and between 15 and 20 in height. 2 of these are connected with each other by an elevated way, after the manner of some of the Mississippi and Louisiana structures. See Plate 36. 2 parallel ways or embankments are carried longitudinally, nearly the whole length of the enclosure. Several P-132 conical mounds are mentioned in the description as occurring within the enclosure, but do not appear in the plan. Quite a number occur just exterior to the walls, some of which are represented to be of large size. Covering the southwest angle is a crescent-form work of considerable extent, which also has bastions at intervals throughout its length. A cellar and stairway within one of the square mounds, and a subterranean passage arched with stone, are mentioned as existing here, but they lack confirmation and deserve little credit. The walls, which are described as being built of brick, are composed of clay, probably burned on the spot. Whether they are burned throughout, has not yet been ascertained, and can only be determined by removing a section of the wall. It will doubtless be found that the burning is superficial, resulting from the combustion of some wooden superstructure, or from design. We shall be warranted in ascribing the use of burned bricks to the race which built these works, only upon the most conclusive evidence, and such we do not at present possess. 87 The walls of many of the enclosures in the Scioto Valley appear to have been slightly burned. See page 28. The plan of the work presented by Mr. Taylor is palpably an imperfect one. No gateways or entrances are represented, nor is the scale upon which the work is laid down exhibited omissions which would not be likely to occur in a plan made after accurate survey. A complete map and description of this work, such as its singular character merits, is a desideratum. This is the only work with projections partaking of the character of bastions, which has fallen under notice, and is in this respect remarkable. That these projections were designed to subserve the purposes to which bastions are applied in modern fortification is not clear. The object of the bastion is to enfilade the wall of the defense, so as to preclude an enemy from approaching it or carrying on his operations under its shelter. Hence they are placed at such intervals as may easily be swept or commanded by the weapons in use. The distance of a bowshot apart would therefore be adequate to all the purposes for which their erection is required. So far from this being the case in the work under notice, it appears that they are placed at the short intervals of from 30 to 80 feet. This circumstance, though not conclusive on the point, would seem to indicate that they were not constructed for the purpose which we should be apt at first glance to assign to them. Number 2 among the various works of antiquity in this region, observes Mr. S. Taylor, those in the form of men are numerous. This figure forms one of an extensive series of these works, of various shapes, situated upon S35, T9, R1, W of 4th M, in the margin of a forest, and is covered with large trees. It is truly a giant, measuring from the extremity of one arm to that of the other, P133 279 feet, and from the top of the head to the end of the trunk, 111 feet. Its shoulders, head, and breast, are elevated 4 feet. In the center of the breast is quite a depression, probably once used as a place of concealment for provisions by the French, called a cache. About a mile to the north of this figure is another of human shape and like magnitude, accompanied by a large group of works. Among them is a large mound 200 feet in circumference, and 15 in height. Number 3 This group occurs upon the English Prairie, within the limits of Iowa County, Wisconsin. In the vicinity of these are many other figures of various forms and dimensions. To the eastward commences a series of mammillary mounds, varying from 1 to 2.5 feet in height. They are beautifully and with much regularity arranged at intervals, and extend to the distance of about 1,500 feet, terminating abruptly in a mound 18 feet in height, and 225 in circumference. To the north and south of the figures, and parallel with them, are numerous embankments with passageways through them. Number 4 This group is also situated in the vicinity of English Prairie. But half of the figures are represented, the remainder are of the same forms, supposed to represent birds. Number 5 The site of this remarkable work is upon an eminence, near Eagle Mills, Richland County, Wisconsin. It seems to be a combination of two figures, one representing the buffalo, perhaps, and the other a man. Immediately to the southwest, and within 20 feet of the head of this figure, commences a series of mounds, mostly conical. Number 6 is near Blue River, English Prairie. Its outlines are very distinct, probably designed to represent the otter or a lizard. Figures of the kind are quite common. Number 7 is in the village of Muskota, County of Grant. Its length is 264 feet, height 30 inches. Fig 26. There are many rectangular and some circular figures in addition to the animal-shaped effigies of which so many examples have been given. Fig 26 represents the manner in which they are often combined. This example is from the great group on the English Prairie. Individual figures might be multiplied, but enough have been presented to convey a general idea of the character of these singular monuments. A complete survey of the field of their occurrence might disclose a dependence between the various groups, and go far towards explaining the mystery of their origin and purposes. P134 Some of these mounds have been excavated and found to contain human remains in all parts, while the excavations in others have been attended with no such developments. Those examined by Professor Locke and Mr. S. Taylor revealed no deposits. Mr. R. C. Taylor mentions that 12 mounds, near Red Bank on the Fox River, were opened in 1837, and found to contain human bones in a very advanced stage of decomposition. One of the mounds was an animal-shaped structure, 150 feet in length. The position of the skeletons indicated that the bodies had been placed upon the original surface previous to being heaped over. There were no appearances of excavation beneath the surface in any of the interments. It may be suggested that the human remains found in these mounds were deposited by the existing tribes of Indians, a suggestion which derives great force from the fact that both the Messrs. Taylor concur in representing that many of the Indians to this day bury in these structures, conceiving that they were originally designed for that purpose, although they possess no tradition respecting their origin. Some of the Indians, on the other hand, express the belief that the mounds in the form of animals were made by the great Manitou, and are indicative of a plentiful supply of game in the world of spirits. At any rate, they are regarded with reverence by all the Indians, and are never disturbed by them, except for purposes of sepulture. Proceeding upon the assumption that they were designed as burial places, Mr. R. C. Taylor ingeniously suggests that their forms were intended to designate the cemeteries of the respective tribes or families to which they belonged. Thus, the tribe, clan, or family possessing as its characteristic totem, blazon, or emblem, the bear, constructed the burial place of its members in the form of that animal, the clans having the panther, turtle, eagle, or other animal or object for their totems, respectively conforming to the same practice. Upon this hypothesis we can readily conceive the ancient inhabitant to have possessed the same anxiety to be buried in his family tomb which we see exhibited at this day, among our own people, to rest in the sepulchres of their fathers. Mr. Taylor discreetly remarks, however, that there is no evidence to show that any existing tribes of Indians ever erected such monuments, but that, on the contrary, they acknowledge the profoundest ignorance of their origin. He advances the suggestion only as a plausible conjecture, in the absence of any satisfactory solution of the problem, which still remains unsolved. What significance may attach to the fact that they occur mainly on the great lines of traverse between the Mississippi and Lake Michigan, or to the further fact that most if not all of these groups have one or more conical mounds so placed as to command a view of the remainder, it is not undertaken to say. 88 That similar works are found in the central and western portions of Michigan, as p. 135 well as in Wisconsin, we have the assurance of witnesses whose statements are entitled to full credit. Whether they are identical with those noticed above is unknown, their character remains to be ascertained. 89 The few animal effigies found in Ohio, and of which an account has already been given, seem to have few features in common with those of the Northwest, and probably, in their purposes, admit of less doubt. We cannot venture to assign a similar origin to the latter, certainly not, until we are in possession of more facts concerning them, whereon to base our conclusions. The absence of enclosures, or works of defense, such as are found in great numbers in the Ohio Valley, in connection with these animal effigies, has been noticed in a preceding page. It appears that the effigies themselves, accompanied by short, low lines of embankment, are sometimes so arranged as nearly to enclose certain areas. Whether the arrangement resulted from design or accident is not, however, very apparent. Such is the extent of our knowledge respecting the monuments of Wisconsin. Carver mentions earthworks in the vicinity of Lake Pepin, and it is reasonable to conclude that they are scattered, in greater or less profusion, over the intervening territory. Of this, however, we are still uninformed. It would be an interesting point to determine the range of the mound effigies, and whether they merge gradually into the works of a lower latitude, or whether they occupy an exclusive field, and possess characteristics sufficiently striking to warrant us in ascribing them to a different race or era. Their purposes, in our present state of information concerning them, do not seem to be satisfactorily settled. It is still a matter of doubt whether they are sepulchral in their origin, connected with the superstitions of their builders, or erected as the monuments and memorials of migrations and events unrecorded by the pen of history. Certain it is that they are now invaded by a busy population, careless alike of their origin and of their future fate, before whose encroachments they are rapidly disappearing. Already the plough has broken in upon the outlines and symmetry of hundreds, and unless the present favorable moment is seized upon to secure their accurate admeasurement and delineation, these embossed illustrations of our ancient history will be obliterated forever. It is impossible to estimate their value in the elucidation of the grand ethnological problems involved in the past history of our country, until their extent and dependencies as well as their general character are better understood. In the state of Missouri, and especially in the country lying between the Missouri and Arkansas rivers, various singular remains are represented to exist, which differ materially from those that have been noticed in the preceding pages. P. 136. These are said to consist of the ruins of towns, sometimes of great size, regularly laid out, in streets and squares. Dr. Beck mentions one of these ruined towns in Gasconade County, probably now falling within the county of Crawford, erected out of Gasconade, in which the sites of houses, possessing foundations of stone, are distinctly visible. Stone walls are said to occur in some parts of the area, covered by heaps of earth. 90. The same author describes several works of stone displaying, in his estimation, great architectural skill, which occur on Osage River and Buffalo Creek, one of its tributaries. One said to exist on Noyers Creek, near the town of Louisiana, Pike County, has been particularly noticed. It presents the dilapidated remains of a building constructed of rough, unhewn stones, 56 feet long and 22 broad, embracing several divisions and chambers. The walls are from 2 to 5 feet high. 80 rods eastward of this structure is found a smaller one, of similar construction. The narrow apartments are said to be arched with stone, one course overlapping the other, after the manner of the edifices of Central America. 91. Nothing of this character has been observed elsewhere, and it is extremely probable that there is some mistake in the matter. If works answering to this description really exist, at the points mentioned, they deserve the careful attention of the archaeologist. It is suspected that they will not bear a rigid scrutiny, such as is required to a proper substantiation. Our authority observes, that these remains form a class of antiquities entirely distinct from the walled towns, fortifications, barriers, or mounds, and that the regularity and other peculiarities of structure which they display, favor the conclusion that they are the remains of a race different from those who erected the former, and who were familiar with the rules of architecture, and perhaps with a perfect system of warfare. 92. Idill, Esq., of Newark, Ohio, in a communication addressed to the authors, presents the following facts respecting the remains of Missouri, which cannot fail to prove interesting in this connection. I have been much interested in a singular kind of antiquities found in the state of Missouri. They have been mentioned, but not described, by various writers. They consist of small tumuli, generally raised about 12 or 18 inches above the surface, and have the general form of an ellipse, measuring usually 25 by 18 feet. They are very numerous, particularly upon the headwaters of the St. Francis River, and are always near streams and watercourses. I have dug into several, but never succeeded in finding anything except coals and a few pieces of rude pottery. Hence I have concluded they are the remains of mud houses. They are always arranged in straight lines, with broad streets intervening between them, crossing each other. P. 137 at right angles. In different villages their distance apart varies, but is generally uniform in the same group. Sometimes they are as near as 10 paces to each other, while in other instances they are separated 20 or 30 paces. These ruined villages are numerous in the vicinity of Mine La Motte. 93. The town of Fredericton stands upon one of these sites. I have noticed in them the usual prerogative of power. The largest houses are always nearest the water, and the smallest most distant. it would appear that the selection of the site was governed by the convenience of water alone, the principals taking the nearest position to the stream. I have counted upwards of 200 of these mounds in a single group. Arrowheads of jasper and agate, and axes of sienite and porphyry, have been found in these vicinities. No other remains of a remarkable character have, so far as I am aware, been discovered. 94. It may be conjectured, that the remains here mentioned are the traces of Indian villages. The Mandans, Minataris, and some other tribes, built their huts of earth, resting on a framework of wood. Previous to their erection, however, the soil was excavated to the depth of about 2 feet, and the ruins of their towns are designated rather by depressions than elevations. It is also well known that their lodges were grouped without regularity, and close together, with just enough room between them to permit of moving about. 95 The sites of most of the Indian towns are only indicated by the graves in their vicinity, and by the bones and fragments of rude pottery scattered over the surface. Besides these remains, there are numerous others in the valley of the Missouri, bearing a close resemblance to those upon the Ohio and its branches. Lewis and Clark describe a very extensive series of works, 1,000 miles up the Missouri, embracing an area of about 400 acres. It is situated upon a peninsula formed by a bend of the river, and consists of 2 long walls, from 6 to 15 feet in height, and from 75 to 100 feet broad at the P-138 base, one of which is 6,000 feet long and extends across the isthmus, the other runs along the bank of the stream. The extremity of one of the long walls terminates in a species of citadel, of semicircular shape, which has hornworks and curtains defending the gateways, and also protected ways to the river. Here are a number of mounds and excavations similar, in all respects, to those characterizing the defensive works generally. This work is not entire, having evidently been greatly encroached upon by the river, which is constantly undermining the elevated terrace upon which it stands. Still beyond this point, upon the Platte, Kansas, and the numerous other tributaries of the Missouri, many large and interesting works are said to occur. 96 They have been remarked high up the streams, in the valleys overlooked by the Rocky Mountains. But little more than the fact of their existence is known, of their character we are ignorant. In the vicinity of the city of St. Louis formerly existed a very large and interesting group of works, consisting mainly of a series of mounds so arranged as to constitute the sides of a parallelogram. These mounds were generally square or oblong, with level summits. Some were terraced, bearing a close relationship to those in Mississippi and Louisiana. A few conical mounds occurred in connection with them, but there was neither embankment nor ditch. All were situated upon the second terrace. The most interesting feature of the group is the singular work yet preserved, denominated the Falling Garden. This, as described by James, consists of a succession of terraces, artificially formed from the bank of the natural terrace, which is here upwards of 50 feet in height. The lowest of these terraces is 87 feet broad by 114 long, the second is 51 feet, and the third 30 feet wide. Their slopes are regular, and the aspect of the structure that of a Mexican teocalli of 4 stages. 97 Structures of brick are mentioned as occurring both in Missouri and Arkansas, but their existence is not sufficiently well authenticated. There are, without doubt, numerous remains scattered over the territory embraced in Arkansas, Texas, and New Mexico, and it is not impossible that their investigation would result in developing the fact that there is a gradual transition, from the earthworks of the Mississippi to the more imposing structures of brick and stone of Mexico and Central America. 98 Spade Suit XLV. Great Mound at Marietta, Ohio. Footnotes to Chapter V85 from Silliman's Journal of Science and Art, Volume 3 p. 91. 86 The measurements of this figure are given by Professor Locke as follows, in feet and inches. Triangles, eye to shoulder, 23 feet, shoulder to foot, 29,4, forefoot to eye, 37,8, eye to nose, 20,4, nose to shoulder, 35,10, eye to point halfway between the ears, 11,0, shoulder to same point, 24,10, shoulder to hip, 38,4, forefoot to hip, 57,0, shoulder to hind foot, 47,8, hind foot to hip, 28,10, hip to tip of tail, 38, hind foot to tip of tail, 41,6. Diameters, of neck, 13, foreleg, 11, body, 14,7, hind leg, 9,9, tail, 8 distances, eye to front, 7,6, ear to ear, 14, shoulder to armpit, 9,9, shoulder to back, 8,4, hip to rump, 7, hip to flank, 9,7, hip to insertion of tail, 7,6, length of throat, 12 feet. 87. The authors have the assurance of a gentleman for some time connected with the Milwaukee Land Office, and who is every way qualified to judge in the matter, that the walls are of clay, probably only superficially burned, and possess no indications of having been composed of bricks. The representations to the contrary have probably been the result of misapprehension. 88. The choice, in selecting the sites of these monuments of ancient days, appears to have been influenced mainly by their contiguity to the lakes and principal rivers, and to those great lines of interior communication, which, from an unknown period, traverse this country. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. These mounds are almost invariably contiguous to Indian paths, whose narrow but deeply worn tracks attest their extreme antiquity and long use. R. C. Taylor. 89. No accurate account of them has yet been published, and it is, consequently, uncertain whether any bear the form of animals. They are rather vaguely described as low elevations of considerable extent and well-defined outline, somewhat resembling garden beds. Mr. Schoolcraft speaks of these remains as existing in considerable numbers on the Elkhart, St. Joseph's, Kalamazoo, and Grand Rivers. According to the same authority, no large tumuli or teocalli occur in connection with them. Similar monuments, it will be observed, are found in the state of Missouri. 90. Beck's Gazetteer of Missouri, p. 234. 91. Ibid p. 306. 92. Dr. Beck also mentions another stone work, described to him by General Ashley, as situated upon a high cliff on the west side of the Gasconade River, from whence it commands an extensive prospect. It is represented to be from 25 to 30 feet square, and, although in ruins, exhibits an uncommon degree of regularity. From the monument leads a devious path, extending down the cliff to the entrance of a cave, in which was found a quantity of ashes. 93. Remains, similar to those here described, are abundant in Peru, where they indicate the sites of ancient towns and cities. The streets are always easily traced, and cross each other at right angles with great regularity. The sites of the houses or huts are generally marked by heaps of earth, though in some instances the walls of the larger structures remain, in part, standing. These walls are represented to be 3 feet in thickness. Some of these towns are enclosed by fortifications, which have now crumbled down so as to present the simple appearance of earth embankments. The remains of one of these ancient towns, occurring midway between Truxillo and Huanchuco, cover several miles in extent. Proctor. 94. It is probable the remains here described are similar to those observed by Lewis and Clark, on the Missouri, some distance above the mouth of the Platte. At 10 miles above our encampment, we examined a curious collection of graves or mounds, on the south side of the river. Not far from a low piece of land and a pond, is a tract about 200 acres in extent, which is covered with mounds of various shapes and sizes, some of sand, and some of both earth and sand, the largest being nearest the river. These mounds indicate the position of the ancient village of the Ottos, before they retired to the protection of the Pawnees. Lewis and Clark, p. 26. 95 Catlin's North American Indians, Volume IP 82, Breckenridge's Voyage Up the Missouri, Views of Louisiana, p. 248. Imagine you see a heap of cabins without order or design, some like cart houses, others like tubs, built of bark, supported by posts, sometimes plastered on the outside with mud in a coarse manner, in a word built with less art, neatness, and solidity, than the cabins of the beaver, and you have an Indian village. Charlevoix's Travels in Canada, Volume 2. p. 127. 96 Lewis and Clark, p. 48. 97 Views of Louisiana, p. 189, James, Expedition to Rocky Mountains, Volume IP 314. 98 The distance from the large mounds on the Red River to those in New Spain is not so great, but that they may be regarded as existing within the same country. Breckenridge. p. 139 Chapter 6. Earthworks the Mounds. Fig 27 Group illustrating the forms of the mounds. In connection more or less intimate with the various earthworks already described, are the tumuli or mounds. Together, these two classes of remains constitute a single system of works, and are the monuments of the same people. And while the enclosures impress us with the number and power of the nations which built them, and enlighten us as to the amount of military knowledge and skill which they possessed, as well as, in some degree, in respect to the nature of their superstitions, the mounds and their contents, as disclosed by the mattock and the spade, serve to reflect light more particularly upon their customs and the condition of the arts among them. Within these mounds we must look for the only authentic remains of their builders. They are the principal depositories of ancient art, they cover the bones of the distinguished dead of remote ages, and hide from the profane gaze of invading races the altars of the ancient people. A simple heap of earth or stone seems to have been the first monument which suggested itself to man. The pyramid, the arch, and the obelisk are evidences of a more advanced state. But rude as are these primitive memorials, they have been but little impaired by time, while other more imposing structures have sunk into shapeless ruins. When covered with forests, and their surfaces interlaced with the roots of trees and bushes, or when protected by turf, the humble mound bids defiance to the elements which throw down the temple and crumble the marble into dust. We therefore find them, little changed from their original proportions, side by side with the ruins of those proud edifices which mark the advanced, as the former do the primitive state of the people who built them. They are scattered over P140 India, they dot the steppes of Siberia and the vast region north of the Black Sea, they line the shores of the Bosphorus and Mediterranean, they are found in old Scandinavia, and are singularly numerous in the British Islands. In America, they prevail from the Great Lakes of the North, through the valley of the Mississippi, and the seats of semi-civilization in Mexico, Central America, and Peru, even to the waters of the La Plata on the south. We find them also on the shores of the Pacific Ocean, near the mouth of the Columbia River, and on the Colorado of California. With the character of those abroad we have little, at present, to do, except perhaps to note some of the more striking features which they exhibit in common with those of our own valley. Allusion has already been made to the number and dimensions of the mounds of the West. To say that they are innumerable in the ordinary use of the term would be no exaggeration. They may literally be numbered by thousands and tens of thousands. In form, as observed in a preceding chapter, they are generally simple cones, frequently truncated and sometimes terraced. They are also elliptical, pear-shaped, or of a square pyramidal form, in the last case always truncated, and most usually having one or more graded ascents to their summits. These varieties are partially illustrated in the cut at the head of this chapter, and will be amply exhibited in the pages which follow. No doubt can be entertained that their forms were, in great part, determined by the purposes for which they were designed, and may therefore be of use to us in ascertaining their character. Thus, if any were designed to serve as the sites of temples, or as high places for the performance of religious rites and ceremonies, it is evident they would be constructed with special reference to these objects. In common with the enclosures, the mounds are for the most part composed of earth, though stone mounds are by no means rare. They are sometimes composed entirely of clay, while the soil all around them, for a long distance, is gravel or loam. The object of this may perhaps be found in the fact that mounds composed of such materials better resist the action of the elements, and preserve their form. There is certainly no difference in their position or contents which would justify the supposition that any peculiar dependence existed between the material composing the mound and the purposes to which it was devoted. Whether any significance may attach to the predominance of stone, in some of the mounds, is a question difficult to answer. It occasionally happens that a mound of stone occurs in the midst of a group composed of earth. Such was the case with one which formerly stood within the limits of Chillicothe. As a general rule, however, the mound is composed of material found upon the spot or taken from pits nearby, and stone mounds oftenest occur where, from the hardness of the soil or the abundance of stones, it would be easiest to construct the tumulus of the latter material. In respect to the position of the mounds, it may be said that those of Ohio occur mostly within or near enclosures, sometimes in groups, but oftener detached and isolated, and seldom with any degree of regularity in respect to each other. Such is believed to be the case generally throughout the entire valley of the Mississippi. A section of the Ohio Valley, however, embraced between the mouths of the Guyandotte and Scioto rivers, an extent of 60 miles, which was P141 examined with special reference to this point, exhibited no works of magnitude in the form of enclosures, yet there was an abundance of mounds, though chiefly of small dimensions. Occasional groups of 15 or 20 were noticed, sometimes occurring in lines, as if placed with design, a circumstance easily accounted for by the nature of the ground, which is here broken into long, low swells, or narrow ridges, with marshy intervals between them, the mounds occupying the summits of the ridges. Fig 28 Hill Mounds. On the tops of the hills, and on the jutting points of the tablelands bordering the valleys in which the earthworks are found, mounds occur in considerable numbers. The most elevated and commanding positions are frequently crowned with them, suggesting at once the purposes to which some of the mounds or cairns of the ancient Celts were applied, that of signal or alarm posts. It is not unusual to find detached mounds among the hills back from the valleys and in secluded places, with no other monuments near. The hunter often encounters them in the depths of the forests, when least expected, perhaps overlooking some waterfall, or placed in some narrow valley where the foot of man seldom enters. Thus much respecting the mounds could not escape observation, and has long been known, but beyond this our information has been extremely limited. And though partial excavations have been made at various times by different individuals, still nothing like a systematic exploration, sufficiently thorough and extensive to warrant any conclusion respecting them, has hitherto been attempted. The few detached observations which have met the light have been too vague, and in many cases too poorly authenticated, to enable the inquirer to make any satisfactory deductions from them. The popular opinion, however, based in a great degree upon the well-ascertained purposes of the barrows and tumuli occurring in certain parts of Europe and Asia, is that they are simple monuments, marking the last resting place of some great P142 chief or distinguished individual, among the tribes of the builders. Some have supposed them to be the cemeteries, in which were deposited the dead of a tribe or a village for a certain period, and that the size of the mound is an indication of the number inhumed; others, that they mark the sites of great battles, and contain the bones of the slain. On all hands the opinion has been entertained, that they were devoted to sepulture alone. This received opinion is not, however, sustained by the investigations here recorded. The conclusion to which these researches have led, is, that the mounds were constructed for several grand and dissimilar purposes, or rather, that they are of different classes. The conditions upon which the classification is founded are four in number, namely, position, form, structure, and contents. In this classification, we distinguish first altar mounds, which occur either within, or in the immediate vicinity of enclosures, which are stratified, and contain altars of burned clay or stone, and which were places of sacrifice. 2d. Mounds of sepulture, which stand isolated or in groups more or less remote from the enclosures, which are not stratified, which contain human remains, and which were the burial places and monuments of the dead. 3d. Temple mounds, which occur most usually within, but sometimes without the walls of enclosures, which possess great regularity of form, which contain neither altars nor human remains, and which were high places for the performance of religious rites and ceremonies, the sites of structures, or in some way connected with the superstitions of the builders. 4th. Anomalous mounds, including mounds of observation and such as were applied to a double purpose, or of which the design and objects are not apparent. This division includes all which do not clearly fall within the preceding three classes. These classes are broadly marked in the aggregate, though in some instances it is difficult to determine the character of the mounds which fall under notice. Of 100 mounds examined, 60 were altar or temple mounds, 20 sepulchral, and 20 either places of observation or anomalous in their character. Such, however, is not the proportion in which they occur. From the fact that the altar or sacrificial mounds are most interesting and productive in relics, the largest number excavated was of that class. Excluding the temple mounds, which are not numerous, the remaining mounds of the Scioto Valley are distributed between the three other varieties in very nearly equal proportions. These general observations will serve to introduce plans and sections with accompanying descriptions of each of the above classes of mounds. The sections, for obvious reasons, are not drawn upon a uniform scale, nor are the relative proportions of the mounds always preserved. This, however, will result in no misunderstanding in any essential particulars. P. 143 Altar or sacrificial mounds. The general characteristics of this class of mounds are, first, that they occur only within, or in the immediate vicinity of enclosures or sacred places. 99 of the whole number of mounds of this class which were examined, 4 only were found to be exterior to the walls of enclosures, and these were but a few rods distant from them. 2d. That they are stratified. 3d. That they contain symmetrical altars of burned clay or stone, on which are deposited various remains, which in all cases have been more or less subjected to the action of fire. The fact of stratification, in these mounds, is one of great interest and importance. This feature has heretofore been remarked, but not described with proper accuracy, and has consequently proved an impediment to the recognition of the artificial origin of the mounds, by those who have never seen them. The stratification, so far as observed, is not horizontal, but always conforms to the convex outline of the mound. 100 Nor does it resemble the stratification produced by the action of water, where the layers run into each other, but is defined with the utmost distinctness, and always terminates upon reaching the level of the surrounding earth. That it is artificial will, however, be sufficiently apparent after an examination of one of the mounds in which the feature occurs, for it would be difficult to explain, By what singular combination of igneous and aqueous action, stratified mounds were always raised over symmetrical monuments of burned clay or of stone. The altars, or basins, found in these mounds, are almost invariably of burned clay, though a few of stone have been discovered. They are symmetrical, but not of uniform size and shape. Some are round, others elliptical, and others square, or parallelograms. Some are small, measuring barely 2 feet across, while others are 50 feet long by 12 or 15 feet wide. The usual dimensions are from 5 to 8 feet. All appear to have been modeled of fine clay brought to the spot from a distance, and they rest upon the original surface of the P-144 earth. In a few instances, a layer or small elevation of sand had been laid down, upon which the altar was formed. The height of the altars, nevertheless, seldom exceeds a foot or 20 inches above the adjacent level. The clay of which they are composed is usually burned hard, sometimes to the depth of 10, 15, and even 20 inches. This is hardly to be explained by any degree or continuance of heat, though it is manifest that in some cases the heat was intense. On the other hand, a number of these altars have been noticed, which are very slightly burned, and such, it is a remarkable fact, are destitute of remains. The characteristics of this class of mounds will be best explained, by reference to the accompanying illustrations. It should be remarked, however, that no two are precisely alike in all their details. Fig 29. The mound, a section of which is here given, occurs in Mound City, a name given to a group of 26 mounds, embraced in one enclosure, on the banks of the Scioto River, 3 miles above the town of Chillicothe. See Plate 19, Mound No. 1. It is 7 feet high by 55 feet base. A shaft, 5 feet square, was sunk from its apex, with the following results. First occurred a layer of coarse gravel and pebbles, which appeared to have been taken from deep pits surrounding the enclosure, or from the bank of the river. This layer was 1 foot in thickness. Fig 30. 2d beneath this layer of gravel and pebbles, to the depth of 2 feet, the earth was homogeneous, though slightly mottled, as if taken up and deposited in small loads, from different localities. In one place appeared a deposit of dark-colored surface loam, and by its side, or covering it, there was a mass of the clayey soil from a greater depth. The outlines of these various deposits could be distinctly traced, as shown in Fig 30. 3d below this deposit of earth, occurred a thin and even layer of fine sand, a little over an inch in thickness. 4th. A deposit of earth, as above, 18 inches in depth. 5th. Another stratum of sand, somewhat thinner than the one above mentioned. 6th. Another deposit of earth, 1 foot thick, then 7th. A third stratum of sand, below which was 8th. Still another layer of earth, a few inches in thickness, which rested on 9th. An altar, or basin, of burned clay. P-145. This altar was perfectly round. Its form and dimensions are best shown by the supplementary plan and section A. The altar, measured from C to D, is 9 feet in diameter, from A to E, 5 feet, height from B to E, 20 inches, dip of curve ARE, 9 inches. The sides CA, ED, slope regularly at a given angle. The body of the altar is burned throughout, though in a greater degree within the basin, where it is so hard as to resist the blows of a heavy hatchet, the instrument rebounding as if struck upon a rock. The basin, or hollow of the altar, was filled up evenly with fine dry ashes, intermixed with which were some fragments of pottery, of an excellent finish, and ornamented with tasteful carvings on the exterior. One of the vases, of elegant model, taken in fragments from this mound, has been very nearly restored, and will be further noticed in the chapter on the pottery of the mounds. A few convex copper discs, much resembling the bosses used upon harnesses, were also found. Above the deposit of ashes, and covering the entire basin, was a layer of silvery or opaque mica, in sheets, overlapping each other, upon which, immediately over the center of the basin, was heaped a quantity of burned human bones, probably the amount of a single skeleton, in fragments. The position of these is indicated in the section. The layers of mica and calcined bones, it should be remarked, to prevent misapprehension, were peculiar to this individual mound, and were not found in any other of the class. It will be seen, by the section, that at a point about 2 feet below the surface of the mound, a human skeleton was found. It was placed a little to the left of the center, with the head to the east, and was so much decayed as to render it impossible to extract a single bone entire. Above the skeleton, as shown in the section, the layer of earth and the outer stratum of gravel and pebbles were broken up and intermixed. Thus, while on one side of the shaft the strata were clearly marked, on the other they were confused. And, as this was the first mound of the class excavated, it was supposed, from this circumstance, that it had previously been opened by some explorer, and it had been decided to abandon it, when the skeleton was discovered. Afterwards the matter came to be fully understood. No relics were found with this skeleton. It is a fact well known, that the existing tribes of Indians, though possessing no knowledge of the origin or objects of the mounds, were accustomed to regard them with some degree of veneration. It is also known, that they sometimes buried their dead in them, in accordance with their almost invariable custom of selecting elevated points and the brows of hills as their cemeteries. That their remains should be found in the mounds, is therefore a matter of no surprise. They are never discovered at any great depth, not often more than 18 inches or 3 feet below the surface. Their position varies in almost every case, most of them are extended at length, others have a sitting posture, while others again seem to have been rudely thrust into their shallow graves without care or arrangement. Rude implements of bone and stone, and coarse vessels of pottery, such as are known to have been in use among the Indians at the period of the earliest European intercourse, occur with some of them, particularly with those of a more ancient date, while modern implements and ornaments, in some cases of P146 European origin, are found with the recent burials. The necessity, therefore, of a careful and rigid discrimination, between these deposits and those of the mound builders, will be apparent. From the lack of such discrimination, much misapprehension and confusion have resulted. Silver crosses, gun barrels, and French dial plates, have been found with skeletons in the mounds, yet it is not to be concluded that the mound builders were Catholics, or used firearms, or understood French. Such a conclusion would, nevertheless, be quite as well warranted, as some which have been deduced from the absolute identity of certain relics taken from the mounds, with articles known to be common among the existing tribes of Indians. The fact of remains occurring in the mounds, is in itself hardly presumptive evidence that they pertain to the builders. The conditions attending them can alone determine their true character. As a general rule, to which there are few exceptions, the only authentic and undoubted remains of the mound builders are found directly beneath the apex of the mound, on a level with the original surface of the earth, and it may be safely assumed, that whatever deposits occur near the surface of the mounds, are of a date subsequent to their erection. The French maintained an intercourse, from a very early period, with the Indian tribes of the West. In the way of barter or as presents they distributed amongst them vast quantities of ornaments and implements of various kinds, which, in accordance with the Indian custom, were buried with the possessor at his death. Nothing is therefore more common, in invading the humble sepulchre of the Indian, than to find by the side of his skeleton the copper kettle, the gun, hatchet, and simple ornaments, so valued in his lifetime. The latter consist chiefly of small silver crosses and brooches, several of which are sometimes found accompanying a single skeleton. 101 In the class of mounds now under consideration we have data that will admit of no doubt, whereby to judge of the origin, as well as of the relative periods, of the various deposits found in them. If the stratification already mentioned as characterizing them is unbroken and undisturbed, if the strata are regular and entire, it p147 is certain that whatever occurs beneath them was placed there at the period of the construction of the mound. But if, on the other hand, these strata are broken up, it is equally certain that the mound has been disturbed, and new deposits made, subsequent to its erection. It is in this view, that the fact of stratification is seen to be important, as well as interesting, for it will serve to fix, beyond all dispute, the origin of many singular relics, having a decisive bearing on some of the leading questions connected with American archaeology. The thickness of the exterior layer of gravel, in mounds of this class, varies with the dimensions of the mound, from 8 to 20 inches. In a very few instances, the layer, which may have been designed to protect the form of the mound, and which purpose it admirably subserves, is entirely wanting. The number and relative position of the sand strata are variable. In some of the larger mounds, there are as many as 6 of them, in no case less than 1, most usually 2 or 3. Fig 31. Fig 31 exhibits a section of mound number 2 in the plan of Mound City. This mound is 90 feet in diameter at the base by 7.5 feet high, being remarkably broad and flat. A shaft 6 feet square was sunk from the apex with the following results. First occurred the usual layer of gravel and pebbles, 1 foot thick. 2d a layer of earth, 3 feet thick. 3d a thin stratum of sand. Fourth, another layer of earth 2 feet thick. Fifth, another stratum of sand, beneath which, and separated by a few inches of earth, was sixth. The altar, Fig 32. Fig 32. This altar was a parallelogram of the utmost regularity, as shown in the plan and section. At its base, it measures 10 feet in length by 8 in width, at the top, 6 feet by 4. Its height was 18 inches, and the dip of the basin 9 inches. Within the basin was a deposit of fine ashes, unmixed with charcoal, 3 inches thick, much compacted by the weight of the superincumbent earth. Amongst the ashes were some fragments of pottery, also a few shell and pearl beads. Enough of the pottery was recovered to restore a beautiful vase, for a drawing and description of which the reader is referred to the paragraphs on pottery. The second or P148 lower sand stratum in this, as in several other instances, rested directly upon the outer sides of the altar. In this mound, 3 feet below the surface, were found 2 very well preserved skeletons, the presence of which was indicated, at the commencement of the excavation, by the interruption of the layers, as above described. They were placed side by side, the head of one resting at the elbow of the other. Under and about the heads of both were deposited some large rough fragments of green stone, identical with that of which most of the stone implements of the former Indian tribes of the valley were made. There were also deposited with the skeletons many implements of stone, horn, and bone, among which was a beautiful chip of hornstone, about the size of the palm of one's hand, which had manifestly been used for cutting purposes. There were several hand axes and gouges of stone, and some articles made from the horns of the deer or elk, which resemble the handles of large knives, but no traces of iron or other metals were discoverable. Among the implements of bone was one formed from the shoulder blade of the buffalo, in shape resembling a Turkish cimeter, also a singular notched instrument of bone, evidently intended for insertion in a handle, and designed, in common with similar articles in use by the Indians of the present day, for distributing the paint in lines and other ornamental figures on the faces of the warriors. Another instrument was also found, made by cutting off a section of the main stem of an elk's horn, leaving one of the principal prongs attached, used perhaps as a hammer or war club. Besides these there were some gouges made of elk's horns, and a variety of similar relics, all of exceeding rudeness, and of no great antiquity. The skulls found in this mound possessed no marked features to distinguish them from the crania found in the known burial places of the Shawanoes and other late Indian tribes. Fig 33. This mound, Fig 33, is numbered 4 in the plan of Mound City. It is oblong in shape, measuring 90 by 60 feet base, and 6 feet in height. It has 2 sand strata, as shown in the section. The altar in this mound is remarkable from its depth, which is 22 inches, the hollow of the basin sinking a foot or more below the original surface of the soil. Its form and dimensions are best explained by the plan and section. Nothing was contained in the basin, except a white mass or layer 5 inches thick, presenting all the appearances of sharp P149 lime mortar. Mingled with this mass, which was hard and compact, were a few fragments of calcined shells, leading to the inference, that it was formed from the burning of shells. It was afterwards found upon analysis, that the mass was principally carbonate of lime, with a considerable portion of earthy particles, thus sustaining the inference already made. No fragments of bones, however small, were discoverable. By the side of the mound just mentioned, the bases of the two running into each other, is another mound, number 5 in the plan of Mound City. It is of the same form and dimensions with the one just described, and like that has 2 sand strata. The altar however more resembles that of Fig 31, though somewhat smaller in size. It contained a quantity, perhaps 30 pounds in all, of galena in pieces weighing from 2 ounces to 3 pounds, also several lumps of fine clay, possessing an unctuous feel. The latter appeared to have originally formed a model over which a vessel of some sort had been fashioned. Around this deposit there was considerable charcoal, apparently of a light wood, but very little ashes. The altar, although the galena was but slightly burned, bore marks of intense heat, thus evincing that it had been previously subjected for a considerable period, or at frequent intervals, to the action of fire. Fig 34. Fig 34 is a section of the long mound, number 3, in the plan of Mound City. For several reasons, its shape, the great dimensions of its enclosed altar, and the number and variety of its relics, this mound was minutely investigated, and is worthy of a detailed description. It is egg-shaped in form, and measures 140 feet in length, by 50 and 60 respectively at its greater and smaller ends, and is 11 feet high. Its longitudinal bearing is N 20 degrees west. 4 shafts were sunk at as many different points, between 3 of which, for a distance of over 40 feet, connecting drifts were carried, as indicated in the plan. The shaft A was first sunk. At the commencement of the excavation, the feature already mentioned, viz. the confusion of the layers, was remarked, and care was accordingly taken to uncover carefully the expected recent deposit. This proved to be a single human skeleton, placed in a sitting posture, the head resting on the knees. The top of the skull was 18 inches below the surface. The skeleton was well preserved, still retaining a large portion of its animal matter. The lower jaw was broken, a circumstance observed in most of the skeletons thus found. No relics were deposited with this skeleton. The sand strata occurred low down, following the curvature of the mound, as represented in the section. Shaft C was next sunk. On the left side of the excavation a disturbance was P150 remarked, and at about 2 feet below the surface, a rude earthen vessel holding something over 1 quart, and the lower jaw of a human skeleton, were discovered. They were side by side, and seemed to have constituted the entire deposit. 2 sand strata occur in this mound, the first 5 feet below the surface, the second 1 foot deeper. The intermediate layers of earth presented the mottled appearance already explained, and were much compacted, rendering excavation exceedingly slow and laborious. The remaining shafts were afterwards sunk for the purpose of ascertaining the size and form of the altar, but disclosed nothing of importance in their course. Fig 35 Longitudinal section of altar. Although the altar in this mound was not fully exposed, yet enough was uncovered to ascertain very nearly its character and extent. 45 feet of its length was exposed, and in one place its entire width, which was 8 feet across the top, by 15 at the base. The portions in the section, extending beyond the line of the excavation, are supplied, giving an entire length to the altar of not far from 60 feet. Fig 36 Cross-section of altar. By attention to the longitudinal section of the altar BCB, it will be seen that it shelves gradually from the ends, forming a basin of not far from 18 inches in depth. The outer slope is more gradual than the inner one. Near the center of the altar, 2 partitions, AA, are carried across it transversely, forming a minor basin or compartment, c. 8 feet square. Within this basin the relics deposited in the mound were placed. The outer compartments seem to have been filled with earth, previous to the final heaping over, so as to present a perfectly level surface, which had been slightly burned. This feature is indicated in the section, which also illustrates another interesting and important peculiarity. Upon penetrating the altar, a task of no little difficulty in consequence of its extreme hardness, to ascertain its thickness, it was found to be burned to the depth of 22 inches. This could hardly be accounted for by the application or continuance of any degree of heat from above, and was therefore the occasion of some surprise. A more minute examination furnished the explanation. It was found that one altar had been built upon another, as if one had been used for a time, until, from defect or other causes, it was abandoned, when another was recast upon it. This process, as shown in the section FE, had been repeated 3 times, the outline of each successive layer being so distinct as to admit of no doubt as to its cause. The partitions AA were constructed subsequently to the erection of the altar, as is evidenced from the fact that they were scarcely burned through, while the altar immediately beneath them was burned to great hardness. Scattered upon the deposit of earth filling the compartments DD, and resting upon P151 the slopes of the altar, were found the traces of a number of pieces of timber, 4 or 5 feet long, and 6 or 8 inches thick. They had been somewhat burned, and the carbonized surface had preserved their casts in the hard earth, although the wood had entirely decayed. They had been heaped over while glowing, for the earth around them was slightly baked. In fact, the entire hollow of the altar was covered with a thin layer of fine carbonaceous matter, much like that formed by the burning of leaves or straw. These pieces had been of nearly uniform length, and this circumstance, joined to the position in which they occurred in respect to each other and to the altar, would almost justify the inference that they had supported some funeral or sacrificial pile. The remains found in this mound were, in their number and variety, commensurate with the labor and care bestowed on its construction. A quantity of pottery and many implements of copper and stone were deposited on the altar, intermixed with much coal and ashes. They had all been subjected to a strong heat, which had broken up most of those which could be thus affected by its action. A large number of spearheads, as they have been termed, beautifully chipped out of quartz and manganese garnet, had been placed here, but, out of a bushel or 2 of fragments, 4 specimens only were recovered entire. One of them is faithfully figured under the head of implements. A quantity of the raw material, from which they were manufactured, was also found, consisting of large fragments of quartz and of crystals of garnet. Some of these crystals had been of large size, certainly not less than 3 or 4 inches in diameter. A single arrow point of obsidian was found, also a number of fine arrowheads of limpid quartz. One of these was 4 inches in length, and all were finely wrought. Judging from the quantity of fragments, some 50 or 100 of these were originally deposited on the altar. Among the fragments were some large thin pieces of the same material, shaped like the blade of a knife. 2 copper gravers or chisels, one measuring 6, the other 8 inches in length, see implements, also 20 or more tubes formed of thin strips of copper, an inch and a quarter long by 3/8 of an inch diameter, see ornaments, were found among the remains. A large quantity of pottery, much broken up, enough perhaps to have formed originally a dozen vessels of moderate size, was also discovered. 2 vases have been very nearly restored. They resemble, in material and form, those already mentioned, and have similar markings on their exterior. See pottery. Also a couple of carved pipes, one of which, of beautiful model and fine finish, is cut out of a stone closely resembling, if indeed not identical with, the Potomac marble, of which the columns of the Hall of the House of Representatives at Washington are made. The other is a bold figure of a bird, resembling the toucan, cut in white limestone. A portion of the contents of this mound were cemented together by a tufa-like substance of a gray color, resembling the scoriae of a furnace, and of great hardness. It was at first supposed to be carbonate of lime gradually deposited, in the lapse of time, from the water percolating through the outer stratum of limestone gravel and pebbles. The quantity, however, covering as it did a large part of the basin to the depth of an inch or 2, weighed strongly against such a conclusion, and a subsequent analysis demonstrated that it was made up in part of phosphates. AP 152 single fragment of partially calcined bone was found on the altar. It was the patella of the human skeleton. Such were the more important features of this interesting mound. It is evident that the enclosed altar had been often used, and several times remodeled, before it was finally heaped over. Why this was at last done, upon what occasion, and with what strange ceremonies, are questions which will probably forever remain unanswered. Fig 37. Fig 37 is a section of mound number 8 in Mound City. In the number and value of its relics, this mound far exceeds any hitherto explored. It is small in size, and in its structure exhibits nothing remarkable. It had but one sand stratum, Fig 38 plan of altar, the edges of which rested on the outer slopes of the altar, as shown in the section. Between this stratum and the deposit in the basin occurred a layer, a few inches thick, of burned loam. The altar itself, Fig 38, was somewhat singular, though quite regular in shape. In length it was 6 feet 2 inches, in width 4 feet. At the point indicated in the section was a depression of perhaps 6 inches below the general level of the basin. The deposit, in this altar was large. Intermixed with much ashes, were found not far from 200 pipes, carved in stone, many pearl and shell beads, numerous discs, tubes, etc., of copper, and a number of other ornaments of copper, covered with silver, etc., etc. The pipes were much broken up, some of them calcined by the heat, which had been sufficiently strong to melt copper, masses of which were found fused together in the center of the basin. A large number have nevertheless been restored, at the expense of much labor and no small amount of patience. They are mostly composed of a red porphyritic stone, somewhat resembling the pipe stone of the Coteaux de Prairies, excepting that it is of great hardness and interspersed with small variously colored granules. The fragments of this material which had been most exposed to the heat were changed to a brilliant black color, resembling Egyptian marble. Nearly all the articles carved in limestone, of which there had been a number, were calcined. The bowls of most of the pipes are carved in miniature figures of animals, birds, reptiles, etc. All of them are executed with strict fidelity to nature, and with exquisite skill. Not only are the features of the various objects represented faithfully, but their peculiarities and habits are in some degree exhibited. The otter is shown in a characteristic attitude, holding a fish in his mouth, the heron also holds P153 a fish, and the hawk grasps a small bird in its talons, which it tears with its beak. The panther, the bear, the wolf, the beaver, the otter, the squirrel, the raccoon, the hawk, the heron, crow, swallow, buzzard, parakeet, toucan, and other indigenous and southern birds, the turtle, the frog, toad, rattlesnake, etc., are recognized at first glance. But the most interesting and valuable in the list are a number of sculptured human heads, no doubt faithfully representing the predominant physical features of the ancient people by whom they were made. We have this assurance in the minute accuracy of the other sculptures of the same date. For engravings of these as well as of a large series of the other relics here mentioned, the reader is referred to the passages on sculptures. Appropriate notices of the remaining articles discovered in this mound, the copper discs and tubes, pearl, shell, and silver beads, etc., will be found under the head of ornaments. Fig 39. Fig 39 is a section of mound number 18 in Mound City. It has 3 sand strata, and an altar of the usual form and dimensions. This altar contained no relics, but was thinly covered with a carbonaceous deposit, resembling burned leaves. The feature of this mound most worthy of remark was a singular burial by incremation, which had been made in it at some period subsequent to its erection. The indications, so often remarked as to need no further specification here, that the mound had been disturbed were observed at the commencement of the excavation. Fig 40. At the depth of 4.5 feet, the deposit was reached. Fig 41. A quantity of water-worn stones, about the size of common paving stones, and evidently taken from the river close by, had been laid down, forming a rude pavement 6 feet long by 4 broad. Lying diagonally upon this pavement, as shown in Fig 40, with its head to the northwest, was a skeleton. It was remarkably well preserved, and retained much of its animal matter, a fact attributable in some degree to the antiseptic qualities of the carbonaceous material surrounding it. 102. A fire had been built over the body after it was deposited, its traces being plainly visible on the stones, all of which were slightly burned. A quantity of carbonaceous matter, resembling P154 that formed by the sudden covering up of burning twigs or other light materials, covered the pavement and the skeleton. There were no relics with the skeleton, although around its head were disposed a number of large fragments of syenite, identical with that of which many of the instruments of the modern Indians are known to have been made, previous and for some time subsequent to the introduction of iron amongst them. After the burial had been performed, and the hole partly filled, another fire had been kindled, burning the earth of a reddish color, and leaving a distinctly marked line, as indicated in the section. The hole had then been completely filled up, so as to leave a scarcely perceptible depression in the mound. Fig 41. Fig 41 is a section of mound number 7 in Mound City. This mound is much the largest within the enclosure, measuring 17.5 feet in height by 90 feet base. From its top a full view of the entire group is commanded. A shaft 9 feet square was sunk from the apex. The outer layer of gravel, which in this case was 20 inches thick, was found to be broken up, and at the depth of 3 feet, at a point indicated by A in the section, were found 2 copper axes, weighing respectively 2 and 2¼ pounds. At the depth of 7 feet occurred the first sand stratum, below which, at intervals of little more than a foot, were 3 more, 4 in all. At the depth of 19 feet was found a smooth level floor of clay, Fig. 42. Slightly burned, which was covered with a thin layer of sand an inch in thickness. This sand had a marked ferruginous appearance, and seemed to be cemented together, breaking up into large fragments a foot or 2 square. At one side of the shaft, and resting on the sand, was noticed a layer of silvery mica, as shown in the plan of the excavation, Fig. 42. It was formed of round sheets 10 inches or a foot in diameter, overlapping each other like the scales of a fish. Lateral excavations were made to determine its extent, with the result indicated in the plan. The portion uncovered exhibited something over 1/2 of a large and regular crescent, the outer edge of which rested on an elevation or ridge of sand 6 inches in height, as shown in the supplementary section O. The entire length of P155, the crescent from horn to horn, could not have been less than 20 feet, and its greatest width 5. The clay floor of this mound was but a few inches in thickness. A small shaft, C, was sunk 3 feet below it, but it disclosed only a mass of coarse ferruginous sand. The earth composing the mound was incredibly compact, rendering excavation exceedingly slow and laborious. 2 active men were employed more than a week in making the excavation here indicated. It is not absolutely certain that the mound was raised over the simple deposit above mentioned, and it may yet be subjected to a more rigid investigation. Although this mound is classed as a mound of sacrifice, it presents some features peculiar to itself. Were we to yield to the temptation to speculation which the presence of the mica crescent holds out, we might conclude that the mound builders worshipped the moon, and that this mound was dedicated, with unknown rites and ceremonies, to that luminary. It may be remarked that some of the mica sheets were of that peculiar variety known as hieroglyphic or graphic mica. Fig. 43. Fig. 43 is a section of mound number 9, in the plan of the great work on the North Fork of Paint Creek, Plate X. It will be seen that this mound has several peculiar features. The altar, A, instead of occupying the center, is placed considerably towards one side, and a layer of charcoal, C, fills the corresponding opposite side. Over the altar curves a stratum of sand, and over the layer of charcoal still another, as exhibited in the section. This altar was the smallest met with. It was round, not measuring more than 2 feet across the top. It was nevertheless rich in remains. Within it were found first several instruments of obsidian. They were considerably broken up, but have been so much restored, as to exhibit pretty nearly their original form. 2 large for arrowheads, and 2 thin and slender for points of spears, they seem to have been designed for cutting purposes. 2d several scrolls tastefully cut from thin sheets of mica. They are perforated with small holes, as if they had been attached as ornaments to a robe of some description. 3d traces of cloth, small portions of which, though completely carbonized, were found, still retaining the structure of the thread. This appeared to have been made of some fine vegetable fiber. It was what is technically termed doubled and twisted, and was about the size of fine pack thread. Fourth, a considerable number of ivory or bone needles, or graving tools, about 1/10 of an inch thick. Their original length is not known. Several fragments were found 2 and 3 inches long. Some have flat cutting points, the points of others were round and sharp, some were straight, others slightly bent. P156 fifth. A quantity of pearl beads, an article resembling the cover of a small vessel, carved from stone, also some fragments of copper, in thin narrow slips. There were no relics of any kind found amongst the charcoal. The layer of this material was not far from 6 feet square. It had been heaped over while burning. Fig 44. Fig 44 is a section of a large mound, number 5, in the same enclosure. In this instance the altar was covered with stones, and instead of the usual sand stratum, there was found a layer of large flat stones, corresponding to it. The altar, A, was composed of earth elevated 2.5 feet above the original level of the soil, and was 5 feet long by 3 feet 4 inches broad, the sides sloping at an angle of nearly 30 degrees. It was faced on the top and on the sides with slabs of stone, quite regular in form and thickness, and which, although not cut by any instrument, were closely fitted together, as shown in the supplementary section of the altar, A. The stone is the Waverley sandstone, underlying the coal series, thin strata of which cap the hills bordering these valleys. The altar bore the marks of fire, and a few fragments of the mound builder's ornaments, a few pearl beads, etc., were found on and around it. The original deposit had probably been removed by the modern Indians, who had opened the mound and buried one of their dead on the slope of the altar. The stones composing the layer corresponding to the sand stratum were 2 or 3 deep, presenting the appearance of a wall which had fallen inwards. Fig 45. In the center of the large enclosure, Plate 19, is a solitary mound, of which a section is here presented, Fig 45. It is now, after many years of cultivation, about 5 feet high by 40 feet base. Like that last described, it has some novel features, although its purposes can hardly admit of a doubt. It has the casing of pebbles and gravel which characterize the altar mounds, but has no sand layer, except a thin stratum resting immediately on the deposit contained in the altar. This altar is entirely peculiar. It seems to have been formed, at different intervals of time, as follows: first, a circular space, 13 feet in diameter and 8 inches in depth, was excavated in the original level of the plain. This was filled with fine sand, carefully leveled, and compacted to the utmost degree. Upon the level thus formed, which was perfectly horizontal, offerings by fire were made, at any rate a continuous heat was kept up, and fatty matter of some sort burned, for the sand to the depth of 2 inches is discolored, and to the depth of 1 inch is burned hard and black and cemented together. The ashes, etc., resulting from P157 this operation, were then removed, and another deposit of sand, of equal thickness with the former, was placed above it, and in like manner much compacted. This was molded into the form represented in the plan, which is identical with that of the circular clay altars already described, the basin, in this instance, measuring 7 feet in diameter by 8 inches in depth. This basin was then carefully paved with small round stones, each a little larger than a hen's egg, which were laid with the utmost precision, fully rivaling the pavier's finest work. They were firmly bedded in the sand beneath them, so as to present a regular and uniform surface. Upon the altar thus constructed was found a burnt deposit, carefully covered with a layer of sand, above which was heaped the superstructure of the mound. The deposit consisted of a thin layer of carbonaceous matter, intermingled with which were some burned human bones, but so much calcined as to render recognition extremely difficult. 10 well-wrought copper bracelets were also found, placed in 2 heaps, 5 in each, and encircling some calcined bones, probably those of the arms upon which they were originally worn. Besides these were found a couple of thick plates of mica, placed upon the western slope of the altar. Assuming, what must be very obvious from its form and other circumstances, that this was an altar and not a tomb, we are almost irresistibly led to the conclusion, that human sacrifices were practiced by the race of the mounds. This conclusion is sustained by other facts, which have already been presented, and which need not be recapitulated here. The two mounds last described are the only ones yet discovered possessing altars of stone, and, although it is likely there are others of similar construction, their occurrence must be very rare. Such are the prevailing characteristics of this class of mounds. It will be remarked that while all have the same general features, no two are alike in their details. They differ in the number and relative position of their sand strata, as well as in the size and shape of their altars and the character of the deposits made on them. One mound covers a deposit made up almost entirely of pipes, another a deposit of spearheads, or of galena or calcined shells or bones. In a few instances the symmetrical altar, of which so many examples have been given, is wanting, and its place is supplied by a level floor or platform of earth. Such was the case with Mound No. 1, in the plan of the great work on the North Fork of Paint Creek, already referred to. This mound, although one of the richest in contents, was one of the smallest met with, being not over 3 feet in height. Its deposit was first disturbed by the plow, some years ago, and numerous singular articles were then taken from it. Upon investigation, in place of the altar, a level area 10 or 15 feet broad was found, much burned, on which the relics had been placed. These had been covered over with earth to perhaps the depth of a foot, followed by a stratum of small stones, and an outer layer of earth 2 feet in thickness. Hundreds of relics, and many of the most interesting and valuable hitherto found, were taken from this mound, among which may be mentioned several coiled serpents, carved in stone, and carefully enveloped in sheet mica and copper, P158 pottery, carved fragments of ivory, a large number of fossil teeth, numerous fine sculptures in stone, etc. Notice will be taken of some of the most remarkable of these, under the appropriate heads. Fig 46. Another singular mound of somewhat anomalous character, of which a section is herewith given, Fig 46, occurred in the same enclosure with the above. It is numbered 2 in Plate X, and is remarkable as being very broad and flat, measuring at least 80 feet in diameter by but 6 or 7 in height. It has 2 sand strata, but instead of an altar, there are 2 layers of discs chipped out of hornstone, AA of the section, some nearly round, others in the form of spearheads. They are of various sizes, but are for the most part about 6 inches long, by 4 wide, and 3/4 of an inch or an inch in thickness. They were placed side by side, a little inclining, and one layer resting immediately on the other. Out of an excavation 6 feet long by 4 wide, not far from 600 were thrown. The deposit extends beyond the limits of the excavation on every side. Supposing it to be 12 feet square, and it may be 20 or 30, we have not far from 4,000 of these discs deposited here. If they were thus placed as an offering, we can form some estimate, in view of the facts that they must have been brought from a great distance, and fashioned with great toil, of the devotional fervor which induced the sacrifice, or the magnitude of the calamity which that sacrifice was perhaps intended to avert. The fact, that this description of stone chips most easily when newly quarried, has induced the suggestion that the discs were deposited here for the purpose of protecting them from the hardening influence of the atmosphere, and were intended to be withdrawn and manufactured as occasion warranted or necessity required. It is incredible, however, that so much care should be taken to fashion the mound and introduce the mysterious sand strata, if it was designed to be disturbed at any subsequent period. There is little doubt that the deposit was final, and was made in compliance with some religious requirement. An excavation below these layers discovered traces of fire, but too slight to be worthy of more than a passing remark. A mound marked E in the plan of the great work, Plate XXI, No. 2, was found to enclose an altar of small dimensions, which contained only a few perforated wolf's teeth and some 15 or 20 bones of the deer, all of them much burned. 6 or 8 inches above the deposit was a stratum of large pebbles. It has been remarked that some of the mounds of this class contain altars which have been but slightly burned, and that such are destitute of remains. A few altars have been noticed, which have been much burned, but having no deposit upon them, except a thin layer of phosphate of lime, which seems to have incorporated itself with the clay of which they are composed, giving them the appearance of P159 having been plastered with mortar. NOS 6, 9, and 18, in Mound City, are examples of this class. No coals or ashes were found on any of these, they appear to have been carefully cleaned out before being heaped over. An explanation of this circumstance may probably be found in the character of a certain class of small mounds, occurring within enclosures and in connection with the altar mounds. In the plan of Mound City so often referred to are several of these, numbered 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21 and 23, respectively. They are very small, the largest not exceeding 3 feet in height, and are destitute of altars. In place thereof, on the original level of the earth, was found a quantity, in no case exceeding the amount of 1 skeleton, of burned human bones, in small fragments. That they were not burned on the spot is evident from the absence of all traces of fire, beyond those furnished by the remains themselves. They appear to have been collected from the pyre, wherever it was erected, and carefully deposited in a small heap, and then covered over. In one instance, mound number 19, a small fig 47 hole had been dug, in which the remains were found. A section of this mound is herewith given, fig 47. The deposit is indicated by the letter A. This feature is analogous to the cysts of the British barrows. That the burning took place on some of the altars above mentioned is not only indicated by the presence of the deposit of phosphate of lime upon them, but is absolutely demonstrated by finding, intermixed with the calcined bones, fragments of the altars themselves, as if portions had been scaled up by the instrument used in scraping together and removing the burned remains. The inference that human sacrifices were made here, and the remains afterwards thus collected and deposited, or that a system of burial of this extraordinary character was practiced in certain cases, seems to follow legitimately from the facts and circumstances here presented. 103 That the stratified mounds are not burial places seems sufficiently well established by the fact that the greater number have no traces of human remains upon or around the altars. The suggestion that the various relics found upon these altars were the personal effect